All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Tuesday, May 6th. It is 9:05 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'm being joined this morning by Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Sean McGuire, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined by our Executive Director, and our first meeting in his new role and capacity, our Chief Deputy Director, Eric Ekdahl, and Karen Mogus. We're also joined by our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel and Susan Reyes. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and virtual components. If you're joining us virtually, you're either viewing us through a customary webcast on the Cali PA website or the YouTube Live website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There is a link at the top of the agenda, instructions on how to get onto the platform. But if you're having any challenges getting onto it, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you get you onto the platform. Once you are onto the platform, please do know that your camera will be off, your microphone will be on mute until it's your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning, good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us here as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly file out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await further direction. Also, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, there is a QR code on the side of the room. There's also a laptop in order to sign up. Once you do come to the microphone, please do introduce yourself and any affiliation you have. And then lastly, please silence any phones so we can have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. With that, we will move on to public forum, which we customarily do here at the Water Board, where we hear from members of the public on items not agendaed before the board. And I believe this morning we have about 4 public forum commenters, and I'll go through them in the order in which they've requested to speak. First public forum commenter this morning will be Jeff Ellsworth, be followed by Barbara Berrigan-Perea, then Walter Lamb, and our last commenter will be Gary Mulcahy. Mr. Ellsworth, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. Jeff Ellsworth here, former mayor of St. Helena, Napa County from 2018 to 2022, now a member of California LULAC, that's the League of United Latin American Citizens. I'm sure you're getting tired of hearing my voice. I assure you there are other things I would prefer to be doing, but when it comes to matters of civil rights and racial equity, I cannot stand down. Yesterday, I shared with you a recent coalition letter from California LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, in support of impacted Latino waste workers with workplace safety concerns related to wastewater and civil rights complaints at Upper Valley Disposal Service Clover Flat Landfill in Napa County, as well as advocating for closure of Clover Flat Landfill in Napa County. I'm including that letter again here today. The letter will be going out broadly, seeking support for public hearings on this matter with sworn testimony at public oversight agencies such as the Water Board. I also presented this matter at the California LULAC State Convention in Los Angeles, April 25th to 27th, and last week remotely at the California Civil Rights Department Commission on the State of Hate. We've recently heard that the U.S. Justice Department FBI investigations into Upper Valley Disposal Service and Clover Flat Landfill have been paused. That's no surprise considering the current concerning tone of the federal administration towards racial equity and civil liberties, making it even more important for our California state agencies like the Water Board to walk the walk on civil rights concerns consistent, with your own policies and California laws. At the April 15, 2025 State Water Board meeting, the director of the regional water board involved in this matter stated there was no need for hearings with sworn testimony. Respectfully, such a response does not satisfy the need for objectivity, with a report coming from the very entity in which the complaint is lodged against. The complaint including that the recent regional board investigations did not factor in all relevant documentation or interview key witnesses like neighbors of these waste sites. For the sake of fairness, this matter needs the open and objective analysis that would come from a public hearing with sworn testimony. If there's not a problem at these Napa Valley waste sites, such objective scrutiny shouldn't be objected to. I noticed from your website that you have many scheduled public hearings. I know you also have a process for including sworn testimony. So I believe this would not be an undertaking that falls outside of what you already do. And for the sake of fairness, and especially in consideration of the public safety and civil rights matters at stake in this case, I continue to urge you to agendize these matters with hearings with sworn testimony. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for yours as well, Mr. Ellsworth. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Barbara Berrigan-Perea, be followed by Walter Lamb. And you should be invited to unmute here.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. Barbara Berrigan-Perea with Restore the Delta. I'm here today before I begin discussing current EPA orders regarding ICE actions on building premises and public spaces for the board. I do want to remind you that from where we sit, the Title VI complaint has been in your ball court now for 6 months for resolution, and it doesn't seem like we're making it to a finish. And I'd also like to remind the board this morning that the Bay Delta plans with their voluntary agreement options would be an absolute failure presently. The U.S. Bureau of Reclamation under the Trump administration has and continues to violate water conditions, pumping and operations repeatedly in the Delta. And those descriptions and the way they're violating operations right now are really some of the standards that are described presently in the VAs. We're concerned because on both fronts, nothing emerges from the board to bring operations into line. Knowing what is happening on these two fronts perhaps isn't that surprising. And perhaps it's not that surprising that Cal EPA issued guidance to the Water Board to not interfere with federal immigration agents, even if they do not have a warrant when they are on Cal EPA premises and public spaces. I need you to stop and think about what you are seeing in this country and think about the equity resolution. I want you to think about what was required for me to join this meeting today: my name, my email address, the organization I represent. Where are the public communicated protocols for people from the immigrant community, people that we work with, to join these meetings safely going forward? Whether it was bureaucratic inertia, fear to communicate to the public, or something deeper, just a willingness to somehow be quiet and comply and keep your heads down. This memorandum instructs Cal EPA employees to not interfere, not to communicate, not to promise a safe space, and to allow ICE to operate freely, even if an agent doesn't have a valid agreement. I want you to stop and think about what this does to processes. We have been out marketing and trying to get people to participate yet again in the hearings with the administrative hearing officer for the Delta Conveyance Project. We did this as part of the cleanup for the Zoom bomb that happened when the public wasn't protected for participation adequately. Now we are probably going back for what, the fourth or the fifth time to communicate additional challenges with the public so that we can protect people. You have to understand, it isn't just immigrants who are afraid of what is happening in this country, with citizens being deported, Marines being deported, ICE entering homes of citizens, people being taken and snatched off the street by people who don't have warrants and don't have identification and don't have uniforms on. We heard from dozens of seniors, white seniors, who think they're going to let this happen. They're going to let this happen to us because we're going to speak up for what we believe in regarding water regulation and operations in California. You're losing a whole young generation of people who want to work in the water industry because their response to having to learn about how this is unfolding with a leaked document rather than the water board communicating it properly to the public to prepare, their response is, hey, I'm a person of color. What's to stop me from being hassled if I go to participate in water democracy in California? You know very well in the orders that have come out from the Trump administration that it's enough to chill participation by members of disadvantaged communities when things like environmental justice and disparate impacts are labeled by the president as shameful, pernicious, and even unlawful. But instead of standing up and walking the talk of that equity order, picking up the phone, communicating with us that there was a problem in advance, giving us a heads up, trying to work with us, it was all kept secret and kept in the dark. We're very happy that the AHO took in with an open heart the comments that our representatives from Yale made to her yesterday to address the process for May 19th. But the fact that there seems to be no plan to address this for regular water board meetings, regional board meetings, the gentleman from LULAC who just spoke now, I wonder how he would feel about bringing people for sworn testimony if he knew that it was okay for ICE to do what they wanted with them in a public space in one of the water board buildings. This has to get fixed. There has to be communication. You have professionals who know how to do outreach with environmental justice communities and tribes. You have, you're either on the right side of history or you're not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berrigan-Perea. As you know, we take very seriously here being able to protect our communities and being able to engage on what are really difficult decisions and discussions. And it's really important that the undocumented community feel safe. That memo was consistent with guidance issued by the AG as well, and is welcomed here by the BDOs, the boards, departments, and organizations of the Cali PA, because there were concerns and questions. And so being able to clarify and importantly, not set false expectations that we can't legally be able to protect, I think is really important as well. So we will continue to communicate. Please do also feel free to pick up the phone, because I feel the very press-driven strategy actually harms, again, that faith and the ability for folks to be able to come to the board. And I think it'd be great to continue to be able to have a relationship here where we discuss these issues. So points taken and certainly concerns heard. And I look to Mr. Laufer if he has anything he'd like to add as well.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, and thank you, Ms. Berrigan-Perea. The one thing that I would want to emphasize is that document spends 3 pages trying to outline how the public engagement staff at all of the Cali PA BDOs, boards, departments, and organizations, consistent with guidance from the Attorney General's office and frankly what the current state of the law is, our public spaces are public spaces. We don't exclude anybody regardless of the purpose that they come to speak before us or that they are in our buildings. They are by definition public spaces. But the first 3 pages of that document from Cali PA were designed to provide tools to the various public engagement offices, including ours, that could then be used to shape future public engagement, laying out the law, laying out the fact that persons, regardless of their national origin or otherwise, can participate in our meetings anonymously, that it lists options such as meeting with local organizations and having local representatives speak on their behalf so that they don't have to come into a public space where ICE is allowed under federal law to operate. And it's really unfortunate that I think one paragraph at the end that does lay out what the current state of the federal law is with respect to Cali PA employees and the employees of the various boards and departments, consistent with what the Attorney General of California has stated, in laying out what the current state of the law is, that has become the focus of the entire document. So my hope is, Ms. Berrigan-Perea, that our public engagement staff, as we're working, and I certainly know that the AHO was aware of this guidance as it heard from from your representatives yesterday during the hearing will be used to shape further engagements. And if there are other ideas, I know that our OPEDA office will be more than happy to hear those as well and try to implement them consistent with that guidance. But we operate in a system of laws, even though it may not feel like it at times, and we are trying to abide by that system of laws.
Michael and Chair Esquivel, there's one thing I think that you're missing on the point of what I'm trying to make. This is the only way we found out about it to even prepare. You weren't communicating any of this with us in advance. We know that government agencies are stuck between a rock and a hard place. We have no ability to mind read what is happening behind the scenes.
No, and I appreciate that point. And I think the issue is it was a precursor document coming from our colleagues at Cal EPA, and it's now being used by our Office of Public Participation. It was provided to staff here as well to help inform what they need to do moving forward. So on specific actions, you'll start to see that engagement, especially when we're concerned and aware that that communities that are particularly concerned about the current state of enforcement are going to be engaged in board proceedings. And I take to heart what you're saying, that perhaps that needs to be more generalized out to the larger board meetings when we don't have items that we think are particularly sensitive in that arena. And so we'll take that to heart as well and feed that into our processes. So thank you very much, Barbara.
Thank you, Ms. Berrigan-Perea. Next, I'd like to call up Walter Lamb, be followed by Gary Mulcahy.
Thank you, Chair Esquivel, board members. My name is Walter Lamb, representing the Bina Wetlands Land Trust. The State Water Resources Control Board provides staffing and administrative services to a locally based non-regulatory agency down here in Los Angeles called the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission. And the State Water Resources Control Board also has a vote on that commission. And on April 17th, the Santa Monica Bay Restoration Commission voted to remove established scientific terms like climate change, ocean acidification, and carbon sequestration, as well as established policy terms like environmental justice, equity, disadvantaged communities from its annual work plan, which is the foundation for a grant for federal funds that's submitted every year. And the justification for that vote, there were 4 commission entities that had concerns and abstained. Some of them quite vocal about those concerns, but the justification for the vote was apparently, the need to get the money to continue the work and to make that compromise. I guess the first thing I would say is it would be very important, I think, for the public to understand if that's a state water board policy to make those kinds of concessions, because as a science-based organization, I think you can appreciate the concern with this administration. We're only 3 months in, and it's likely that the more concessions are made, the more that will be asked and the more that will be pushed. I think the second thing is to understand if there's any kind of process to make, we're not looking for a purity test, but to understand the process for making the decision of when to sort of take a stand versus when to strike a deal. In this case, there was no communication, no attempt whatsoever by the commission to understand the legality of what was being asked. And it was being asked, for the record, it was being asked in unwritten and really uncommunicated informal guidance. And I think that was manifested in comments that your chief deputy director made at one of the meetings, saying she didn't know what terms were the bad terms and what terms were the good terms, right? Which ones could be allowed. It was really a guessing game, especially with regard to ocean acidification. And when the EPA's own written guidance came out, which they had withheld purposely from the commission to inform the vote, it actually didn't remove ocean acidification. I think one of the goals of the administration is simply to knock agencies off their moorings, right? Get them to comply without even being asked to comply. And that just seems to create a really dangerous precedent. So there's a lot more to this. And I will come back because I think it's extremely important that we just be on the same page with things like racial equity and climate change where do we draw the line? What is there any line at which we say, hey, we're going to not take the money because we cannot agree to this condition, that these strings that are being attached to the money. So it would be great if there was any, way to get a little more information about that today, but certainly, over the next, till the next meeting, it would be great to hear something. I think that would be important for other agencies to understand better how to deal with this. And again, I think what's unique about this is this was all on video. And so some of the things that were said in the discussion are really just kind of mind blowing as to how this agency got so knocked off its moorings without really going to any effort to understand the legality or the impact or anything like that. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. I appreciate you elevating your concerns. The Conservancy is an independent organization. Although we do provide support on the staff side, they don't follow or are under the umbrella of the state board's guidances or purview. But I appreciate your concern there. I don't know, Mr. Loffer, you wanted to add anything further there as well?
Well, I will just say that how the water boards and, to the extent that the commission receives anything from the water boards in terms of administrative or legal support, engages with the federal government is, currently dynamic. Several of us have talked about the fact that we're not going to give up the values reflected in the board's action. There are times where we may try to look for common ground with the federal agencies. And there is not any kind of monolithic approach there. It is really evaluating, where things stand at that moment in time. What's the specific ask that's being made? But our staff are hearing a message that, we are committed to the principles reflected in state policy for water quality control, key resolutions like the racial equity resolution and the racial equity action plan, and we'll continue to work in that space. And we continue to prioritize climate, ocean acidification. You all have heard about that in various fora lately, and we will continue to do so moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Loffer. Thank you again, Mr. Lamb. Next, I'd like to call up Gary Mulcahy.
Where's my camera? I'm trying to get my camera on.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
We can. It's good to see you as well, Mr. Mulcahy.
Well, good morning, Chair. It's been a long time since we talked, and it's always a pleasure, and I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to talk, and board members. I logged on today in support of Barbara and the problem with the EPA memo. I don't really understand if you folks realize the gravity that thing poses, not only for members of the public, but for your own employees. The Water Board and EPA is a very diverse employer and very wide range of ethnicities and religious backgrounds. And they're all subject to being whisked off the street by ICE. We've seen it all across the nation. No warrants here. People with masks on, they're not even brave enough to show their face when they come up and grab you and throw you in an SUV and haul you off. And, your employees are not protected either. There has to be something that the EPA and the Water Board and comes up to terms with in order to protect not only the public at large, but the people who work for you. It's a grave, terrible situation right now in the country, and nobody can refute that. You can see it every day, and I'm concerned for everyone. I mean, Chairman, you're a person of color. I mean, they could come and grab you and take you off, and if somebody just pointed at you and said, "Hey, that person has questionable credentials," no due process, no nothing. That's how serious this situation is. So I wanted to reemphasize what Barbara was talking about, and I didn't hear anything in that exchange between Mr. Loeffler and our Barbara that gave any confidence that anything was going to be resolved, and that it wasn't just the last sentence or last paragraph of that memo that was focused on. It was the whole content of it. there was really not a clear path for any type of resolution or any type of protection in there. And that's why our attorneys sent in the information. I also want to point out, like Barbara did, that the Title VI complaint that we are part of, along with Restore the Delta and several other folks, has been pending before Mr. Loeffler now for 6 months, waiting for Red Line to go back so that it can proceed one way or the other. We would like a resolution of that. I guess I will leave it there. I'm very concerned not only for general public, but for employees of the state, because they can become under attack. We know that the Trump administration is not very happy with California, hasn't been happy with California. So everybody's a target. And it's not just Latinos, and it's not just people of Arabic descent or Eastern Indian descent. It's also Native Americans. It's also Asians. It's also anybody that looks different or could have a different mindset than what is proposed to be the standard in the U.S. today. So that's my comment. And please, you guys figure something out to protect not only the public, but you yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. It's good to see you and appreciate your concerns. Again, there are ones that we share here. We're doing as best we can under what are the legal realities that we exist under. But we really appreciate your concerns and here contributing to this. So thank you. All right. That brings us to the conclusion of public forum, and do appreciate everyone that's addressed the board here before public forum. It's an important tool that we have here to make sure that we're listening and able to hear from folks on issues that are not pending before the board. So thank you again to our commenters this morning. That now brings us to our first item of board business, which is consideration of the board meeting minutes from the April 15th board meeting. Looking to my fellow board colleagues if they have any adjustments, and then otherwise, I think we're prepared for a motion.
I'll make a motion to adopt the April 15th board meeting minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Motion carries and the board meeting minutes are adopted. Next brings us to a couple of informational items. Our first being our current hydrologic conditions and response. Welcome up, Ms. Bean. And good morning.
Good morning, board members, Chair Esquivel. Okay, I have a short hydrologic conditions response update for you to kind of give a statewide view, and then I'll dig into a little bit of details. Oh, sorry, next slide, please. I'll do a little bit on the Scott and Shasta rivers. I know there were some questions about what's happening with the hydrology there, so we'll dig into that a little bit. I do want to say up front that it is not my area of expertise, so Eric Ekdahl is here to answer some additional questions as well as we go through that. And then we do have a guest joining us. Jessica Neuwirth from the Colorado River Board is going to be coming in to give us an update on the Colorado River. So if we could have the next slide, please. So at this point, we are at about just slightly under 100% of average for our precipitation, and that was as of May 3rd. As you are probably all well aware at this point, we have more precipitation north than we have south this year, a pretty big dipole, and that continues. Next slide, please. Okay, so if we look at the Northern Sierra Precipitation Index, what we are tracking on this somewhat busy slide is that dark blue line. We are right now at about 111% of average for the state, and you'll remember that that light blue shaded area is the average that we're following. Next slide, please. As we move south into the San Joaquin area, we drop a bit to 71% of average. And then next slide, please. And then in the Tulare area, we are at about 87% of average for precipitation. Next slide, please. All right, and now looking at the snow water content, so our snowpack, you can see that in the northern area, we are at about 71% of normal. The same for the central area. If you go to the third graph there, that's our southern area, and we're at about 50% of normal there. So statewide, that puts us at about 67%. Next slide, please. Our major reservoirs are all at or above their averages, really about the same as you saw the last time that Abby Warner presented to you. Next slide, please. Okay, just a little bit of an update on where we are with the water rights annual reports. So we have 54% of water rights holders reported by the February 1st deadline, 12% reported within the 30-day late fee grace period, and then we still have about 46% that are late or outstanding. And that is for both our pre and post 1914 water right holders. But if you take a look at this table, this is just digging into those post 1914s that we would be applying the late fees to. So it breaks it down a little bit more here. About 12% of those were between 31 to 60 days late, and then 5% were about 61 to 90 days late. Over 90 days, we have their 1%, and then we still have 28% outstanding. And if you look at the far column there, you can see we have total late fees. That is the fees that we will be assessing this year. So the late reporting fees just on those post-1914s. As you may or may not remember, we're going to be invoicing those in November with the annual fees that go out. So that will be the first time that folks will be seeing the fees come up on their bill. Just wanted to keep you up to date on what's happening there. So we do still have quite a few that are outstanding, but we do hope that this continues to help improve things going forward. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving over to the Scott and Shasta River watersheds, the curtailments are suspended for both. If we look at the Shasta River, as of yesterday morning, we were at 232 CFS. And just to give you a little bit of context here, on May 5th, over the last 88 years, the flows have ranged from 20 to 895 CFS. So there's a lot of variation there. The median is 110. And so our flow requirements at the Wairika gauge are 50 CFS from May through September 15th. And then we had a snowpack on the Shasta River of 141%. For April 1st, and I'll talk about that in another slide, why that matters. And then the Dwinelle Reservoir is about 90% full right now. For the Scott River, the Scott River was at about 1,600 CFS yesterday morning, and then over the last 83 years, those flows have also fluctuated substantially between 120 to 3,600 approximately CFS with a median of about 1,000. And the requirements at the Fort Jones gauge, I'm not going to read all of those numbers for you, but right now when we're talking about May, it would be 150 CFS. And as you'll recall, those move as the summer progresses. It's important to note, though, that the snowpack in the Scott River area is now down to 85% of average, and that's for May 1st. And that's a decrease from 131% in April. So that's a pretty big decline. And that matters. If you go to the next slide, please. Oh, I guess I'll talk about it in a couple of slides. I apologize. It does matter, and I'll explain it in a moment. I'm going to jump here to just give you a brief overview of where we are with the local cooperative solutions, groundwater local cooperative solutions. Staff are still reviewing these. We have received 33 applicants, 37 applications. And we did have 37 applicants in 2024, so slightly fewer. We have a variety of different applications here. There's best management practices, a cessation schedule, percent reductions, and then we're still reviewing some that were not entirely clear, 2 of those. And in terms of meters, there are approximately 60 meters associated with these applications, and it estimates that those meters cover about 6,200 irrigated acres. Again, staff are reviewing these applications, and they're also ensuring that the meters are installed, so these numbers could shift going forward as they continue that review. Next slide, please. Okay, taking a look at what the total area is covered basically for these groundwater local cooperative solutions. You can see here that in 2025, we've got close to 11,000 acres. That's 61% of the total irrigated acreage in the Scott Valley. And that is a bit lower than we had last year. And then if you go back to 2022, where it was nearing 100%. So there's still some room to go with folks that did not sign on to that, but it does say that shows that there's quite a few folks that, despite the high flows, are recognizing that they may need those at some point. Next slide, please. Okay, and so this is the traditional slide that you're used to seeing here, where you have your bright red line would be the minimum flow requirements, and the green bars are precipitation, and then you have your blue line that is frankly way off the charts right now in terms of where the flows are, so you can see that we're meeting those flow requirements. Next slide, please. If we zoom in here, this is where I'm going to talk a bit about the snowpack and why that matters. So if you take a look here, and I'm going to need to look at my notes a little bit for this, so I apologize. So for the Scott River, the May 1st snowpack measurement really provides a good deal of information for what the summer flows are going to look like. And so this graph right now, what you're seeing here is a number of hydrographs for different years that have similar snowpacks to this year. So this year is in black, that's our 2025, we're about 85%. And the staff looked at different years, and these are very similar years that they pulled together. And so if you take a look, in similar years to this year, the flows typically fall below the flow requirement in mid-July. So again, the red bar, you can see that it goes down there in mid-July to early August, and then it remains below the flow requirement until the fall. And so it's important to note that last year, and then in 2024, so that would be you can see the 24 is your dashed line. It rose a little bit earlier than some of the other years, and staff believes that's because there were some rain, some summer rains, and then also some higher groundwater levels. But the point here is that when you had a similar snowpack to this year, you're still seeing that in those years, we're not meeting that flow requirement. And then looking at the past 25-year history, there's actually only been 4 years when the Scott met the flow requirement. And the percent of the May 1st snowpack, ranged from about 138 to 251% of average. So really that higher snowpack matters. But there are years with even that snowpack when the temperatures are so high that it melts really, really quickly, and then it doesn't meet that level. So the point here, the big takeaway is that despite having a pretty good snowpack earlier, it's declined substantially. And even with where we are now, we're expecting that it could go below there. When exactly that would happen and what curtailments would be required are unknown. But just tracking these previous years, that's what it's looking like for the Scott. And I'll pause there for a second because I recognize I put out a lot of information, so you can ask questions, and I would also encourage Eric, if he has anything to add, to jump in.
Vice Chair, please.
Well, I requested this, so I just really appreciate the responsiveness. This is really interesting. I note that Region 1 is having a board meeting in which they're going to focus on Scott and Shasta. So this might be a good opportunity to unveil it elsewhere. So question is, first of all, have you discussed this or provided this information to stakeholders that have been engaged? And will this come up tomorrow and the day after at Region 1?
So in terms of providing this information to stakeholders, we've provided similar types of information for many years to the stakeholders in the Scott River watershed. We've shown this graph and kind of related ones. We have biweekly meetings with a kind of broad coalition group. And so they're familiar with this timeline. They're familiar with this kind of projection and where we think things are going. In terms of whether or not it comes up at the regional board meeting, we anticipate that there will be questions, but the regional board meeting is more focused on a TMDL and agricultural waiver. And It won't directly get into curtailments, but in as much that they're all related, we anticipate that there will be substantial discussion around flows and what it means for the community in the Scott and Shasta watersheds.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll go ahead and go to the next slide, please. This is just continuing on with a little bit more information. We don't have a lot of information about historical groundwater levels in the area, but you can see on this graph that we have the depth to water table here, and the groundwater levels are high compared to other years that we have this data for the ones that we do. So again, that's good. Don't know exactly what that's going to turn out to be, but we're hopeful that it can help have a positive impact on flows. Next slide, please. So again, you're familiar, this is now the Shasta River, where you're taking a look at, again, the flows are above there. You can see that we have I'm having trouble seeing right now, I apologize, some Chinook and Coho in the system in April. Next slide, please. And now you're somewhat familiar with this graph. You can see here really kind of a similar thing where you have your flows. The black line again is this year, and where it stands and what if we will tend to see similar years do a similar trend. You can see here most of these lines at some point go down between June or July, so a little bit earlier that you're going under the flow requirement here. For the Shasta River for the past 25 years, it's only met the minimum flow 1 year. And so it is a lot, the expectation even in the various years with the snowpack does not necessarily have the same impact, but we do expect that at some point it will probably go down to that level, exactly when we're not entirely sure. Next slide, please.
Thank you. I just want to reflect that on the previous slide, I had to look at it kind of quickly, but it looked like the flows were actually quite a lot higher than, thank you, than last year. So that's promising. And I think on the next slide, we're seeing the same thing where the black line, the trend at least is riding higher than some of the comparable other water years. So we are, at least in the Shasta, seeing I guess, relatively speaking, a fairly wet year, it seems like.
I am not going to say anything specific about that because, like I said, I don't know as much about the specifics on that. I do know these are very similar years, but I hope that that's the case as well, and I can confirm that with our team a little bit.
I appreciate that. I think it's just me conveying a little bit of optimism and hope that what we're seeing is encouraging. Flows are moving in the right direction. A couple of wetter hydrologies back-to-back years. Looks like so far so good for this year, but I agree, and it's really helpful to see these projections. And I think the Vice Chair's point about communicating this information to stakeholders so everyone has a better awareness about what might be coming is a good thing to do. Thank you.
And I'll just jump in quickly and note that it is a better year. I think one of the key takeaways was that Dwinelle is 90% full, and I believe that's as full as I've seen it in many years. I think that's going to really help things throughout the summer. But it is also a more regulated system. And so part of the question is going to be, how does Dwinelle, releases from Dwinelle, what sort of carryover they try to preserve for next year, what that means for flows, and then the related kind of spring-driven dynamics in the Shasta. So it is a much better year. It was a wetter year. Fingers crossed that really helps things throughout the rest of the season.
Yeah, I know there have been some good conversations in the watershed around swapping out, water from Dwinelle, given that it is warmer there, and some of the colder springs that may be able to supplement through those times. So it's good.
Next slide, please. Great. So that is what I have for you today on that area. And then I'm going to shift over and introduce Jessica Newworth, unless there's any other questions on the rest of the earlier slides.
Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Bean.
Okay, great.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me here to give an update on the Colorado River. It's a relatively chaotic and contentious time right now in the Colorado River. So I do have quite a few updates, but feel free to interrupt me at any point. Jump in with questions, and I'm happy to answer them either during the presentation or at the end. So next slide, I will give a quick overview, some table setting on the Colorado River in California. So the Colorado River is shared by 7 states and by the US and Mexico. You can see the basin boundaries over on the right-hand side. And then zooming into California, you can see the areas of Southern California that receive water from the Colorado River. So obviously the entire southern coastal plain of California relies, at least in part, on Colorado River water to meet its needs. And there are also a number of very large agricultural districts out in the Imperial and Coachella valleys and along the Colorado River itself that receive Colorado River water. Next slide. So just a quick overview of the basin here. The Colorado River is managed through a series of laws and agreements that stakeholders call the Law of the River. And the first piece of that is the 1922 Compact, which allocated 17.5 million acre feet of water between the basin states and the country of Mexico. Unfortunately, that compact was put together during a particularly wet series of years, and our more recent hydrology has been delivering us about 12.4 million acre feet a year. So there's obviously a pretty big mismatch between demand and supply on the Colorado River. Luckily, one area that has helped us a lot in the Colorado River Basin is that we have a great deal of storage. There's about 60 million acre feet of storage on the Colorado River system between the large reservoirs, Lake Mead, Lake Powell, and a series of other reservoirs across the river that have allowed us to bank water in some of our few wet years and release it more slowly to meet needs. So the Colorado River is currently operating under what we call the 2007 interim guidelines. So in order for reclamation to operationalize these sometimes sort of vague rules in the law of the river, they put together what we call guidelines. And the 2007 guidelines accomplished 2 things, which are to coordinate the releases between Lake Powell, which is in the Colorado River Basin's upper basin, and Lake Mead, which is in the lower basin. So it's that intertie between the upper and lower basins to manage how those dams work together. And the guidelines also set shortages for the lower basin when water is unavailable. Those set of guidelines are expiring in September of 2026. So we are right now in the process of putting together a new set of operational guidelines. Those guidelines, we are still in the process of negotiating them, but those will probably set operations for the next 10 to as much as 30 years. Next slide. So we are right now in the process of working with our sister states across the basin to determine what operations post-2026 will look like. And we know for sure that we will need to use less water. The demand across the basin over the past 20 years has left us with an annual deficit. Every year we've been taking more out of storage than we've been putting back in on average. So one of our goals is to have larger and more regular shortages and to ensure that we're living within our means. So back in 2024, the lower basin released a proposal for how to do that. The upper basin released a dueling proposal. The lower basin's proposal included reductions nearly every year in the lower basin that would fix that annual shortfall that we have in the basin. So you can see those proposed reductions here. Arizona would be at 760,000 acre feet a year, California at 440,000 acre feet a year, Nevada and Mexico also chipping in under this plan. And these would happen not every year, but nearly every year. But we also know that this is not enough to get us through some of the drier hydrologies that we anticipate on the horizon. The Colorado River Basin has been significantly impacted by climate change. We have been watching the basin get hotter and drier every year. And so we anticipate that going forward, the basin will be even drier than it is today. So our challenge right now is to figure out how that is going to be dealt with across the basin. And there's a number of different legal theories on how that will work. The basin states have been meeting regularly in an attempt to work out among ourselves how we want to deal with shortfalls in the basin. The Bureau of Reclamation is really seeking a consensus from the basin states. The main challenge right now is between the upper and the lower basins. The lower basin believes that it has the senior priority on the river and is asking the upper basin to contribute significantly if there is insufficient supply. The upper basin has a different stance, and so we're currently meeting with them to see if we can find some path forward that shares the burden of shortages in a way that everyone can accept. What we're looking at is shortages that could be as much as 3 to 4 million acre feet on an annual basis, which is an enormous number. That would comprise over 50% of the lower basin's water supply if we were to take all of those reductions. So our stance in California has been to push for some sort of distribution, some equitable distribution of those shortages across all of the basins, all of the states in the basin, to make sure that it's a burden that we can reasonably take on. So within California, we have agreed to 440,000 acre feet of reductions. We haven't yet determined how that will be shared among California's Colorado River water users. And there's also the possibility that California will agree to greater shortages when necessary as part of these ongoing negotiations among the states. So we're still in the midst of figuring out what all of this will look like. In January, Reclamation published a report with some proposed alternatives to include in their 2026 guidelines environmental impact statement. They declined to analyze either the proposal from the upper basin or from the lower basin. But they do have essentially a placeholder in that report should the basin states reach a consensus that can be analyzed in that EIS. So right now, Reclamation is on track to put together a draft environmental impact statement for the post-2026 guidelines sometime at the end of this year. And if the basin states have a consensus alternative for that draft, it will need to be finished sometime within the next month or month and a half. If not, it may be possible for the basin states to submit an alternative in time for the final EIS, but time is running relatively short. So the basin states have been meeting very regularly in an attempt to iron out some sort of deal that respects our different positions and our different ways of operating. So that is the very high level overview, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the board might have.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you, Ms. Newworth. Really appreciate you stepping up into your leadership role here as well. Glad to see you here.
Thank you so much.
I think I just kind of wondering, because our next meeting actually will be our Salton Sea workshop, where the Salton Sea is kind of figured in some of these discussions.
Yes.
Certainly, as you and I well know, previous general manager Kevin Kelly really brought the Salton Sea to a forefront when it comes to a lot of the discussions in the Colorado River Basin. So
Yes.
just kind of wondering if it's still been a feature of some of the discussions as folks are thinking the long term.
Yes, it definitely has been. I don't think we have, until we know how the shortage will be distributed within California, we won't know necessarily what the impact to the sea could be. But we do know that IID is California's largest Colorado River water user, and any solution to significantly reduce California's water use will probably have implications for IID. And my main goal is to ensure that California has the resources needed to do any required mitigation for the sea without that hamstringing our ability to save water out in the Imperial and Coachella valleys. So it's been part of the discussion, but so far we don't really have a roadmap for what will be happening at the sea. But it's something that we're keeping a very close watch on.
Really appreciate that. And I guess, again, I think the top level, to your point, negotiation numbers on what we'll be managing to will be really important. But wondering if there's also, though, then been discussion around the types of investments that can ultimately help the basin states be able to make up for what we know is already a natural loss in the system, and here trying to align our expectations. So wondering if there's funding discussions around, say, water recycling or brackish desal or the sort of, or even conservation out there as part of the discussions.
Yes, yeah, that's been a big part of what especially the lower basin has been doing over the past several years. We were lucky that the basin was allocated a pretty large chunk of funding under the Inflation Reduction Act, and Reclamation has granted large grants to water districts across California and across the lower basin in particular. I know that Metropolitan Water District is working on Pure Water SoCal, which is a recycling plant that they've received grants for, and also some of our urban conservation programs. So we have kind of a two-pronged approach, which is to focus, one, on kind of short-term conservation that can yield us water quickly when need be, and then also on these more enduring projects like infrastructure that can yield returns for many years. So that includes water recycling. We've also been regulating reservoirs in areas like IID to ensure that they can better manage their supply without wasting water. So there's been a number of those projects across the basin. I think we need to formulate what our ask list is, I guess, going into 2026, knowing that there could be maybe less funding available. We've been lucky that we had a bit of a windfall over the past couple of years. So utilizing that existing funding for the greatest returns and really sort of refining a list of the biggest bang for our buck going forward.
That's great. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions or comment. Seeing none further. Thank you again, Ms. Newworth. Really appreciate you stepping in. I know it's fraught times. I really appreciate your steady leadership across it. So thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you so much. Good to see you all.
All right. And Ms. Bean, anything further? Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's any question or comment, let me quickly glance. I don't believe we have any commenters for this item. And not seeing any then, I think we can wrap up. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Ms. Bean. Appreciate the update and opportunity just to understand, especially on the Colorado River, where things are. So thank you. All right. That now brings us to our next informational item, which is a presentation on the 2025 status update for the Underground Storage Tank Cleanup Fund Program. I'll give folks a moment here to swap out. Good morning. Good to see you all. Oh, sorry. I think there's a button there at the base. It should be green once you're good to go. All right.
Is that
Thank you.
now?
Good morning.
Perfect. Yeah, good morning. And then good morning, Vice Chair Diadamo and members of the board. I'm Adrian Perez, Underground Storage Tank Cleanup Fund Manager with the Division of Financial Assistance, along with Dana Cordano, the UST Cleanup Program Manager with the Division of Water Quality, and Mercy Ryer with Office of Chief Counsel. And we'll be presenting an update on our programs. Next slide, please. So the UST Cleanup Fund is the financial responsibility mechanism for petroleum UST owners and operators to meet the federal and state requirements to pay for any damages arising from their tank operations. The fund reimburses eligible costs for expenses associated with the cleanup fund of leaking USTs And the fund is generated by a per gallon fee paid by UST owners. It's a 2 cents petroleum storage fee. And we're supported by the Office of Enforcement that aids our fraud prevention. Next slide, please. And the cleanup fund was extended through 2035. The push for the extension was because we're expecting an increase in applications due to the single wall tanks deadline, which is at the end of this calendar year. We're starting to see that increase too. We had an increase of 18% in applications from fiscal year 24-25 to fiscal year 23-24. And we've also issued 235 letters of commitment this fiscal year, which was a 200% increase from last fiscal year. Next slide, please. And this next slide is an overview as our program as a whole. So it's got our claims that we received. The total number of claims received was over 21,000 claims. There are currently 3,362 claims that are active, and approximately 83% of those are declaimants. So the suspended claims are claims that are deemed eligible, but with unresolved issues such as changes in entities, settlements, issues, or contact information. And then the difference that you're seeing from our claims received, claims closed, those were claims that were deemed ineligible or withdrawn from our claims. Next slide, please. And in this slide, it's a total amount reimbursed by priority class over the past 5 years. As you can see, we've done a really successful job of sending out reimbursements for A through B and C priority claims that we've been able to issue out for priority D claims. And in the past 5 years, we've reimbursed over $1 billion to D claimants. And the majority of the D claimants are being paid out are due to older closed sites. And we're still making sure that our priorities on class A through C, they're still taking our priority over D claimants when we have funding shortfalls, but we've had sufficient funding these past 5 years. Next slide, please. And as of April 1st, 2025, we've seen a 20% decrease in our reimbursement request, received along with a 30% decrease in the amount requested. And part of the reason for this decrease is that many of our priority D claimants with some of our older closed sites are having challenges getting the necessary documents needed for reimbursement backups, so permits or whatnot. But we are expecting this trend to reverse as we see more single wall tanks applications and an increase, that 200% increase in our letters of commitment. As we can see, we've had over 1,500 RRs that were released to accounting since July 2024 for a total of $129.3 million. The fund has utilized 75% of fiscal year claim spending authority, and the program has not begun to utilize our fiscal year 24-25 spending authority. This is the first time in the last several years that we're not using current money. Next slide, please. So a little about our cleanup fund companion programs. We have the commingled plume account, the expedited claim account program, emergency abandoned recalcitrant account, and school district accounts. With our commingled plume account, we have a limited number of commingled plume applications received. Since we don't have a backlog on the priority list, we are not seeing claimants utilizing the commingled plume as a priority to get reimbursements. They're coming in as normal applications and are being reimbursed in a timely manner. In the expedited account program, our staff has assisted regional boards and LOPs in closing 151 cases since the inception of the program. So the average site prior to joining ECAP has been an open case for 20 plus years. And once it joins ECAP, on the average, it's closing within 3 years. That's a really nice plus of that program. The Emergency and Abandoned and Recalcitrant Account Program, our EAR program, has been effective stalled case mechanism, with DFA and DFQ have worked together to utilize EAR funding for sites that have RPs who refuse to comply with cleanup orders. And the EAR program is not a reimbursement program. We do have cost recovery mechanisms for all the costs. And then for our school district account, we have few remaining school district claims because a lot of them have closed. We have sufficient funding available also to continue to prioritize the payments to the school district claims for the next several years. And for our next slide, please. And for our grant programs, we have the Orphan Site Cleanup Fund, which provides financial assistance to eligible applicants that there is no financially viable responsible party and that the applicant is not eligible for the UST Cleanup Fund. We have approximately 30 sites that have been approved and in line to be funded next fiscal year. And we have 42 projects with committed funding fiscal year 24-25 for a total of $10.8 million in funding. Our next program is the RUST program, which issues grants and loans and are available to assist small business underground UST owners and operators to come into compliance with the UST regulatory requirements by removing or replacing or upgrading USTs. And this fiscal year, we have the most projects funded and amount awarded in program history due to the approaching single wall tank deadline. And you can see we've had 75 projects with committed funding for fiscal year 24-25 and for a total of 43.2 million funded. And we've been able to accomplish that utilizing only 3 program analysts. So just a really great accomplishment by our REST program. And then our next program is our Site Cleanup Subaccount Program, SCAP. We have the board's well aware of our SCAP program. We're already working on our scoring applications for the upcoming fiscal year. We have 14 projects committed this fiscal year and with $17.3 million in funding. Next slide, please. And a little bit about our 3 mills authority and background. So SB 445 was created, the 3 mills allocation for the petroleum storage fee for SCAP, school districts, and the RUST account. So as part of SB 45, it is required that the water board staff issue a recommendation on how the 3 mills will be split between the 3 programs each fiscal year. And the account currently generates about $43 million per year. So the table to the right shows historical and future allocations. So we can see that in 2020-21, we had a 50-50 split between SCAP and RUST. And these last several years, we've had an 85-15 split for SCAP and SCAP and RUST. And so in the next slides, I'll go a little bit more in our breakdown. Next slide, please. And so our proposed allocations for the 3 mills is this distribution, the allocation for, currently in the governor's budget for fiscal year 25-26 is that there's 50% allocation to RUST and 85% to SCAP. We are recommending for the 26-27 fiscal year, 0% to RUST and 100% to SCAP. And in the next slide, we'll dive into why we're proposing these allocations. Next slide, please. For our RUST program, so after accounting for funding allocated to active projects, our expected revenues in current year, the petroleum UST, so our RUST account will have approximately $109 million available going into fiscal year 25-26. And in fiscal year 25-26, RUST will continue to receive the 15% of the 3 mills, which is estimated about $6.4 million, as well as currently as approximately $5 million in revenue from loan bar repayments. So we can see its projected revenue would be about $11.4 million. The current budget authority for RUST in fiscal year 25-26 is $16.9 million. And so after incorporating both expenditures and revenues for fiscal year 25-26, the RUST account will have a sizable cash balance available into fiscal year 26-27. So this cash balance far exceeds the 16.9 fiscal year 26% budget authority for RUST program. And so while RUST has seen this high, historical high project funding for this current fiscal year, we do expect that the trend will begin to decrease as our single wall tank deadline approaches this calendar year. All right, next slide, please. And so the allocation for SCAP 100% is the need for our SCAP program. We've had 430 applicants that have not been allocated funding. We've had 145 projects requested from the regional boards that have not received funding, and the program expects to continue to increase in funding requests as more projects is identified. So thank you, members of the board. I'll pass the presentation on to Dana.
Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Adrian. Good morning, Chair Escobar, Vice Chair Diadamo, and members of the board. As Adrian said, I'm Dana Cordano. I'm the UST Cleanup Program Manager, presented to you last October, so I know you're well aware of our program. And as you're aware, Division of Water Quality is the program manager for the whole UST program, and we work really closely with the UST Cleanup Fund, the regional water boards, and the local oversight programs to ensure statewide consistency and develop initiatives that will strengthen and support our program. Next slide, please. This slide is a breakdown of our open and closed cases currently. So we have closed nearly 41,000 cases across California since the beginning of the program, which accounts for approximately 96% of all UST cleanup cases. At the end of the state fiscal year 2023-24, we had closed 226 cases. And we continue to close cases across the state, and there are, and we have 190 cases that are marked eligible for closure in GeoTracker. So the UST cleanup program only has 1,370 open cases across the state. The regional boards oversee the majority of these cases with 1,106 active cases. We currently have 5 counties that participate in the local oversight program. That's Alameda County, Orange County, Sacramento County, San Mateo County, and Santa Clara County. And they oversee 250 cases. We're currently in the process of recertifying the LOPs and have recommended that all 5 of our current LOPs be recertified for a 3-year period, with the exception of Sacramento County, who has requested a 2-year certification for wind down of the program. The amazing success of this program really can be attributed to the fact that all of our oversight costs are covered. Though not all sites qualify for the UST Cleanup Fund, all UST sites that petroleum UST sites are covered through the fund for oversight costs. So this gives our caseworkers the ability to experiment how we manage things and come up with creative solutions to get our cases cleaned up and closed. Our current caseload consists of the more challenging cases that require more time and resources to meet closure. So some of these challenges we are facing as no responsible parties, such as deceased responsible parties, dissolved trusts, or no successors. We have a lot of funding issues where the people don't qualify for the fund, and there's and need to get in one of the other funding programs that are part of the overall cleanup fund umbrella. And we also have a lot of complicated site data like commingled plumes and offsite sources that we're now having to deal with. And because we're working on these more challenging cases, our caseloads are definitely starting to age, and the average caseload is about 26 years old right now. Next slide, please. So to help understand the distribution of our cases across the state, we've broken our caseload down by CalEnviroScreen 4.0. So as you can see on this slide, there are 485 sites that are in areas with CES scores over 75%. So these are tend to be more disadvantaged communities. This constitutes about 35% of our current caseload, and the program has put a emphasis on prioritizing these cases to ensure that vulnerable communities aren't shouldering an unfair pollution burden. Next slide. And part of that to help with those efforts is our stalled case initiative. It started in 2018 in a partnership with US EPA to move our cases with little or no activity towards cleanup and closure through direct collaboration with US EPA, Division of Water Quality, Division of Financial Assistance, Office of Enforcement, and US EPA funded contractors. So as reported in our previous updates, this initiative has been highly successful, providing regional boards and LOPs with the necessary resources to move stuck or stalled or static cases towards closure. It continues to be an instrumental to moving all of our cases, or some of our more difficult cases, towards cleanup and closure, and we've closed 227 cases through the stalled case initiative since 2018, and we have currently 37 cases in progress for closure. So the stalled case initiative is currently working on 230 cases from 8 regional boards and 2 LOPs. The 1 regional board and 3 LOPs that are not in the initiative tend to not have stalled cases or haven't identified any currently. The initiative continually adds new cases at the regional board and LOP's requests. And so far this state fiscal year, we've secured funding for 21 sites, with an additional 21 sites being reviewed for funding. And we've issued 15 enforceable directives, 5 notice of violations, referred 13 cases to the Office of Enforcement, and have successfully completed 5 warrants for site access for us to complete the work through the EAR program. So this initiative has been highly successful, and we believe that we could benefit by utilizing this model in our other sister site cleanup program. And we're currently exploring how to create a similar initiative, but funding is the biggest challenge in that program, considering they don't have oversight costs paid for as we do in the UST cleanup world. So next slide, please. And so in October, we talked a little bit about tribal engagement, but I wanted to go into a little bit more detail about what we've been doing. So it's really part of our mission as a program to ensure that vulnerable communities and populations are not disproportionately impacted by leaking UST sites. So for nearly a decade, we've been becoming increasingly focused on incorporating racial equity considerations into our work. And so, however, over the last 2 years really, we found that we haven't really fully incorporated the interests and needs of federally and state recognized tribal nations. Historically, the UST and site cleanup programs have had limited outreach with tribes prior to proceeding with cleanup activities. So tribal interests are not place-based and can span tens to hundreds of miles across the state. So with 109 federally recognized tribes and another 65 not recognized that are seeking recognition across California, there's a potential that cleanup activities could impact areas of tribal significance. As such, the UST cleanup program and site cleanup programs are coordinating efforts to increase tribal engagement prior to cleanup activities to reduce or eliminate impacts to lands of tribal interest. In 2024, the UST Cleanup Program organized the Tribal Engagement Task Force that includes members of both the UST Cleanup and Site Cleanup programs from the State Water Board, regional water boards, and local oversight programs to share experiences, best practices, and ideas on how the cleanup programs can more meaningfully engage with tribal nations. The task force coordinates with the regional tribal coordinators and the Office of Public Engagement, Equity, and Tribal Affairs, formerly OPP. Our goal is to build tools and provide resources for case managers to assist them in engaging with tribes in a meaningful way while continuing our efforts to protect human health, safety, and the environment. So the majority of our cleanup sites are years to decades into the cleanup process, and we can't turn back the clock. So as we move forward, we're really committed to engaging the tribal nations and building relationships and trusts with the tribes so we can hear their concerns, suggestions, and historical knowledge and bring their feedback into our current cleanup status of sites. Next slide, please. Another big initiative we reported on in October, which is of much interest to the state as a whole, is sea level rise. So our rising seas and rising groundwater tables pose a current risk to historical cleanup sites and current cleanup sites, with the potential to remobilize hazardous substances, causing damage to subsurface infrastructure, exacerbate vapor intrusion risks to human health, and potentially daylight contaminated groundwater. So the State Water Board Division of Water Quality has been working with DTSC and collaborating on a sea level rise and groundwater rise vulnerability screening tool focused on assessing potential impacts to cleanup sites across California. We're creating a joint public dashboard and interactive map that will utilize data from both GeoTracker and EnviroStore. And the tool will include an assessment of how vulnerable individual how vulnerable individual cleanup sites are to sea level rise and or groundwater rise, and will assess if communities are being impacted, and it will assist cleanup agencies in understanding where further evaluation might be needed. So open, inactive, and closed cleanup sites will be included in this tool, and there's an effort underway to identify closed historical cleanup sites from former and current lead agencies across California. This includes agencies like the former local implementing agencies that used to provide support in the cleanup world for both USTs and site cleanup. And with these documents that we get from these agencies, we'll create new site records in GeoTracker and make sure that key documentation is digitized and uploaded. So really the goal of this effort is to bring awareness to the vulnerability of cleanup sites to sea level rise and groundwater rise, and to help assist communities, local, regional, and state agencies and tribes in sea level rise and groundwater rise resilience planning and protection of human health, water quality, and the environment. Our anticipated rollout is going to start, anticipated rollout officially is January 1st, 2027, but we'll be doing some beta testing and public outreach prior to that in 2026. Next slide, please. And as always, we like to also highlight the need for that we see in the site cleanup program. You know, as our caseload dwindles at the UST cleanup program, we work more and more closely with the site cleanup program to impart all our knowledge and our experiences with them. And so we've really been working hard over the last 5 years to really figure out a way to make the site cleanup program as successful as the UST cleanup program. There's approximately 5,300 active site cleanup cases across California, and those are under both the regional water board and local agencies that have self-certification through the health and safety code. And so most of these sites are our highest risk sites, much more of a risk than they are from the UST cleanup world, and they really lack that oversight costs or oversight payment that we have. The majority of our funding for non-petroleum contamination is that polluter pays model. So it really is only benefiting communities where we have development, where we have responsible parties that can afford to do the cleanup. SCAP is really the only funding option that dischargers have who can't afford the cleanup of spills on their property, or if they acquired a property that has contamination that they weren't aware of. And so because, as Adrian showed, this funding is so limited, we can really only address a handful of sites across California on an annual basis. And there's, as Adrian said, there's 130 sites that have applied for funding that haven't been awarded because we don't have the resources within that program. So as we move forward, the two programs are working together to just kind of determine how we can impart our successes with the knowledge that they have a lot more challenges than we do without that funding mechanism. But we find that a lot of the joint efforts, like we showed, like tribal engagement and sea level rise, have been helping to broaden that area and helping move cases forward. So next slide, please. So as I said, we have a much smaller caseload than we've ever had. It is fluctuating somewhat just due to redevelopment and things like that. But we have some big challenges that we've really been focusing on trying to figure out in our program. The biggest one, obviously, is climate change. Cleanup sites are highly vulnerable to climate change. Not only do we have to worry about contaminant migration from sea level and groundwater rise, but we have to worry about the effects of increased fires, atmospheric rivers, extended droughts, and more. All these things could impact cleanup sites and the ways in which we do cleanup. The next thing is complex sites. You know, so since we have so few sites, the sites we have are much more complex. California has a rich history of industry, which has made commingle plumes and unidentified sources a lot more common now. And as we discover more and more of these sites, we have to come up with new ways to address these more complex cleanup sites. And luckily, through our stalled case initiative team, we're able to address a lot of these, but we still have a lot of challenges. And PFAS is a big one. We, have just hit the iceberg of how these forever chemicals have impacted human health and the environment. And we're just getting an idea of how widespread they are across California. And we don't really have a strong grasp on how they relate to petroleum UST releases. We also need to understand how the complexity of PFAS impacts how we do remediation and cleanup at UST sites, because we could potentially be making the problem worse by some of the methods that we use within our program. And then a really big one too, like I said, was redevelopment. California's really in a desperate need for additional housing and our ever-growing population. And we've seen a rapid increase in redevelopment projects across the state. And a lot of these redevelopment projects are altering the properties significantly in some ways, such as zoning changes or underground structures and things like that. And these require the UST cleanup program to reevaluate previously closed sites to determine if they're still protective to human health, considering the changes in site conditions. We've also been getting a number of abandoned USTs that are being found during redevelopment activities, which is why our caseload, it tends to be fluctuating between 1,300 and 1,400 right now, because we're getting a lot open and then closed. And then we're really challenged with balancing that need and making sure that redevelopment can happen and move forward, but we're still addressing the human health concerns. Next slide, please. So future challenges. So have you seen, we've done amazing things on the cleanup team, and we're really dedicated to restoring California's resources for all Californians. So over the next 5 years, we're going to face a lot of challenges that will change our program significantly, and the shortage of funding for site cleanup program remains an impediment as we work together more. So to plan for these changes, we need to really maximize our resources and ensure we have the ability to address all the challenges we face. So this is going to include shifting some sites away from the site cleanup program into the UST program that still fall under the UST regulations from the Health and Safety Code. So this includes things like non-petroleum USTs, which are currently being managed by the site cleanup program, and military USTs. And then over the last 2 years, the UST cleanup and site cleanup programs have been working more closely and coming together on collaboration efforts such as sea level rise and tribal engagement. And so to better strengthen those programs and share knowledge of our successes and challenges, these groups need to continue to work together closely to ensure we're effectively and cleaning up the contaminated properties across the state. And then we are definitely going to have more of a demand for providing faster data-driven decisions to address climate change and racial equity concerns. So to do this, we're going to really need to expand GeoTracker. So we're currently working on solutions and funding exploring funding sources to be able to get the programming hours need to make that expansion and to make sure that GeoTracker can meet the needs of the 13 programs it currently supports, and then any future programs that would like to be incorporated in our system. Next slide, please. So if you have any questions, please let us know.
Thank you. Really appreciative of this yearly update. You know, these programs are a quiet workhorse here at the State Water Resources Control Board. They don't get as much attention, but are really critical, to your point, to a lot of the redevelopment discussions and the need to infill. So just really appreciative of all the improvements that have gone on to the program in order to wrap our arms around the case workload, but importantly, be able to get those resources out to communities and ameliorate what are otherwise these unmitigated environmental concerns that limit growth, limit the ability for us to repurpose properties and expand our housing. So just really a ton of thanks to you and the team. Again, this is an efficient and quiet program that continues to really deliver for Californians. I'm very proud of all the work that continues to go on, even despite what I know is not enough resources for the need that's out there. I think that's something we continue to encounter certainly in our programs, and an unfortunate theme, but really appreciate the work that's gone on nonetheless to prioritize, to get projects out, and to do our best with what is a huge state with a lot of need in this space. So Mitch, thanks to the leadership, and thank you for the update here. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have questions. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. Don't have a question, just wanted to make a comment. Just really wanted to thank you guys for the annual presentation and just really highlighting the need and the work of just every year taking a look at what the need is, what the funding sources are, and how to not only just shift projects, but also shift funding to make sure that we're able to get to the projects that are in need and really, making sure that it's transparent of making, so that everyone is aware of here's where the need is for this year. This is how we're shifting the projects. This is how we're shifting the funding to make sure that that need is met. And doing that on an annual basis so that, not only the board, that the public can understand that, here's where this is the work that is occurring and what the state of that work is, because as the chair is saying, there's a huge need that's out there. It is ever shifting, and there's a lot that still needs to be done. And it's really that understanding of where is that work today and how are we accomplishing that work to keep the good work that you guys are doing moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Can you remind me, do we have a dashboard that's up that shows kind of on any sort of yearly or otherwise basis what dollars have gone to which projects? Only because I think it is helpful for folks to kind of be able to see in one place geographically the spread and the various projects. So if we don't have a tool like that, I would recommend.
We currently don't. We have tracking of that. We have maps that we provide to the legislature for their own updates, but our goal is we've been working with the cleanup programs to optimize the systems to talk to each other better so we can get that into GeoTracker so we could create something like that. It's just been difficult because they have their fiscal system and GeoTracker don't communicate. They don't have a direct connection currently, but we're hoping to get some updates in there to do that in the future. I know they're making it easier so we can actually grab data from them, which might make it so we could do like nightly downloads where we could do that, or even weekly or monthly, depending on what we need. So it is something in the works. It's just we don't have it yet. It's also going to be limited. Our programming time is limited, and we're working on some big projects, not only the sea level rise dashboard, which is going to take significant programming time, but we're also working on the vapor intrusion database tool in conjunction with DTSC. So that is also going to take significant programming time. And we work closely with irrigated lands to make sure that we're meeting their needs too. So we have a lot of big projects in the works. We're working out right now where we can find different funding sources from different programs so that we can provide those type of tools within GeoTracker, because we know that the public depends really a lot on our system. And so we want to make sure that we can be as transparent as possible, but also be cognizant of our limited resources in that area. So.
That's great. Incredibly appreciative.
Yeah.
All right. Not seeing anything further, and we don't have any commenters. So thanks. Really appreciate again the update. Great work, and look forward to hearing further about the program throughout the year here. So thank you. Much appreciated. All right. That now brings us to an item from our Division of Financial Assistance, another item here, which will be regarding the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund policy amendments. Give folks a moment to swap out here. Just a note on timing as well as we're swapping out the panel here. I know we have a significant number of folks that are here for item number 5. Item number 4 here has at least 13 commenters. We will try to get through the presentation quickly. We may have to, well, we'll see if we'll have to end up breaking for lunch before we get to item number 5 or not, but just want to be able to make sure and help folks to plan here. We'll see how quickly we get through. And if anything, we'll potentially just work through and then break so as folks have a late lunch, but work through our items before we break for lunch. Good morning. Good to see you all.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Esquivel. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Lisa Hong. I am the supervising engineer over the Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. And joining me today are our Assistant Deputy Director, Mike Downey, and our wonderful attorneys, Matt Wilson and Jean Fung. We're here today to talk with you about the SRF policy amendment. So for context, the policy amendment describes how DFA administers funding for the SRF program. It has elements such as what are the application requirements, how loan projects are prioritized, what type of costs are eligible for reimbursement. What it does not have is how much funding is available year to year, what are application demands in-house, and which projects are on the fundable list for that year. Those are decisions that the board makes as part of our annual intended use plan process. So next slide, please. We have a brief agenda for today, starting with an overview of the program as well as of the policy amendment. Then we're going to go into the public comments that we have received, and we'll spend the majority of the time today diving into the scoring criteria, which is where we received most amount of comments. We'll finish the presentation with a summary of other changes. Next slide, please. Starting with a brief overview of the program, the Clean Water SRF program was created in 1987 as an amendment to the Clean Water Act, and the Drinking Water SRF program followed suit about 10 years later as an amendment to the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act. They're both low-cost infrastructure financing programs that fund water quality and drinking water projects. At the bottom of the slide, you can see a number of funding uses for the program, as well as funding sources that go into the program. Overall, the loan capacity for the Clean Water SRF program is about $600 million per year. That's the amount that's available to be given out to projects. And for the drinking water program, it's about $300 million per year. Next slide, please. So how does money move through the SRF program? Compared to a traditional grant program, we operate a lot more like an infrastructure bank. So federal capitalization that's appropriated by Congress comes into the program each year, and there is a requirement for 20% state match. And from our bank, we can then give out that funding either as principal forgiveness, which in layman's terms is grant, or we can give it out as low interest loans. And those low interest loans then get paid back into our bank over typically a 30-year period, very similar to a mortgage. On the left-hand side, you see a box for revenue bonds. So we are able and do sell our own bonds. And that's very similar to taking out a loan on your mortgage. It gets more cash flow into the program in the near future. We do have to pay it back over time. Sometimes Mike would joke that we are like a bad bank because most banks exist to make money, and we are losing money in order to help support important water quality and drinking water projects in our communities. Next slide, please. So why are we doing this policy amendment? When we embarked on the policy amendment, we had a few goals in mind. One, we've seen a higher demand on the program within the last few years, and we wanted a way to better manage the high demand that we've been seeing. Also, The last time the policy was amended was 6 years ago. So we also wanted to update the policy to better align with the board's current priority. There is also an operational side to the policy. So part of the policy amendment goal is also to improve timeline and efficiency and procedures for our program. Next slide, please. This slide shows a little bit of information on the history of the policy amendment. As mentioned, the last time the policy was amended was back in 2019, which is 6 years ago. In October of last year, we released a draft policy amendment for public comments, and the board held a workshop to receive those comments. During the board workshop, many agencies expressed concerns about the loan scoring criteria in particular, and the board directed us to take another look at the scoring criteria proposal and to work with our stakeholders to try to come to some consensus. So that's what we've been doing for the last 5 months or so. We've been meeting regularly with our key stakeholders and anyone who submitted comments to try to build some consensus. The goal of the consensus building effort is to still stay true to the initial purpose of the policy amendment while trying to find alternatives where we can reach some consensus with our stakeholders. And after about 5 months of doing that, we now feel comfortable bringing an updated proposal to you for consideration today. Next slide, please. There are 4 key areas in the policy amendment. The scoring criteria for loan is by far where we got the most comments. And then there are updates to authority for the board and for the deputy director, expanded cost eligibility for reimbursement, and then some standardizing and streamlining as well. And we'll spend most of today talking about the scoring criteria. Next slide, please. The slide shows all the valuable public comments that we have received. And here we do want to thank our stakeholders and commenters both for the valuable feedback and also for the ongoing engagement in the program. Everybody has a pretty busy schedule, and we appreciate our stakeholders continue to take time to engage with us on this policy and also as part of our stakeholder advisory group. So I want to thank you here. Also, one thing, thank you. I want to give a shout out to my manager, Mike Downey, sitting here. Mike has been very engaged in this process and has done a lot of work to move those conversations forward. Next slide, please. The next couple of slides showed the notable public comments that we have received. It's a little bit hard to visualize them without looking at the scores itself, because right now it just looks like a lot of bullets. So I'll briefly talk through them here, and then we can dive into them in more detail as we're looking at the updated proposal. So we got some comments on the project scores. For clean water, it's more focused on nutrient. For drinking water, it's about taking another look at categories E and F to better recognize proactive projects. There are a lot of comments on affordability score, ranging from considering other affordability metrics to the definition of rate assistance, how rates are calculated, and there are requests to keep the secondary score, which is in the current policy. Next slide, please. We got some comments on the readiness score from allocating points for a lower design threshold to take another look at the legal readiness criteria. There are a few comments not on the scoring criteria as well, making repayment begin only after all the disbursements have been received in full, giving deputy director discretion to keep a project on the fundable list if it's experiencing delay beyond the applicant's control, and making small grants available for planning. Next slide, please. We made a number of updates in our updated proposal in response to those comments. We are bringing back the secondary score and updating it to better reflect the current program conditions. We're also proposing a few updates to the affordability score and readiness score, which we'll dive more into in upcoming slides. And then we added some language clarification based on the feedback as well. For example, the policy has a proposal where the repayment date will start, the repayment date will be set at the time of the initial agreement, so that even if construction for a project gets delayed, the repayment will still start on time. And we wanted to clarify that the repayment is only based on the funding amount received. So if a project has only received 50% of its fund, because that's where the construction is at, then the repayment will only be based on 50% of the funds, not the entire loan amount that they could qualify for. Next slide, please. Diving into the priority scoring. For clean water SRF, there is currently a priority scoring system. Currently, the priority score is based on a project score, a secondary score, and a readiness score. So the new consideration here is the affordability score. We are also submitting a complete application and eligibility criterion as well. Next slide, please. Looking at the project score, the comments we received are on nutrient removal. And I think we and many other agencies do agree that nutrient removal is more like a corrective action rather than a purely preventative action. And we want to incentivize folks to be proactive. And we thought this would be a clear way to show and acknowledge nutrient removal projects. Next slide, please. We are bringing back the secondary score based on the feedback that we have received, and we propose some updates to it as well. The biggest update you see here is adding incentive for projects that volunteer to meet equivalency requirements. So each year, the board has to select a number of projects to meet federal equivalency requirements. And during last year's intended use plan, we heard feedback from our stakeholders, hey, can we have some input on which projects are selected to meet equivalency requirements? So this is our way of incentivizing projects to voluntarily meet those requirements. And the other secondary score are pretty similar to what we have currently. Next slide, please. Affordability score is where we got a lot of feedback. So the intent of having an affordability score is to acknowledge the cost challenges many of our agencies experience. Many agencies have to balance between operation and maintenance, needing to do capital improvement projects, at the same time serving their customers and trying to keep rates affordable. So that was the consideration for the affordability score. And when we're looking at affordability, we're starting with size and median household income. The reason being that smaller communities tend to have less access to the market. They often are not able to sell their own bonds or acquire other forms of financing. We did hear feedback that even within larger service areas, there are often still disadvantaged pockets. Our initial proposal did not account for that because rates are based on the services provided. So the benefits of an SRF loan is spread across the rate base, not just targeted at a disadvantaged pockets. But we do see benefits to incentivizing projects, to incentivizing agencies to invest in those disadvantaged pockets. So we did add a clause that if a project will solely benefit an area with a lower MHI, then that project can be scored with that lower MHI. So what we're thinking here is replacing sewer lines to prevent sewer overflows in disadvantaged communities, replacing water lines to ensure water pressure in the disadvantaged community. We're not thinking replacing an entire treatment plant that could benefit many different neighborhoods of various income. Looking at sewer rate as a percentage of MHI, we did consider other affordability metrics, but ultimately rates as a percentage of MHI is one of the most common affordability metrics used. In addition, it is also part of our definition for disadvantaged communities, which is then used as a qualifier for grants and principal forgiveness. So we wanted to use a commonly used metric, and we wanted to keep that definition consistent across funding programs. So we do see value in keeping the sewer rate as a percentage of MHI. For offering rate assistance, we heard feedback on challenges of being able to offer rate assistance. So we expanded that definition here in order to encourage some creative solutions. Next slide, please. On the readiness score, we added a tier for 50% plans and specs based on the feedback that we have received. We have also received a lot of feedback on legal readiness. So over the last several years, we have really seen some legal consultation taking a long time to complete. And that's not really anybody's fault, but we are trying to make it more efficient. So there is a standard loan template. And initially, we were proposing to allocate points to agencies that are able to take that standard template because it would make the process more efficient. What we have heard as feedback is, hey, it's really hard for a lot of agencies to be able to do that because a lot of agencies have other debt conditions and have different financial structures. So we worked with our attorneys to try to come up with an alternative pathway to incentivize that. What we are proposing is that we would add projects that are able to take the default loan template to the fundable list if there is remaining funding capacity for the year. And the goal there is that they would have a more expedited process, and we think we are able to execute them within the fiscal year. I do want to mention that if different projects all come out with the exact same priority score, say there are a bunch of projects all scoring 12s and we're not able to fund all of them, the tiebreaker we are proposing is the affordability score. So in the currently adopted policy, the tiebreaker is based on community economic status, which is a MHI determination. So we're proposing something similar here. Next slide, please. We heard some concerns about what would the proposed scoring changes do to the future fundable list. And while the past may not be a perfect predictor of the future, we did run some analysis that we want to share with you today. Next slide. A little disclaimer that we don't have perfect data or complete data. We're using data from a variety of sources, and it is the best information we have available at this moment in time. Next slide, please. So we started our data analysis by looking at the universe of wastewater systems out there, and we identified about 1,100 systems. There are probably more, and we're hoping that the ongoing wastewater needs assessment will further identify some of those smaller systems and additional needs. Based on the systems that we have identified, about 54% are small systems, 28% are medium, and 18% are large. Next slide, please. Of the systems we identified, about 80% of the large systems have applied to DFA for some sort of funding before. A little bit less for medium and small systems at about 60%. Next slide, please. We wanted to take a particular look at the affordability criteria and what that means for the fundable list. So we looked at the MHI of past fundable list projects. When we look at MHI, there's really a pretty wide spread there, but we do see that most communities are benefiting from the loan have less than 150% of the median household income. Next slide. Looking at sewer rates as a percentage of MHI, most communities that have gotten on the fundable list fit between 0 to 1%, and a few are between 1 and 1.5%, and a couple are above 1.5%. That being said, we currently only have rates over applicant agencies in our record. And some systems are treatment only or collection only, and some projects are treatment only or collection only. So when we look at sewer rates, we're really looking at both treatment and collection. So the overall rate is probably actually higher than what you're seeing here. But that's the existing records that we have. Next slide, please. We also took a look at community size, particularly all the communities that we have in-house for this fiscal year. When we look at smaller communities, the majority of them are applying for grants or principal forgiveness under the small disadvantaged communities group. There are really only a few small communities that are applying for loans. And overall, the project dollar is much smaller for small communities as well. And that makes a lot of sense because smaller communities just have less infrastructure than larger communities, and they're probably not doing a $100 million project each year, nor do they have a $100 million worth of project or could afford it each year. So again, we're not seeing that many small communities being able to afford a loan, come applying for loans. And for the ones who are able to do that, the cost per project is also a lot smaller. And what we're trying to do with the affordability score here is not trying to completely append our fundable list. What we're trying to say is that we want to offer a pathway for those smaller communities to be able to come to SRF because they don't have other access to the market when they have a bigger project that is ready to go. So that's what we're trying to incentivize here. Next slide, please. Okay, this graphic is a lot to look at without any explanation. You probably just see a lot of bubbles, so I'll briefly explain. So this compares what the current fundable list will look like under the current scoring system and under our proposed one. So in the gray box are the projects that are on the fundable list using our current scoring system. Next slide, please. And what you see here is what the fundable list will look like under the proposed scoring system. Again, not trying to append the entire fundable list. That is not our goal here. Next slide, please. Now we're going to switch gears and talk about this priority scoring for drinking water SRF. So the drinking water SRF program currently does not use a priority scoring system. The demand has not necessitated a priority scoring until recent years. And we're proposing a very similar priority scoring system to the clean water SRF. Next slide, please. The biggest difference between drinking water and clean water is probably the project score. So drinking water projects are divided into project categories, with categories A through C being the highest priority, which are immediate health risks, untreated or high-risk sources, compliance, or shortage problems. And we want to note that PFAS and Chrome 6 are considered category C compliance projects. Historically, the majority of drinking water SRF loan projects that we have received are either category F or sometimes category E. Next slide, please. The secondary score is pretty similar to the clean water side. The only difference there is there's points for eliminating a drinking water permit versus waste discharge. Next slide, please. Affordability score is also very similar. There is an expanded small community size on the drinking water side, which is incorporated here, and then we're looking at water rates instead of sewer rates. Next slide, please. The readiness score is exactly the same. Next slide, please. And we'll wrap up the presentation today with a summary of other policy changes. We did not receive nearly as many comments on other policy changes, but just want to highlight a couple for your awareness. One is proposing to not extend the loan repayment date once it is established upfront. We also updated our cost eligibility to match US EPA's update. So the goal there is to not be any more restrictive than we need to be on what we can reimburse for. There are also some standardizing and streamlining efforts, differentiating what is necessary for loan versus principal forgiveness, and also marking some material as, if applicable, or only upon request. And the goal there is to simplify and streamline some of our internal reviews. Next slide, please. That concludes our presentation, and we're here for questions and discussions.
Thanks, as always, for the great work. Really appreciate the engagement with folks. I appreciate the engagement of all the water agencies and others in helping us to update the policy here. As you said at the beginning, Ms. Hong, the policy lives at a higher level than the yearly intended use plan discussions that we have here that are about what refunding for that year, what projects we're looking to support. And so being able to touch this policy, given all the changes with influxes and certainly federal funding and also state funding, but also just the need to kind of clarify and clean up is really appreciated so we can keep our program as honed and as focused and as well heated as we can. So thank you, I appreciate it. I don't have any questions or comments off the bat, but looking to my fellow board colleagues in case they do. We do have about 14 commenters, and so I'm sure we'll have plenty of conversation as we start to hear from folks then. Let's go ahead and get to our commenters. I believe my first commenter here will be from the City of Coachella. We have Council Member Frank Figueroa, also then Mayor Pro Tem Denise Delgado, and then be followed by Castelo Estrada from the City of Coachella Water Authority.
Make sure it's on. I haven't touched one of these in a while. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Nice to see you all again here in Sacramento, and I've seen you all on Zoom squares, and I haven't seen you all in person in a while. So I want to start by saying what I told you last year when we were considering adopting the Chrome 6 MCL. We were here, I was in this room, and I spoke with you all last time. We all want clean drinking water, free of contaminants like Chrome 6. But as an elected official, I also have to consider the ability of our residents to afford the water. After all, there would be little value to providing water free of chromium if our residents are forced to choose between paying their water bill and putting food on the table. In the city of Coachella, which I am proud to represent, chromium 6 is naturally occurring and has been present in our water since before the modern Coachella Valley existed. For our water system, which serves approximately 45,000 residents, that means every one of the 6 wells we have access for our water is impacted by chromium 6. Treating those wells to meet the new Chrome 6 MCL will cost upwards of $70 million. Once passed on to ratepayers, water rates will increase by almost 200%, an insufferable rate increase for a community where the average income is $35,000 a year. The proposed intended use plan, unfortunately, will not help us address the insufferable cost burden. To have a fighting chance, we need you to adopt the amendments that allow systems like Coachella to be scored like smaller systems when the economies of scale gained by larger systems are not enough to offset the cost of compliance. And I would submit to you that a 200% rate increase is a case in point. We need the state to uphold its commitment to help communities like Coachella pay these costs, and amending the IUP to reflect this need is a first step. We are desperate, and we need visibility of funding now to make sure that people like my parents, people like my neighbors who are farm workers, they're going to have to decide $104 water bill or buying groceries for that week or for that month. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Figueroa. Appreciate your being here before the board this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Mayor Pro Tem Denise Delgado.
Good morning, board chair and board members. My name is Denise Delgado, and I am the vice mayor for the city of Coachella. Our population in the city is 97% Latino. We're an English language learner community with kids often translating for and speaking on behalf of their Spanish only speaking parents. The median household income in Coachella is $35,000, with the majority of our working adults working in the ag fields. It takes multiple families and generations living in the same household to save up to be able to afford one house. Our population size is above 42,000, and only 35% of our city is developed in 30 square miles. We are a very dense, family-driven community. All of our wells in Coachella are contaminated with chromium-6. Without rate increases, we won't be able to cover our current and growing expenses to run a city. We are currently already facing financial shortfalls and decreasing revenue streams. Unfortunately, the burden of $70 million needed to treat the wells for chromium-6 will fall on working families. Working families' rates will be increasing 200% to cover $70 million needed to meet the state's new requirements for chromium-6. Our residents will be responsible for paying a 25% increased rate in the first year and an additional 75% by the second year, and so on. This does not include growing annual expenses from O&M, resources, and staffing that are not calculated in the $70 million, also needed to be covered by working families. Our families live paycheck to paycheck, barely enough to be able to cover household expenses and raising children. How will working agricultural families be able to afford their water rates more than doubling? Our families deserve a healthy life no different than any other family and be able to do so with dignity. So I humbly urge that the board consider adopting revisions to the current drinking water state revolving fund policy that prioritize the most vulnerable communities where the affordability threshold has been far exceeded. A scoring criteria that properly reflects already existing challenges for disadvantaged communities like Coachella. This type of funding assistance will relieve much of the financial serious impacts on low-income communities. Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of working families. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Really appreciate you being here before the board. Next, I'd like to call up Castelo Estrada from the city of Coachella.
I haven't been here in a while. It's always good to see you all in person. It's an honor for me to be here. Today, I'm speaking to you as a staff member at the city of Coachella. I'm the utilities director there, overseeing the public water system. You've already heard from our council. You've heard kind of the makeup of our city. I think you're aware of it. You're aware of the Coachella Valley. And what I wanted to kind of get more into is, I think what we went through the PowerPoint on the project scoring, the different scoring criteria specifically to affordability, and some of the other aspects of the project scoring. So I'll start off with table number 2. I think this was what you're calling the secondary scoring. And what I wanted to kind of touch on that is I would want you to consider the various systems across the state who've already kind of been working with you all over the last 5-7 years to consolidate small water systems. That's something that the city of Coachella has done in the past 2 years. The city of Coachella, given all of the financial hardships that you just heard about, has really made an effort to consolidate surrounding small water systems. We've consolidated 2 small water systems in the last 2 years and are on track to consolidate a 3rd small water system by the end of this year. And so what I would hope is that when you look at that secondary scoring, that you give some credit to that kind of historical effort. I don't know that it's captured in there, but I would hope that that's something that you consider. On table number 3, regarding the affordability, and it seems to me that if the intent here is to try to account for some priority based on the availability of funding, and I think one of the comments that I heard during the presentation is that there was this comment on what are we going to do if if we had all of the project, all the projects score the same score, and there needs to be a tiebreaker. And I think that when you set the affordability threshold with the highest priority at 1.5% above the median household income, I think you're probably gonna get there. There's a lot of funding need, and I know you're tweaking things, but I think as soon as you make that one of the highest priority, I think a lot of people are gonna get that priority score of 2. So what I would suggest, based on what we're already seeing, that with specifically the Chromium 6 compliance now, I think a lot of systems are going to be driven to higher MHIs as maybe 2.5%, maybe 3%. Maybe we ought to consider another tier that gives, maybe you're able to break that priority between what a 1.5% would be and higher than, I'll say 2% or something like that. And then one last point I wanted to make is on regarding incentive for consolidation, incentives to small water systems. I would ask that that there is some consideration given to 2 systems like the city of Coachella who are disadvantaged, who have made an effort to help other small water systems in the vicinity, that there's consideration for what you're calling principal forgiveness. I don't know that that's included in the policy right now, but I would hope that that would be something that was considered. And then, yeah, and then just kind of keeping, what I wanted to mention is in our effort in the Coachella Valley and in the city of Coachella, as we've moved to consolidate these systems that are failing to have compliance orders, and we're consolidating them, one of the things that comes up is the question about affordability, and they say, hey, well, how much are our water rates going to be? And so, we've consolidated these folks in the last 2 years. We're in the process of consolidating a 3rd system, and we've already kind of told them that we're going to have affordable rates, and then we're going to hit them with these unaffordable rates, and it really puts kind of a bad image on the efforts that we've kind of been working on for the last several years. So just offer those points for consideration, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. I appreciate the suggestions and engagement. Mr. Estrada, actually, can I ask, do you have a pending application at this point for Chrome 6, or where you are in kind of your pipeline? Because I think that helps us give something to kind of understand where you would sort of shake out in priority and if we're hitting the mark. But just kind of wondering what timelines are looking like.
We had that conversation yesterday, and we've had it with other agencies, and what our consensus is that we should start putting in those applications. I believe some of the folks here in the audience have already submitted one. I know that it's a small application. It gets the foot in the door, and I think it would give you the information that you need to try to make some assessments on funding targets and things like that. So we are going to move to do that, probably here, try to accomplish that by the end of the month, but we're going to work on that.
That's helpful. Really appreciate that, and thank you. Really appreciate the comments. All right, next oh, yeah, of course, Board Member Firestone.
Sorry, just a question of staff, just because this may come up with other comments. When we, most of the, a lot of what we do from year to year is in the intended use plan rather than the policy. But if we were going to think about, some of the circumstances we're talking about, like Coachella, city of Coachella, the dollar amounts are so huge that I don't know the community could afford all loan, and without some grant or principal forgiveness. And we're going to be in a lot of the principal forgiveness and grant policies, we leave more towards the intended use plan. And so I'm just wondering, in terms of thinking about what we need to resolve here versus what we need to resolve in the next proceedings around the intended use plan, is there a need to ensure that if something is prioritized in for the grant or principal forgiveness, and no matter how, we're going to be working through the policy on what that may be for these larger communities with big affordability challenges. Would there be a circumstance in which we might want that to be a priority in the intended use plan for grant, but they wouldn't be prioritized enough to be on the fundable list for the loan portion? So assuming that they had some loan portion and some grant. And so is there a need to incorporate something about grant priority in this loan component scoring at this point? Or is that not something that needs to be addressed at this point, or that could come up?
Yeah, that's a great question. This is Mike Downey with Division of Financial Assistance. No, it's a great question because they definitely work together. And the policy, like Lisa mentioned, is that a little bit longer term outlook and stability. And the intended use plan very appropriately says, well, we happen to have grant or principal forgiveness right now. How should we use it? But the SRF program, like diamonds, are forever. And so we're always going to have loans that we're giving out. And so we want that to have that longer outlook. So what has typically happened is that the board has done a really good job of prioritizing the non-repayable funds, grant and principal forgiveness. So it does really align and is consistent with priorities. And that's something that we are very cognizant of with the policy amendment, is making sure that we're speaking the same language. And a lot of the affordability pieces even, kind of look at, well, if it's not eligible for grant or principal forgiveness, what's that pathway to those low interest loans? There's not this cliff of, well, now there's nothing available for you. So historically, and the policy still does mention that the ways to get on the fundable list are, for loans are through scoring and other ways that are identified in the intended use plan. And so one of those things that has happened is if you're eligible for grant or principal forgiveness, but the grant maximums are not enough, not sufficient to cover total project cost, typically the IUP would clarify that, well, you can be added to the fundable list. I mean, you still have to be able to afford the loans, but that is also a pathway onto the fundable list. So it should be consistent, but that is something we're very careful of, and we'll be looking at that with the intended use plan, proposals as they come up to you in a couple months.
Thank you for that, board member. Thank you, Mr. Downey. Yes, please, board member Morgan.
Can I just make sure that I understood what I heard? And so if an agency were to qualify for principal forgiveness or grant, then they're essentially on the fundable list. If their project then exceeds the amount that they can receive in, I'm just going to say grant, then the division looks at potentially making up the remaining amount in low interest loan. Is that correct?
Yeah, generally, and that was part of our analysis too, to make sure there wasn't a mismatch there of, kind of what you had asked Board Member Firestone. Are there different priorities where this would be a priority for grant, but for some reason is not a priority for loan? And so we've seen consistency both in the past, but also working hard to make sure that's consistent. But yes, to your question, that's what it would mean.
Okay, and just wanted to make sure that I was understanding that. So then, in part, I believe this is what you said, that some of these changes are just to make sure that if for some reason there was not the grant available, wanted to make sure that the project was then eligible for loan, so that making sure that there are pathways, whether it's a combination of the two or it's one or the other, just making sure that we have multiple pathways for funding for a project.
Yes, that's right. And I think some of the analysis that we're trying to display quickly was there hasn't been a huge amount of small or disadvantaged communities taking out loans, since we've implemented the scoring system. And so, it will be good to see real examples in applications, because is there the potential that there are just some huge projects that would need a significant loan that's beyond what has kind of typically been contemplated? That's something that we would want to look at and would come through in the IUP process when we're looking at, kind of that sustainable lending capacity and balancing that with grant availability. But based on our historical data and applications, that hasn't been a strong concern. So there's been the ability to say, hey, the loan program can absorb, those smaller loan amounts for the smaller projects. Our capacity can handle that. It's taken into our analysis when we do our annual look at that financial capacity.
Thank you again. Next, we have Bob Gore, will be followed by Tim Worley, and then Mary Lynn Coffey.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. I guess it is on, correct? Okay. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, good morning, and to members as well. For the past dozen years, it's been a DFA adventure on behalf of the cities of Fresno, Long Beach, Antioch, Woodlands, Santa Cruz, Stockton East Water District, Kings River, Modesto, Irrigation, Kern County Water, the San Gabriel Valley Water Quality Agency, the San Bernardino Municipal Water District, and South Coast Water District to work with Darren and Leslie and Joe, people like Mike and Lisa on various grants and loans. From that, I have these three perspectives. One, to add our support for some sort of accommodation and recognition of the onrushing burden of hexchrome and PFAS. That's urgently needed, especially in light of the current funding climate, which has increased consternation to record levels. The second ask would be, when you revise the comp list, to please post it within some sort of noticed requirement, 48 hours, 72 hours. I know I'm missing a nuance here, but rather than leave it up for grabs, and for the sake of transparency, all of those concerned folks need to know as soon as possible when that comp list has been revised. And then lastly, and citing the Assembly Select Committee on Regulatory Reform, which just made the marvelous recommendation of, let's appoint a navigator for major funding partners. So I'd think that perhaps when a loan or a grant reaches the fundable list, we could designate someone at DFA, a suitable senior person, to shepherd that complex process through to successful completion as quickly as possible. Removing the friction, I think, would benefit all of us. And again, I recognize the DFA staff as exemplary in state service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Tim Worley, be followed by Mary Lynn Coffey, then Sarah Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair Esquivel. Good to see board members again. I'm Tim Worley, representing the Community Water Systems Alliance. And not all of the cities and districts listed here are members of CWSA, but they came together out of a huge concern about the cost of compliance for Chrome 6. We did not comment during the formal comment period, and we really appreciate the opportunity to share our thoughts and concerns now. First, I do want to express our appreciation for some of the steps that have been taken in this policy. You've already given recognition to the challenges presented by the hexavalent chromium MCL by adding eligibility language and category A, I think it is, for the project scoring in the policy amendment. So that's a very important step for one example. On the next slide, In short, what we want your help and partnership with is to resolve the problem that we see, which I'll try my best to explain. We all understand that we missed the comment period, but we respectfully ask the board to consider a narrow change to the IUP policy before you. We've tried to keep it narrow while addressing the serious concern about the bad need for financial assistance. So this language that we've come up with may not be the perfect language, and we've thought of several variations, but our request is to add a note and or footnote to the affordability scoring section that will improve the chance for needy systems to make the cut. On page 15 of the clean policy version, our draft text would be to add here that medium and large water systems that serve disadvantaged communities will be scored as small systems for projects intended to achieve compliance with the maximum contaminant level for hexavalent chromium. So on the next two slides, I'll try to explain why we think this narrow carve-out is justified. Next. This is just a reminder. This is the title slide for a presentation that we shared with many of the board members during the development of the MCL for hexavalent chromium. CWSA and Cal Mutuals commissioned this independent look at the effects of the regulation on household affordability and the state's claims of how those effects could be mitigated or minimized. Next slide. So the study was led by Janet Clements of One Water Econ and Bob Raucher, and their socioeconomic analysis of from this project led to some strikingly different conclusions from the state's analysis. For this purpose, just one key finding was that much more financial assistance would be needed to offset the rate impact for low-income households in those larger water systems in using the categories in the regulatory process, those over 10,000 connections. In other words, the state's assumption that economies of scale would alleviate those household rate impacts was not borne out by this independent analysis. Financial assistance is very much needed in other size categories too. Definitely small systems need help. But the problem is that the proposed IUP policy perpetuates this sort of the assumption that larger systems will be fine. And really, we're afraid that that's not the case. Next slide. The group put out a small survey. We didn't try to reach everyone, but we wanted to try getting updated estimates of capital costs and operating costs for whatever compliance strategy they propose to use. Highlighted system sizes are all above the expanded small range. They are mostly in the medium range, yet because of the extent of the system to be treated, which may be all or nearly all wells, for example, the effect on water rates will be extreme for some. And those who will suffer most are the low-income residents who already have difficulty affording their water service. That's our concern. We're also concerned about a possible catch-22 in which access to planning funds, pre-construction funding may be hard to access. For this reason, we think the Water Board should make an exception to the policy for chromium-6 and treat medium and large systems serving disadvantaged communities the same as smaller systems on the affordability score, essentially making them not subject to scoring to get onto the fundable list. We know this won't solve every problem. For example, the dollar limits on the SRF program will still leave many systems needing more help than they can get, but it would be a small and important step. So on my last slide, I just wanted to put up again the request that we're making today. You have heard and will hear from cities and water districts that have significant need of assistance, but stand to lose any real opportunity to get financial support without adopting this change. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Worley. I've appreciated the engagement with you and the water districts here with your concern. I'll say I feel this isn't an insignificant change, and especially with other MCLs coming down the line like PFAS, would set something of a precedent with treating one MCL different than, say, others that are out there. I think of, arsenic even as something that is really impactful on public health we haven't addressed. And this sorts to kind of, I think, put the thumbnail on the scale on one MCL, but the concerns are heard for sure. And I think what's helpful is if folks can start to get applications in so that we can see how much of a concern it is in this balancing that we're doing on a yearly decision for the funding, to see if it's, if there are holes basically that the agencies are falling into and not being able to be eligible for funding. And I think that that's a step where we haven't necessarily gone into yet because we don't have applications yet and any significant number from these agencies. But I appreciate the thought and hear the suggestion. Certainly, I know I have other colleagues here that may have differences of opinion as well, but we're here to listen though still yet. I'm not saying completely no, just saying that I do see some issues with the proposed language.
We recognize that it's a huge ask.
Well, and want to make sure that we are addressing the concerns and ultimately helping to support the agencies out there that are struggling here to meet the MCL. So it's appreciated. So thank you, Mr. Worley. But look to other fellow board colleagues right now, and if anyone else wants to chime in or have some thought, Vice Chair.
Well, I agree with your analysis. I do think we need to take a closer look at this, but I'd be concerned about, precedent, what it means for other contaminants, and just what it means overall for the program. But thank you all. I know we have more speakers coming up here, but I think this is an important issue that we need to take a look at. Also, honestly, I think for me, want to go back to the Division of Drinking Water because when we adopted, we had a robust 2 rounds of economic analysis. And so we spent a lot of time on it. And I'm just curious if we got something wrong. And if so, that's something that we need to take a look at. I know a lot of the folks that are here today commenting raised these concerns. Staff worked hard to incorporate those concerns into the analysis, and I know that there was maybe some thinking about advancements in treatment that they weren't able to incorporate because those advances in treatment, weren't necessarily fully tested. And so just the question that I have is what's happened in the interim? Have we not seen those advancements? Is that why the numbers are so high? So I just have a lot of questions, putting it out there, to have that be part of the discussion as well.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. So I also, I'm hearing the concerns and I am also concerned. I don't have the full answer at this moment in time. What I do believe that, because we do hear the attendant use plan annually, while we do not come back to the policy each year, what I would really like to see is applications to come in so that we can really see what the projects, the full scale of the projects. We can have staff take a look at that, and then we can make, if necessary, the adjustments that we need to make. So I do want to see the projects move forward and want to make sure that we are making the adjustments where we need to make those adjustments. And so what I want is for please apply, please get those applications in. Affordability is top of mind. I want to make sure that we are addressing affordability. And, this is me coming from working with the Division of Financial Assistance, knowing that staff do everything that they can to make sure that systems get principal forgiveness, they get grant funds, make sure that they get the right funding source. They look at, and I say low interest loans, sometimes it's no interest, but they make sure that you get the principal forgiveness and the grant funds first. And then they looking at what, if there is a gap, then looking at the what portion of the loan. They also have the ability to say, hey, here is I'm going to say unusual or something that's out of what we've already put into the intended use plan or the policy and to bring it to us at the board level and say, here is something that is different that we want you to take a look at and for consideration. And we at the board level can approve that funding and that project to have it move forward and make sure that things continue to move forward without it necessarily being in one of these policies at that moment. But that gives us the opportunity to really see and to make the adjustment that is really needed so that we can make sure that these projects move forward and that they are affordable. So I want to make sure that we make the right change so that we can keep all projects moving forward. And so, I'm not saying that this isn't the right change. I'm not sure what the right change is. I just want to make sure that we do what is right to make sure that we are truly addressing affordability across Chrome 6 and PFAS, arsenic, everything that is in front of us. So I don't want this to be discouraging. I want it to be, let's move together. That's where I'm sitting right now, but I do want to hear the rest of the comments and want to make sure also I'm speaking to staff and making sure that we keep moving projects forward and we're really looking at affordability.
Thank you, Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, I'll agree. I don't think this particular proposed change is the right change, but I don't think that's something we should be including in the policy. But I completely agree that I think this board takes very seriously and is reflected here. And I think you will see front and center in terms of reflected in our IUP as well, ensuring everyone has safe drinking water, and that means complying with the Chrome 6 MCL as quickly as possible and making sure that that's affordable. And if it's not affordable, it's not accessible. And so this is front and center for all of us. I think you're hearing a commitment from everyone that this is a priority. I just don't think that the exact amendment proposed here is the right fit for what we're trying to achieve. And in particular, I think that Board Member Morgan said this, but just to reiterate, the most effective way for us to look at this is to get your application in as quickly as possible. And then for us to really be able to examine that in the IUP when we have additional, we know how much money we have this year or in the coming fiscal year, especially for grant that may be able, for certain circumstances, may be appropriate for at least partial, if not, all in some cases. And that really is how you address affordability if you don't have to pay back a loan. So the only thing I would add is I do like the idea, and I know that staff have been meeting with the, many of the groups that were on the slide that have been through the Small Communities Alliance. But I think in particular for whether it's Chrome 6, also PFAS and manganese, especially for these systems where these medium systems or even the large ones where they've got basically every well, impacted. So the dollar amounts are huge. I just think if we can identify somebody that can be a lead, if we don't already, within DFA to reach out and not just, what we really need is for them to submit an application, but even if they're not ready to do that or they don't feel comfortable doing that, helping that get on our radar and making sure that they know that these steps well, because it seems like a lot haven't gotten it in yet. And it's hard for us to do our prioritization and planning and work with them and sort of try to effectively address these challenges if we don't have an estimate of those costs, even just in an early stage. And then, sorry, lastly, I also just want to say, I don't think we should relitigate or reopen the Chrome 6 MCL at this point. I think we did carefully weigh those things. We were, I think, hopeful that there might be, with stannous chloride or these other pilots that were going on that didn't pan out, but that's not what we based our economic analysis on, and it's a balancing. We knew that there were going to be some systems that were going to have a really hard time, and that's where we were committed to focusing on whatever resources we have. And so I just want to make sure that we're focused on solving problems, not reopening and relitigating. I think something we've spent, decades looking at as we try to move forward to make sure everyone has safe drinking water.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
I'll try not to add too much. I agree with my colleagues. I don't think the language that was proposed, while I appreciate the intent, doesn't quite get to the end result that we're looking for here. But I will say that I do have some concerns about getting to that end result. I think we've signaled a clear policy priority when it comes to hexavalent chromium, that we knew that this was going to be a big lift over these first few years of implementation as systems are ramping up. This is also the first time that we're going to have a scoring system for the drinking water SRF program. So I do have some hesitation and pause when it comes to maybe inadvertently leaving out some of the larger systems that do need to leverage SRF low interest loan funding for these big investments that we knew were coming. And the economic analysis clearly showed that there were going to be significant needs out there. So I have a little bit of an open mind about how we solve this and address this. I don't know if that happens today, and perhaps it's in the IUP itself, but I do think there's some work that needs to happen here to give us a little bit more confidence that we're able to help those systems that are marching forward with investments. And I will plus up and third the ask to get those applications submitted right away, because otherwise we're speaking in vague terms, and we need numbers so that we understand and can make better and informed decisions in terms of priorities for the drinking water program.
Thank you, Board Member. Vice Chair.
I just feel a need to circle back around on what Board Member Firestone brought up. I don't want to send a message that I think we should reopen Chrome 6. I do not. However, in this time where there's a lot of stakeholders and folks out there that just don't trust government. And so I think if we made a mistake, if we or underestimated, that we should take a look at that. And so I am going to go back to the Division of Drinking Water to see if there's, are there any lessons learned in what we did? Because we do have these additional contaminants where we're going to be engaging in a very difficult process going forward. And so I think it's always good to look back before going forward. And so that was the intent behind the message. Otherwise, I think it sounds like we're, pretty well aligned. This isn't the fix, but we do need to take a look at these issues and getting those applications, and will assist us in making that judgment.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, board members. Appreciate the discourse here, and thank you, Mr. Worley and the agencies. Again, we'll hear from folks further here, but just really appreciate the engagement here. Okay, next, I would like to call up Mary Lynn Coffey, will be followed by Sarah Johnson and then Nick Blair.
Good morning, board members. Mary Lynn Coffey, and I represent the City of Los Banos Community Water System, which was one that was on Mr. Worley's slide. Just a little background before I pitch my uphill battle, which I've already heard. Los Banos is a medium-sized system. It serves a community of 40,000 people. It has 14,000-ish connections, and it is 100% disadvantaged with a substantial, severely disadvantaged component. The rates are estimated to increase by $40 per ratepayer to cover between $65 and $85 million of new treatment facility necessary, as you pointed out, Ms. Firestone, to treat every single groundwater well that serves as the water supply for this community. Every single groundwater well is over the 10 ppb MCL due to naturally occurring rock formations in the subbasin. That doesn't mean that the city is not committed to absolutely achieving that clean, safe drinking water for every one of its ratepayers, but it does make it difficult. And we have a rate-paying base that can't afford to shoulder the burden of the treatment facilities entirely themselves. And with that background, we are looking for ways in the policy now that we're introducing scoring criteria to make sure that they score high enough to attain the available grant and low interest financing, even though that won't be enough to cover all the costs. For that reason, we do support Mr. Worley's footnote to the Table 3. And I would posit a couple of things in that regard. First, it is a situation, I think, that's different, at least than PFAS. I'm not sure about arsenic yet, but it is a policy change that could be made today as a logical outgrowth of the stakeholder process and the conversations that were had around what can we do to increase eligibility of disadvantaged communities for this funding. And it is a policy change that could be made today that is different in that from PFAS. And that difference is that in the PFAS situation, the economies of scale that were assumed to be important in making the dividing line that was made and in excluding some of the medium and larger systems, those economies of scale likely do exist in the PFAS world. And they just don't exist when we find out as we move forward that much of this Chrome 6 is focused on disadvantaged communities, at least the naturally occurring Chrome 6. So I think that is a difference that really harkens for a different policy solution and a change to the policy itself. A second point, and I understand, Ms. Firestone, your position, but to answer your question, one of the problems with the economic analysis for the Chrome 6 MCL is that it did assume some economies of scale. Every economic analysis has to make assumptions, and the assumptions were that some economies of scale, in simplest terms, that everyone thought would be there, aren't. And that is the problem that we're dealing with. So another reason I would advocate for a change in the policy language itself. And just two other points in that regard that I think are important. This isn't just a policy that governs how you get SRF funding. This policy is used for as a vehicle for allocation of a lot of different funding sources. So, for example, a lot of the water systems that you saw on the screen are looking to Prop 4, and Prop 4 will be allocated through this policy and the integrated use plan. And so that and any other source we can convince the legislators to give us for this MCL will also be allocated through this policy. So for that reason, I would posit it is important, perhaps, to make the policy change and not wait to the integrated use plan. And a second point that I would make is that a lot of our systems really need feasibility and planning money. And the score for readiness, of course, is very low at this point because we don't have plans and specs, even 50% plans and specs. And with that need, a change to the policy could enable us, again, to get that, be eligible for that funding, even with a low readiness score. So that really harkens for a policy change. Now, they do have the language, the staff noted, that if you can make changes in the integrated use plan, and that wouldn't affect the policy criteria. But we'd be sorely disappointed if we got to the integrated use plan and we were denied priority for funding because we didn't comply with the policy and the scoring criteria. So that's my pitch, my uphill battle. Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Next, I'd like to call up Sarah Johnson, be followed by Nick Blair, and then Karen Borja.
Good morning, board members. Nice to see you all in person. My name is Sarah Johnson. I am the general manager at Joshua Basin Water District. Today, I'm here to share some very real challenges that we have when complying with Chromium 6. To provide some context, we serve just under 5,700 service connections across 96 square miles. That's more than twice the size of San Francisco and 4 times the size of Manhattan. Large area, very small population. Complying with these new treatment requirements are going to see very high costs. Very similar to everyone else you've heard today, close to $80 million in capital costs, $1 to $2 million in annual operating costs. Our current operating expenses are about 8.9 million and revenues are 8.3. So we already have a shortfall. This additional cost is going to widen that gap, and we are going to have a significant rate increase to comply. For Joshua Basin Water District, meeting these regulations on time without that major external support may simply not be feasible. And we urge consideration for these real world challenges as you work through these funding policy updates. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Really appreciate you being here. Next, I'd like to call up Nick Blair, be followed by Karen Borja, and then Angela Islas.
Still morning, isn't it? Good morning, Chair Esquivel, fellow board members. My name is Nick Blair, Senior Policy Advocate with the Association of California Water Agencies. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the proposed policy amendments to the drinking water SRF. We appreciate the proposed changes to the secondary and other categories, enabling broader eligibility for medium and larger agencies serving disadvantaged communities within their service territory, as well as greater flexibility for what counts as rate assistance. We think these are both steps in the correct direction in the policy amendments. These are both issues that were raised by our members during past comment periods, as well as in past years with the intended use plans. We appreciate the work of DFA staff throughout the public comment process this past fall, as well as through our continued engagement with the SRF Advisory Committee. We encourage continued use and reliance upon the SRF Advisory Committee as a forum to continue to raise awareness of continued issues, such as what we're hearing about today. The need for changes is evident as demand for the SRF programs is increasing. We encourage continued discussion with public agencies who will need to seek additional dollars to comply with the various max contaminant level standards discussed today, including hexchrome, PFAS, and others in the 2025 drinking water priorities. We do hope that the conversations today, lead to further discussion for potential amendments in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blair. Appreciate the engagement. Next, I'd like to call up Karen Borja, be followed by Angela Islas, and then Beth Wilhasso.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm Karen Borja with the Coachella Valley Water District. I heard your comments. However, if CVWD was to submit our application today, the scoring your staff is recommending for Table 3 would still give us a 0 or a 1. So as a large water agency with over 115,000 connections, we are requesting this narrow but critical exception to the drinking water SRF policy to allow medium and large water systems serving disadvantaged communities to be scored as small systems for hexavalent chromium MCL compliance funding. For CVWD, meeting the MCL will cost us more than $400 million and double water bills for every one of our customers. This will show up as a higher monthly service charge, which has a greater impact on low-income households. The current scoring policy assumes that bigger water systems can absorb costs more easily, but for CVWD, that's just not true. Scale does not make it cheaper to meet the compliance requirement. Without this exception, disadvantaged communities in larger systems like ours are left without a path for funding, even though we all supported Prop 4. So I still respectfully ask that you add a footnote to Table 3 to allow small system scoring for Chromium-6 compliant projects that serve disadvantaged communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borja. Board Member Morgan.
Staff, Mr. Downey, I have a question. And so with the new scoring for the drinking water SRF policy, is it to work similar to the clean water SRF policy?
Yes, very similar.
Okay, so in the way of, because the last comment just, and I'm wondering if perhaps, so help me to understand here, because I just want to make sure, because so on the clean water side, we have we have small disadvantaged systems that are pretty much fully funded by grant funds. Those projects essentially are not scored. They are just automatically on, and they are on, so they're on the list, but they're not scored, and they're on a separate portion of the list. The projects that are scored are more of those that are medium, large, or those that are seeking loan funds. And so it's those that are seeking loan funds that are scored and that are put on the list. And so if you're coming in and you're seeking solely grant funds, you're not scored and you're put on the separate list. You see, so they're looked at of, do you qualify, do you not, and it's on a separate list. Is that correct?
That's generally correct. Yes.
I'm trying to keep it big picture.
Yeah. There's a fundable list, and there's essentially two pathways to get on there for grant funds, for Prop 4 and general fund, and some of these other complementary funds. The intended use plan essentially says, hey, if you're eligible for grant funds and you have a complete application, we're going to put you on the fundable list. For loans, and the policy says, the scoring is specifically for loan projects. Only for loan projects. That's their pathway to the fundable list, is to be prioritized because of there's a huge demand for both grant and loan, but just because of the huge demand.
So for the drinking water, it would be similar. So again, this is big picture, so please don't take me word for word. I'm trying to keep this really big picture. So you're applying for loan funds and you're checking the box. You're saying, hey, I'm applying for loan funds. And then those are the projects that are being scored. And so the large amount of projects that are small, they're saying, hey, I don't want a loan. I just only want to apply for these funds over here, the grant funds solely. They're not checking that box. They're not being scored.
That's right. We wouldn't use this proposed scoring system for those.
Yes. And so I think the competition for those that are being scored is actually less agencies. There may be some that are going to want to be, but there's actually less agencies that are asking to be scored and compete for the funding that's here. This is scoring for loans.
That's right. And we haven't had scoring on the drinking water side because there wasn't quite the demand that necessitated it yet. We were able to accommodate the folks that came in when they were ready, and trying to be a little bit ahead of it, but noticing that as demand grows, we want to make sure it's clear what these pathways are to get on the fundable list, but for just the loan applicants.
Okay, because I think something that just stood out, because it was so with the language that we were asked to add, it's the difference between it's on the, and I'm just working this out for my brain so that I make sure that I'm getting, it's the affordability score, which is an additional. And so it's the difference of, it's basically 2 points, 0, 1, or 2. But you also have the proposed project score. And so the projects would already receive the 8 points for it. They receive the secondary score. And so where they qualify, where they're there, they'll receive 1. So they're medium. A lot of these are medium or large. And so there's 1 or 0 for the affordability. And then it's the readiness. And so depending upon, so it's 1, 2, or 0 points for the readiness. So the only thing that we're really talking about is the affordability score, which is a matter of, a difference between of 2 points, and the amount of small projects that are really going to be competing for those 2 points. We don't foresee to be a large amount of projects that are really competing, because the small systems are mainly going to say, I don't even want to compete for those funds. I just want pure grant funds.
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable assumption, and that's kind of where we are at the moment. Definitely support your call for to get the actual applications in so we can take a look. I mean, I hate to extrapolate, but I think the Chrome 6 projects addressing Chrome 6 will score pretty well under this scoring criteria. And so I know there's a call for a point person, and I have a name and face now that people can recognize, and happy to be that person to talk through. And we often, we'll talk through projects at any stage of development, but Yeah, we're happy to talk through that for any of the projects that are interested in how this affects them.
Okay, so I just wanted to go through that from my understanding. So like as the comments continue, if you can help me parse through this so that I can make sure that I am focused on the right areas as we're moving through. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you.
No, sorry in the least. Much appreciated, board member. That was very helpful.
Maybe,
Board-
excuse me, sorry, one
Of course,
thing
it's fun.
to point out is that the policy currently says that projects that address water quality levels above a new MCL, for example, hex chrome or PFAS, may be considered a Category C priority, even if they're not currently in violation of the MCL. And so those in the project score category would be getting an 8 for being in Category C, whereas the majority of the loan applicants that come in, as was mentioned, are in categories E or F, which get either 3 or 1 point. So there would be a big difference in the project score for those.
Really
Yeah.
appreciate that, Ms. Fong. Board member Firestone.
Yeah, just to maybe say it another way, these Chrome 6 projects will score very high, and the problems that you're addressing, whether readiness to proceed or the affordability, where really you're going to need some grants, I think, to be able to, well, maybe not all. That's a gross generalization, but especially a lot of, I would say, like the medium ones, and we heard from Los Banos or different places, Joshua Basin, different ones, technical assistance, planning, and any kind of grant is through the intended use plan. And this point system does not determine that. So Prop 4 grants are going to be through our intended use plan. We're not punting on this. We are saying this is a priority for us, and the place where the assistance that I think you all are seeking for, whether it's readiness to proceed or affordability, are really going to be through the intended use plan. In terms of points of the loan component, which a lot of you will also probably need if we're talking about these big projects. Just our scoring criteria is already ranking these basically the highest they can be, except for 1 point difference in affordability. And there is a difference in affordability. I mean, even the chart that was presented on the slide shows there's differences, and I think it's appropriate to look at that. And it should not. I think what we heard from Mr. Downey is, in our intended use plan, we can say if you're a priority for our grant program, you can automatically be on our fundable list, and we can make sure that that's consistent. So I think we are addressing the concerns that you have. And if there's, a difference in opinion, let's work through that and make sure that there's not a problem that we're missing. But I just feel strongly that this is a priority, and that the policies that we're doing in this are appropriate, but that the biggest area for us to really problem solve with you all is in the intended use plan and our use of all the grant funding sources, including Prop 4 and other ones we'll discuss then.
Thank you, board member. All right, our next commenter is going to be Angela Islas, will be followed by Beth Olhasso and then Jared Voskel. Okay, apologies, Ms. Islas. If you pop back on, I'll pull up the platform here so I can see as well, but we can circle back and call on you. Next then is Beth Olhasso, then Jared Voskel, and then Alexandra Ganell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. Thank you for the opportunity. Beth Olasso on behalf of Water Reuse California. Want to start by thanking DFA staff for all the time we have spent. I think I talk to them most every week than I do out of anybody. We have a series of calls that we are on. So we have had a lot of collaboration over the last several years on this. We very much appreciate the changes that have been made from the October draft to where we are now. I don't know if we'll say we are at full consensus here. We're not quite there yet. And I think it just comes down to everybody says that their interest area is a board priority because you have a lot of board priorities, as you should, and there's not enough money to go around. We all can agree with that. So we are in support of moving forward at this point. Again, there are things that we are very concerned about still. I think what we need to do is see how this shakes out and come back at another time, maybe not waiting so long or having such a long process for policy amendments, but your staff can say one thing is going to happen, we say something else is going to happen, and then we just sit and stare at each other because we don't know what's going to happen until we score projects and see how this is going to work. We do remain concerned that larger projects are going to be left off the list. We do think there is that, still major concern that we all need to make sure that this program has these large projects that can take the equivalency. We do appreciate being able to get those equivalency points, but we need to, get our good cash and our good credit on the list as well. And we don't 100% see a way for that to happen. We do appreciate that water recycling projects are getting that extra point. We know that that is going to be very important. We don't understand really how water recycling projects are going to be able to work with this affordability and the sewer rates because water recycling rates aren't really tied to sewer and they have a different rate base. So we don't know how that's going to work and we don't think it's quite there. And so we're worried we're just not going to get those points. We do really appreciate the readiness and working with us on our advanced, the way we contract our progressive design build and making sure that knowing that our projects aren't ever going to be at fully ready, but knowing that we appreciate those contracting methods. So we're finding a way to get there. So we will continue to work with staff. I know we will continue our stakeholder advisory group conversations when we get the first IUP, not this year, but next year with this new scoring criteria. We'll hope to have more we can bring back to you. I hope maybe the board will ask for a little more evaluation in the IUP once we hit this new scoring criteria so we can see how it's working. I think that discussion will be really important for us all to have in an open forum so we can pivot and figure out where we need to move. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for yours. Really appreciate, Ms. Olaso, the continued engagement on and trying to help us refine, to your point, what is just a tremendous amount of need and not as much resource and always having to prioritize. And agree with you that I think some of this at this point, we just need to kind of get to an IUP where the new criteria is applying. And here to make sure to note for everyone, if adopted today, these wouldn't apply until next year's intended use plan. So, I think there's time to work through it. And to your point, if there is adjustment that's needed here for the policy, something probably we can do a little more strategically, surgically, and quickly. So thank you. Appreciate that. All right. Next, I'd like to call up Jared Voskuil, be followed by Alexandra Cannell, and then Debbie Mackey. And our last commenter after that then will be Eric Oriana.
Hi, good afternoon. Jared Voskuil on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 140 wastewater agencies that engage in the collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery of wastewater. I want to echo Beth's comments in terms of our appreciation for staff. It really has been about 3 years since the Environmental Finance Center report came out in 2022. I think the shared history we have is really important, so I just take a second to flag that, and then I have 3 recommendations for you to finalize it here. Just in that shared history, since that report came out, we set a stakeholder advisory group. I served as the chair of that stakeholder advisory group along with Eric Oriana, who was our vice chair. I'm now rotated off and Eric's now chair of that group. But we engaged in a year-long stakeholder meetings talking about how to digest that report and address issues we had. At the end of that time, staff put out an informal draft of proposal amendments. And we said, some of these are good, but let's take some more time. And they gave us that time, and we were able to talk through so many issues, identify shared values, and talk about how to help this fund going forward. And then the new draft came out about a year ago, and we came and presented our comments to you. We had some concerns with how the scoring would be shifted, but staff came back weeks later, and we started these meetings to really grind and get through this. it was an accelerator of sorts. And kind of like Beth said, maybe we're not there on all issues, but really, like, we're pretty much there on these issues. There's a wait and see. We're going to have to see how this plays out. But I really want to commend staff because those years of dialogues, like Beth said, sometimes weekly, it's kind of been this recurring thing we didn't understand would, be taking on a lot of bandwidth and time and resources. And so I think that's important to signify that appreciation and those relationships we built. Moving to the recommendations, there's a small one. Civic will give you a better highlight on it. It's just on the definition of sewer rate as a percentage of MHI. We thought it might be a technical modification. They have specific language, and we leave it to your team to determine that decision. The other comments really toward affordability. And I want to be clear, kind of like Beth said, this is a new piece of the SRF. This is really where it comes down to the old SRF was 16 points available. The new one with affordability makes it 21 points available. And so I think the concern was in the fall, the way that it had been proposed, the projects that we at our member agencies would be losing points, and then they would also be huddled up right in the middle because they all had the same point. And we thought, how are you going to determine which of these projects goes ahead? With all the changes that staff made, I think they by and large have addressed that, but there's still kind of this speculative fear of hypothetically, what if? Because points 17 through 21, we don't think our members are going to be able to hit those points. And so the concern is if we do kind of have that huddle in the middle, how would you determine who gets selected off? We really liked Lisa's presentation and kind of showing their analysis, which I think allays the concern. They've looked at it and they think that this isn't going to have that really structural change and disruption, which is very assuring. And so I think, we need to do a check-in in a few more IUP cycles. In terms of the specific recommendations, there was a piece in there on affordability where they talked about if you are a disadvantaged area within a larger service area, you can get recognition. This is something we identified in the fall, kind of these masked or disguised disadvantaged communities. The language they provided really helps give that acknowledgement and recognition. I think there was one concern with the use of the word solely, and it's just a technical one. And so we would recommend maybe modifying that to directly and specifically. The concern with solely is it's limiting. So if there's any auxiliary benefit, then in theory, you couldn't qualify for that. We thought directly and specifically being replacing that would get to the term, to the issue of really that benefit. Again, we'll submit that to you all for consideration. And then on the last piece, it's really the tiebreaker. What if we do have this huddle like is concerned? The process laid out now in the policy says you'll use the affordability score. And so, right now you currently could get 5 points there. I think, again, like expressing the concern on affordability we relayed, if it's creating, essentially 25% more points that we can't achieve, and then you use that same metric to divide, tiebreakers, we're concerned there with, again, not scoring, having that huddle. Our kind of recommendation was with the ratepayer assistance, that's not something everybody can score a point on. So the thought was, what if you just move that over as the first tiebreaker? So the affordability would become 4 points. Not everyone can get that ratepayer assistance point, but if you come into a tie at that point, the first thing you would look at would be, do you have a ratepayer assistance program? And then move to the affordability score. And so with that change, that would be the third recommendation we make as a suggestion for you all to consider to close this out. Otherwise, we're really, a lot more issues we're working on with the stakeholder advisory group and continue that dialogue. Appreciate it. And we'll be back in a few years, I'm sure, to see how this implements out and in another month with the IUP. Happy to take any questions otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voskuhl. Next, we have Alexandra Ganell with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and board members. I'm Alexandra Ganell with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. We strongly support the proposal, and we just want to thank staff and you for taking the time and the willingness to continue to work with us over the past months to get beyond the original proposal that came out in November. We're proud to have been able to take part in the stakeholder process, working collaboratively with the associations and with staff to address our common concerns, and feel like this is a testament to that successful working relationship that we've been forging under the stakeholder advisory group. We believe that these proposed policy amendments strike a balance. There's certainly things that we like and some that we don't like as much. But it is a balance around many of our shared concerns and priorities including affordability, project readiness, regulatory drivers. And we think it still is going to promote the long-term sustainability and continued growth of this really important and overstretched program. Looking at ways to better evaluate project readiness, I just want to acknowledge that staff really took the time to explain to all of us the challenges and the processes that they have in evaluating applications, and then understand our project development processes such that they restored this point value for projects that have achieved 50% design. And we think that this, along with updating the environmental application requirements, what's really needed to review a full application, is going to offer better alignment between both of our processes. And we're hoping then that this allows all of us to have less likelihood that a project is ready to start before the application review is completed, and therefore allows projects to retain eligibility for the funding. We also support the proposal that allows the state to prioritize applicants who are willing to accept the standard SRF agreement template when remaining funding capacity is available. We think this allows the state to maintain a diverse loan portfolio that can accept the standard terms and some that cannot, while providing an option to add projects that can move through the legal consultation period process faster when resources allow. We understand that we understand the proposal to continue to use MHI because it's the most commonly used, as you mentioned, and most accessible option for applicants at this time. But we do hope that we continue to go back and evaluate affordability metrics to see if there are other affordability considerations that can be looked at in the future. And as others have said, we're interested in seeing how this shakes out. But we do believe that we have an opportunity and a structure now that allows us to engage, and we hope that we can continue to engage and look at possible amendments in the future. Thank you.
Thank you as well, and definitely, I really appreciate that engagement. It has really helped us here, and just appreciate the participation in the working groups and helping us to refine, as we've said here, what is a lot of need and not the greatest amount of resource ultimately. So thank you, Ms. Cannell. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Ms. Debbie Mackey, and our last commenter will be Eric Oriana.
Well, great. Thank you, Chair Escobar and board members. Debbie Mackey, I'm the Executive Officer of the Central Valley Clean Water Association. We represent many of the Central Valley wastewater treatment, collection, water recyclers in the Central Valley that provides this, essential service. I want to start also by thanking staff for working with us, both through the advisory group and through just stakeholder involvement. They've been great. I also want to thank Jared and Beth, who have been in a lot of ways our fearless leaders in pulling us all together, having some really internal discussions to see if we can make a very diverse community come together on some issues. And I want to, today, I want to focus, actually, you see it on the screen. This is what I'd like to focus on. First, I want to also say is, or actually two other things, is I also want to say SWRCB supports the refinements that Jared Voskuhl outlined, the alternative language for solely benefiting, and then also as it related to rate assistance. So scoring criteria, first of all, the affordability. SWRCB likes this idea that we're doing this because this really does make a huge difference. And so we're very supportive of this, but we have some revisions to the language, and I want to kind of go through these and tell you why they're important, and maybe we can come through there with it. So this is actually found in the table 3 affordability score descriptions. So the first thing is that, as you can see, it's the current average annual single family. Well, we'll start average. Why average is important? There are systems, as was described earlier by Ms. Hong, that provide just sewer service or just the collection, just treatment. If they are just providing the treatment and you're including collection, which is something I'm going to get to a little bit more, then one system might have a different charge than another. And so you're really, as you're looking at affordability, you really want to look at what the average is. And so we're looking to add that question. And let me actually preface two more things. Scoring criteria is about the customer. It's about the person paying the bill. It's not about the utility. And we really do want an even playing field as we deal with this. And so these are where these comments are going towards. Okay, single family, why we say that. Right now, the sewer rates are defined many different ways. In this sewer rates, you could have industrial, you could have all these different types of sewer rates. It's important to define it as single family or something similar. There are many different descriptions as you find in rate. We have equivalent single dwelling, we have, all these different names, but they're really trying to get at the single family rates. And if that needs to be tweaked is how that's said, but we're really trying to get is what is that average household paying for their sewer rates? And then on the other part, on sewer services, the reason why we really think this is important is we think it's important both for the board and for the applicants. Sewer services can include and should include, as Ms. Hong was talking about within this context, collection, treatment, just disposal. And again, if we're looking at recycle, and I understand on the recycled water, there's some things, but if a customer's paying for, a single family is paying for some recycle services, those type of things should be included. We have another proposal that's more prescriptive, but we felt like this might be an easier way to go. Now, why is this also important and isn't that clear in what it says? And I would say, well, you've got another section in there on the application part, and that's found on page 24 of the clean version line, and it's I don't know what's the heading above it, but it's A3D, and it's the applicant's average residential sewer rates. Again, sewer rates, and that confusion, I think, needs to just be clarified. So we're looking at the word sewer services because it is collective. It's a lot more collective, but I think that this is an area where it really needs to be tweaked so that we're not comparing a system that's only providing collection or only providing treatment to someone that gets the full gamut and is providing both services. And so, again, making it an even playing field, making it about the customer is really where these recommendations are coming from. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mackey. I do appreciate the thoughtful consideration here into this language change. Looking to folks in the program, actually, I mean, to my mind and to my eye, those seem reasonable and can very well be helpful, but want to hear from folks in the program if there's some concern or consideration there.
No, I think that's generally, we had the same goal with the language that we crafted. And I think one of the things that stood out to us is that there's a lot of variation in these different regional projects of how to capture that. And so we were actually looking to have less definition in that to allow us some flexibility to really evaluate that as we see how things shake out, because it didn't seem like we could really capture every scenario that exists. And the Clean Water SRF, I mean, if anything, it almost feels like maybe we need even more vague language. I mean, the beneficiaries of Clean Water SRF is beyond just sewer systems. There's non-point source, there's stormwater. I mean, there's these other uses that don't really have rates and we haven't seen huge demand on the program from them, but I think it just speaks to the expansive nature of Clean Water SRF. And so that was really the intention from staff behind leaving it a little bit more, what we felt was a little bit more broad, but don't see any immediate concerns with that language.
I appreciate that. And there's I think something to be said about maintaining that flexibility and allowing folks to just come in the door and know that we're looking to be flexible with folks. And then the counter, which is to have a little more specificity to help for folks know what to aim for and what to come in the door with. I'm kind of, I think, feeling a bit agnostic between the two. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, well, two questions. One is my initial reaction for single family is maybe that it's more that we want to have it be residential or household or something that's less single family, to recognize that we're not looking at industrial, but we're focused on residential or household. So but I think more generally, it seems to me that the definitions here are things, especially since this is, one of the first times and we're working through it. And there's other examples like how we define disadvantaged community, or sort of the methodologies that we use to define different terms. A lot of times we want to work with applicants and stakeholders and advisory groups to really continue to refine that so that it is predictable and appropriate. And so I would be concerned about being too specific on some of these, because I think we'd want to be able to be flexible. But I do think, I think we all agree that the intent here is and should be clear for applicants and everyone about what we are targeting or understanding that to be. So, I somewhat defer to staff on how best to balance that. But I would want to leave open a little bit kind of the specifics of how we might tweak methodologies to determine things without having to update the policy to do so, but still making sure that we're clear on what we're talking about, and that we're not suggesting that it's only, it doesn't include treatment or collection or, these recycled water, stormwater, those different things.
Thank you, Board Member. Looking to other board colleagues if they have thoughts on the language proposal from Ms. Mackey. Board Member Morgan.
Yeah, thank you. Taking a look at it and, recognizing why, staff are looking to be a little more broad. I'm also looking at it because it's the definition of sewer rate in MHI. So it's specific to sewer. And so with taking that into context, I'm okay with the proposed change, because we are speaking of sewer, we're not speaking of stormwater rates here. And so in agreeing that, we are looking at the average, because it's taking into account all, and so that it doesn't come in of one agency thinking that, here, I'm going to take the high or another's the low or what, then where that it takes out that question, or even, staff being confused of how do I, pull this number. I have multiple numbers. And so it's really clear of what number are we pulling. And so it's, you pull them all. And then also, with single family rates for sewer service, I think, and I believe that this is where Ms. Becky was going, is that just, how they're listed for agencies is different, but single family is one that is commonly used by agencies. And so it also gives that additional guidance for both those that are the applicants and for staff to understand this is what value that we're looking for. We're looking for that value. And so it's the equivalent of that value, and we're looking for the average of that value. And so it takes less question out of what is it that we're looking for this, and it gives more clear guidance of how to move forward with this particular area and I still think it's still open enough to where if it's if they're using a slightly different term, you can still use that term because it's what is it that that Pacific agency is using. But however, we're putting in the more common terminology, and so that we can provide clear guidance, because I guess that's the way I'm looking at a definition, is to provide that guidance so that when someone's filling an application, they know what it is that they are to be supplying and not additional confusion.
I can add that this is new data that we haven't asked for and isn't in the application specifically, which is why it's, we don't have our exact methodology written out, which I think can be something we can commit to sharing as we develop it with stakeholder help and as we start to score these new projects. So, not something that we want to just require everyone to do this analysis on, because the policy in some ways does apply to, right, when we talk about the application, that does apply to other funding sources that utilize the SRF policy. So just we really just want to look at this for loans that are scoring. So right now, right, the information that's provided is what is the dedicated, revenues that are going to be pledged to repay the loan. So that really just looks at the applicant agency, right? And it is looking at residential, single family average. And so, that's kind of where we're basing on a lot of our analysis, but recognizing there may be things that don't fit that box that makes sense to include. But to your point, it's something that just want to share. We don't have that currently. We're going to have to work collaboratively with how we get that, how we measure that, and see kind of the variations among agencies and how that comes together.
Can I just clarify one more question? I think other board members may want to talk, but I also had a question on whether it makes sense to have average or median, given that we're doing median household income, if we would want to, if it makes sense to do a median sewer rate. I just don't know. And I think just this discussion underscores, I don't think it makes sense to codify this in the policy. It seems like this needs to be a method, these are important things that need to be worked through with stakeholders on what the appropriate methodology is, and that we can evolve it without having to amend the whole policy.
I appreciate that, board member. I think I'm landing myself in the same area, but board member McGuire.
I concur. I think I'm going to the same place. I think that procedure and clarifying how exactly this would be spelled out is what's needed. Because at this point, I'm thinking back to the drinking water. The same analysis of affordability for drinking water systems is challenging, and we've had to go through lots of iterations over the years and figuring out how best to calculate that number. And here, it's possibly even more challenging because you could have different a collection system as different service area from the treatment facility, and then how do the rates apply and overlap and all that. So I think there's a lot of complicating factors here. So I think, and I agree with the household comments that Board Member Firestone made as well. I think we should try and keep it at the household level as much as possible. But just given all this that's coming up, I think the best thing to do today might be to not change anything and direct you all to Division of Financial Assistance to work out the details and come back if necessary down the road.
Thank you, board member. All right, let's go to our last commenter, and I'd like to call up Eric Oriana.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. Eric Oriana here on behalf of Community Water Center. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you to the board first and foremost, but also to staff for their hard work in engaging stakeholders throughout the SRF Stakeholder Advisory Group. I think Mr. Vosco shared earlier just a lot of the work that has been put in, and I see these proposed changes as really an extension of a lot of the work that staff did to be responsive to the concerns expressed in the last workshop, an item that was discussing this a while ago. And I just wanted to thank you all I think it just demonstrates the board is always interested in collaborating and helping to find a solution that works well for everyone. I wanted to share a number of comments here. But I also just wanted to point out that just engaging in this process has highlighted for Community Water Center a similar need in the SAFER program to think about prioritization as well. And so just really encourage the board to consider SAFER policy changes in the coming months and years here. But I think one of my three of my takeaways from these the proposed scoring criteria is just in general themes. One, increasing the sustainability of water systems through things like regionalization and consolidation projects, prioritizing those types of system projects, prioritizing projects to lowest income communities, and also reducing the timeline to award funding to communities who need the most support. And so with that said, we really support the proposed scoring criteria. And just want to again say thank you for the work that's been done to prioritize the projects that are coming to the board. On another note, we're hoping to see changes to the SRI policy that were a little bit more tailored to the grants awarded to small disadvantaged communities, just given the implication that the SRI policy and the process has on these types of systems and these types of applications. And so some of those things that we were hoping to see was discussion around the prioritization of domestic well consolidation projects, which I'm excited to see the board set some of those parameters in the coming months, and also establishing clearer benchmarks for small rural communities to proceed to different stages of the funding application. So we're hoping that these items can continue to be discussed in future iterations in the IUP, as well as in the SAFER Fund Expenditure Plan discussions as well. And so just looking forward to those discussion items. But just want to close with appreciation for the board, and I think new scoring criteria new, I think just for everyone, but I think it just reflects a change in the board's priority to ensure that we are as a state, we are really targeting funding to the communities that are in the greatest need. So just thank you to staff for working with the stakeholder advisory group to really try to make that happen with these proposed changes.
Thank you, Mr. Ariana. Really appreciate those comments, and thanks for serving on the advisory committee. And thanks to the past president, Jared Voskuhl, as well there. It makes a huge difference here in all of our work that you all are engaged as deeply and heavily as you are outside of these meetings, and it really shows. So really appreciative of all the input and feedback. So thank you. All right, that brings us to the end of our commenters. Looking to my fellow board colleagues, I just have to extend again, thanks. I know there's been a lot of thanks. I have to just continue to pile on because this program is so incredibly consequential for the state of California, for all of us collectively here in the water sector, and is one of the critical tools and workhorses here for trying to ensure that water rates remain affordable, even as we pursue really important policy goals here in the state. And just incredibly important that we always get that right, balancing ultimately in the criteria of the projects we have, given the amount of demand that we have for these limited dollars. But they're so critical and such a critical part of so much of the work you all do. So thank you for all this time and attention invested into this update of the policy. It's been needed, certainly, and just a really helpful exercise as we continue to hone and refine what is a really critical program for this state and programs between the two SRFs. Looking to fellow board colleagues, if there's anything further to discuss or comment. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I had some notes from some of the comments we received, and I had marked that Jared Voskuhl, Cass, had mentioned had a few suggestions, and this goes back to the affordability table and how we're applying that, because this is new. So a couple of his just so I'm clear on what changes we're considering, or I want to hear from staff, the use of the word, changing the word from solely to directly and specifically, and any thoughts on feedback on that. And then the last one I had was with regard to how we would handle tiebreakers, and whether there was a different way, maybe first looking at the ratepayer assistance program as the potential first line tiebreaker, and then going from there. So just interested in any feedback staff might have on that.
Sure. Thanks for asking. I think when we talk about solely, and that's looking at a large applicant doing a project that solely benefits a disadvantaged block group, neighborhood, area, and then using that disadvantaged block group, neighborhood, median household income for the purpose of scoring. I think staff's opinion is that we do mean solely, and to not get sideways with, who's ultimately benefiting from these projects. So I think maybe Lisa captured it correctly in talking about sewer overflow, lines that have been neglected, on the drinking water side, maybe low pressure zones or water lines that need repair. Typically wouldn't be looking at, the idea is not we're going to put our pump station in a disadvantaged neighborhood that benefits the rest of the service area, right? It's the actual infrastructure that's benefiting that neighborhood. I think we want to keep that narrow for the purpose of not just, we've totally changed the definition of how we look at MHI. So that would be my recommendation there. And if you want to have any discussion, or otherwise I can talk about tiebreaker also.
That's helpful. Why don't you go ahead and finish your thoughts?
Great. So for the tiebreaker, I believe Mr. Voskuil's recommendation was to remove the offers local rate assistance from the affordability score altogether, and instead still capture that concept by using it as a tiebreaker instead. So I guess that would be the question for the board is that would be a different level of weight, in trying to incentivize both on the water and sewer side agencies to look at, although it may seem like a narrow availability with Prop 218, but what are some creative ways or different ways that local assistance programs could be propped up? I think a different weight, whether it's in the actual scoring system or simply used as a tiebreaker in those sometimes situations.
Okay. Yeah, that is also a helpful clarification. And I feel like I'm in this place where with some of the language, like on the sewer rates, I'm kind of in that same place. And I think there was a sentiment in the room about really not knowing exactly how this is all going to play out yet, and needing to take a couple passes through to really get a sense for how the scoring lands, particularly as it relates to the affordability. So I'm thinking maybe no changes at this point, leaving it as it is, and let's see how it works. But noting that there's perhaps some areas to explore down the road. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Anything further from fellow board colleagues? Board member Firestone.
Just, I agree, and thanks for just following through and discussing those. And just thanks to everyone for so much work helping. I mean, I think this is a long process. This isn't just this meeting. This was many months, as you all said, of working through, trying things out, constructively problem solving. And I think what I'm hearing is that we will continue to do that after this meeting and work through, continuing to try to understand how the scoring plays out since we're doing things for the first time, and bringing it back if something needs changing, and also making sure that the priorities and issues that were brought up today are continue to be discussed and addressed through the intended use plan and other processes. Just I guess. Not needed in any resolution or anything, but just to reiterate and with staff, I think, the sooner we can be generating a draft of methodologies for defining the sewer rate definition with stakeholders and making sure that we're iterating and getting that right, the sooner that we can do that, the better, so that there's clarity and comfort that we're all addressing that appropriately. And then also, I think if would love to hear back from staff on what's the most effective way to be a little more proactive in shepherding and having a point person with Chrome 6 applicants, and as well as PFAS and manganese, I think are similar in that they're emerging. But especially in Chrome 6, especially as we go into the IUP here. But with that, I think that we're landing where where I could make a motion, but I will see if there's more discussion.
Yeah, looking to check with other board colleagues before it seems we're prepared for a motion. And we are. Board member.
So I'll move to adopt with the change sheet. Is there 2 change sheets or what?
There are 2 change sheets, and I want to be clear, there are 2 separate resolutions. It's fine for the board unless there's some reason a board member wants to split the motion and take each separately, but it's fine to make a motion that's for both resolutions and both change sheets, if that's the pleasure of the board.
Both resolutions and both change sheets.
Have a second?
Second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Firestone.
Aye.
Board Member McGuire.
Aye.
Board Member Morgan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Diadamo.
Aye.
And Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Motion is carried and the policy amendments are adopted. Thanks everyone for the good work on it. We are now at 12:50, so let's take a lunch because this next discussion is going to be important and I don't want folks to be unnourished, I'll say. Let's bring ourselves back. Let's give ourselves nearly an hour, 45-ish minutes, and say we'll come back at 1:40. All right, thank you all. See you here at 1:40, and we'll continue on to item number 5, which is a workshop regarding the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board's biological objective. Look forward to seeing you all here in about 45-ish minutes.
You guys are not flying out.
Yeah, so, yeah. Are you, if I get a chance, I'm gonna flash them over tonight. I was gonna say, are you gonna be? Yeah, because I'm actually, I just want to get a day. Cool. I know. Yes, I got. Are you flying back on? Yeah. I know.
Well, that's okay. Well, I'm gonna start one of these other three. Anyone want to come? We have a buffet. Well, there's no. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get a little snack.
All right, everyone. We're at 1:45. I hope everyone had a good lunch. Thank you for returning back. And we can go ahead and get started with item number 5. Again, this is a workshop on the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board's Water Quality Control Plan amendment to incorporate biological objective. Want to hand it over to Rebecca Fitzgerald. Good to see you, Ms. Fitzgerald.
Thank you. Nice to be here. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I am pleased to be here to introduce this workshop today on amendment for the San Diego Regional Water Board's Water Quality Control Plan, also known as their Basin Plan, to add a biological water quality objective and a program of implementation. This is applicable to seasonal and perennial streams, again, in the North Coast region. San Diego region. Whew, where did that one come from? Get my geography on straight. We do have an action-packed series of speakers here today, and I'm really looking forward to what I hope is a good discussion. Can I get the next slide, please? So the purpose of the workshop is to share information really in this setting here in a public workshop setting on the proposed objective, the proposed implementation plan, with a real focus on these 2 items. On the new evidence that's relevant to the use of the proposed objective in anthropogenically and physically modified soft-bottomed streams in the San Diego region, and how the Regional Water Board intends to implement the objective for those soft-bottom modified streams. And I really think the focus is going to be on flood control channels and stormwater discharges. I think we'll hear that throughout the day. The workshop is really intended to inform this board's future consideration of approval of the Basin Plan amendment. As you are aware, the State Water Board is to approve any Basin Plan amendment adopted by a regional board prior to it taking effect. So this workshop just provides a place for really to consider what is a fairly, at this point, unique application of a biological condition as a water quality objective, the first in the state. And how, hopefully it will help in gaining a better understanding of how the regional board intends to implement it. I just want to recognize that you won't be necessarily taking action today. That will come later after this workshop and after we consider comments on the new evidence. Can I have the next slide, please? On that point, I would like to recognize that the public has the opportunity to submit written comments on new data and evidence that were accepted into the record on this item. This includes data and evidence that have been published since 2020, the time of the Regional Water Board's hearing on this amendment, and that is relevant to the use of the proposed objectives in the San Diego region. So we received 3 letters with new data and information in February by the deadline to submit data and evidence, and we are now in a comment period for what we received. We received 3 letters. We accepted all of that into the record, and we all have until May 19th to submit comments on that information, about 2 weeks from now. Next slide, please. So today's workshop is organized in a series of panels for you. I'm here introducing the item, and we'll shortly turn it over to Dr. Mazur from SWRCB to talk a little bit more about the state of bioassessment science. We will then turn it over to the San Diego Regional Water Board team, including the executive officer and their senior staff, and then a panel for those who are representing flood control managers and stormwater managers, and then a panel with coastkeeper representatives. Of course, we also have time for anybody else to provide comments and welcome discussion between these groups, however, as you see fit. Next slide, please. Before I do turn the mic over, I would like to take a couple of minutes to frame how the San Diego Regional Water Board's amendment fits in with other biological assessment or bioassessment topics across the state. To do that, I just threw this quick slide in to recognize what the biological objective is that we are talking about here today. It is expressed in terms of the California Stream Condition Index, or CSCI. It is an index that's used to measure the health of the benthic macroinvertebrate community. So these are small but still visible invertebrates that live on our stream bottoms. Mayflies, caddisflies, in their larval state are good examples. And the CSCI, it is an index. It's a measure of the health of that community. So with that, how does the regional board's proposed objective compare and contrast a little with the use of bioassessment in the CSCI statewide? Can I get the next slide, please? I'm going to start by talking about how we address impaired surface waters, which consists of the integrated report, our 303D list of impaired waters, and how we address those waters through our total maximum daily load program and other control efforts. On the whole, the CSCI, that is in the way it's being used as proposed by the San Diego region, is mostly consistent with how we use it statewide for the integrated report. It is the same threshold used to indicate degradation of the benthic community compared to reference sites. The same pollutant impairment association is required to list. And once listed, actions to improve degraded biology, such as a TMDL, would be focused on the pollutant or pollutants that are likely causing the poor biology. Any TMDL with its load or waste load allocations would be for the pollutant, not for the CSCI. It would not be a measure of the benthic community, the bugs. The difference here is what would happen should, in the future, the science change and there be a need to revise what is the measure of reference condition. For statewide integrated report purposes, should the science change, we would go through a peer review process. If we deem that that's an appropriate change to what we determine to be minimally disturbed reference conditions, we can proceed with that change. Here in the San Diego region, with this being an objective proposed to be established into their basin plan, any change would require an amendment to that basin plan. Next slide, please. Few things here I want to touch on. First is application of the CSCI in intermittent streams. So non-perennial streams, streams that do not flow the full year. Wanted to recognize that in Northern California, we are looking at some newer studies right now that may indicate a different range of minimally disturbed reference conditions. And again, though it's pretty focused on Northern California intermittent streams, potentially those that drain chaparral watersheds, probably a lot around the Bay Area. Within San Diego and other Southern California streams, the CSCI score appears to reflect reference conditions in intermittent streams. You will hear more about this today, but what I think we're looking at for Northern Cal is not applicable here in San Diego waters. I also want to recognize that we are looking at the applicability of the 0.79 CSCI threshold in Central Valley floor streams. We are aware that there is, generally a lack. There's one in-valley reference site and are considering how well minimally disturbed reference sites in other parts of the state with similar elevation, watershed area, precipitation, et cetera, how those factors affect expected conditions in the Central Valley floor. So we're still looking at that, and I want to recognize that. I also want to recognize that's the Central Valley and not San Diego. For San Diego waters, there are adequate reference sites applicable to streams in the region. Finally, we are considering application of the 0.79 CSCI threshold in modified channels. For the rest of the state, we are frankly considering whether it's reasonable to expect conditions to attain scores based on minimally disturbed reference condition. And I would say these are in heavily modified channels, constructed channels, ones that are fully paved, for example. We are looking at best attainable conditions, potentially modeling that, looking at pros and cons of policy options, about whether or not we should rely on minimally disturbed reference. This would be both for the integrated report as well as we're looking at potentially using biological end goals for developing nutrient thresholds, biostimulatory thresholds. So I think there's more work for us to do there. I want to, though, highlight the difference within the San Diego region. The Regional Water Board did indeed consider modified channels when they brought this amendment to their board for consideration and ended up removing applet. They did not apply the objective to hard-bottomed modified channels. So they did think about this issue, and I just want to recognize that they've kind of gone through their own process for what they think which waters they think this objective should apply to. So while I recognize that there is a lot on bioassessment still happening and a lot of interest across the state, I wanted to share all this kind of to hopefully share how this fits in the region, San Diego region's work fit in, and also hopefully to focus the rest of this workshop really on the Region 9's proposed use of the CSCI as a water quality objective. So I'm happy to take any questions, and if not, I will turn it over to Dr. Mazur.
Right. Well, thank you for the introduction and thank you for inviting me to come speak with you. I'm going to give you an update on the state of the science for bioassessment in streams, focusing on the San Diego region. But if you have more general questions about bioassessment, I'll be happy to entertain them. So great. Thanks. Go to the first slide. Next slide. Okay, so why do we use bioassessment? Bioassessment is the science of using the biological organisms that reside in a water body to assess its ecological health. There's a lot of advantages to doing this. Biological organisms like aquatic invertebrates, like you see on that slide, or fish or algae, they integrate all the different stressors that are affecting a water body over time, over their entire lifespans, and even over generations. So you're getting a very comprehensive view of the ecological health of the system. This is in contrast to physical or chemical monitoring, where you're looking at one pollutant at a time and you're getting just a snapshot. So you're getting this much more integrative picture, and that's really one of the big advantages of bioassessment. The other advantage is that it's a direct measure of aquatic life in a way that physical and chemical measures are more of a proxy. So this is why it's become a really favored tool for assessing biological integrity. But it does create some challenges when you're trying to develop the science to measure it. You go to the next slide. So there are three challenges that I'll be talking about. The first is, how do you take complex biological data and turn it into a simple quantitative metric, the CSCI that you just heard about? Once you have this measure of biological conditions, how do you set benchmarks that help you distinguish good or natural conditions from poor conditions? And then finally, how do you know how that index performs in different kinds of streams where you're planning to, apply these tools? Next slide. So I'll tell you a little bit about how we developed and designed the California Stream Condition Index. It was a process where we brought in a bunch of experts from across the country who've really been sort of the leaders of the bioassessment field. And what you do is you go to a stream and you collect your invertebrates and you get something that looks like that picture there. You have a bunch of different kinds of aquatic insects, maybe some snails or worms, mostly just, invertebrates that are sorted out in your net. Click. And you send them to a taxonomist who gives you back a list of all the different taxa that they find and what abundances they found them in. And if you're an expert ecologist, that's enough information. You can figure out, the stream is healthy or not healthy based on what you're seeing there. But to turn this into a more standardized and easily interpreted tool, you need to make it into an index. And the way we do that is we look at the composition of that sample, all the different types of invertebrates, and we calculate metrics that describe that composition. We look at things like the number of taxa you find. You can look at different species, like do you have all the mayflies and stoneflies and caddisflies, which you would expect to see in a natural stream, or beetles. You also can look at species traits, like do you have all the predators or filterers that you'd expect to find, and maybe do they have the right kinds of habitats, like burrowers or clingers. And you look at the numbers that you find. And more importantly, when we designed the CSCI, we wanted to know what would you expect to see if that stream were in an undisturbed condition. And we have statistical models that can tell us what you'd expect to see at a site given its environmental setting. And this is based on our large reference data set that represents all the different kinds of stream habitats we have in the state. So if you're in Southern California, you might expect a lower richness than you would have up in the Sierra Nevada. But in both cases, that lower richness might not mean that there's a problem there. So you're comparing what you observe to what you expect to find in different natural settings. This is basically a ratio. If you can click again, you end up with a number that is on average about 1 when you have everything you expect, maybe a little lower, maybe a little higher. And if that number, if things are missing from your sample, that number goes down and you start to see that there's a sign of degradation. And so these lower numbers indicate poorer conditions. And you end up with this index that relates really well to water quality. And in this graphic, I'm showing specific conductivity, which can be a pollutant, but it's maybe better to think of it as an indicator of pollution because it often co-occurs with all sorts of other types of contaminants. And when conductivity goes up, you see the index scores go down. So this is a typical kind of response to stress that we see in these types of samples. I'm showing a simple linear line. It's usually more of like a hockey stick shape where all the high scores are at the low end and you have a sort of big spread when the water quality degrades on the right side. Now, we wanted this index to work in the wide range of streams we have in California, and the way we assessed this is that we looked at all the different reference sites, minimally disturbed reference sites in different parts of the state, and we saw that on average, they're all getting the same score. They're all on average getting a score of 1, and this is true whether you're in San Diego, like that photo on the left, or up, near the Oregon border, like that photo on the right. So these different regions of the state, we see similar performance. So how do you know if a site differs from reference? Well, there's a lot of different ways to do this, but the most common way by far is to look at the distribution of scores at reference sites. Now, these reference sites, we all know that they are, by definition, they're minimally disturbed. They all represent a healthy condition, but there's some variability. They don't all get a score of exactly 1. When you stick your net into the stream twice, you're not going to get the exact same numbers of bugs. So there's some variability around that. Now, you could look at the lowest score you see at reference sites, but that's not a very robust estimate of that range. Typically, we look at some lower percentile. You can look at the 1st percentile, the 10th percentile, the 30th percentile. And when we wrote the paper that describes the index, we presented a range because we knew that people might have different reasons for picking different areas within that range. A higher number, like the 30th percentile, that will be appropriate if you really don't want to miss any potentially impaired sites, or alternatively, you expect that some of these things that we called reference were actually disturbed by things we didn't measure, things like grazing or wildfire impacts or septic tanks that were illicit. So you'd pick a higher number, and that's what states like Ohio have done. A lower number, like that 1st percentile, means you don't want to miss potentially intact sites, or you actually have this belief that all your reference sites are nearly pristine. What San Diego has proposed is the 10th percentile, which is that 0.79, and they can maybe provide their justification for that, but that's like in the middle of that range, and it's very commonly used in other states. So one of your questions that you might be wondering is, well, what about intermittent streams? Can you assess biological conditions there? Now, before I begin, I want to talk about there's a range of different kinds of intermittent streams. Perennial streams, as Rebecca described, these are streams that flow year-round. They might dry up during a drought, but typically they have year-round flow continuously. Intermittent streams, or as you described, seasonal streams, these have continuous flow typically for months or longer, but they do dry up regularly. They might flow year-round in a very wet year. They might not flow at all in a drought year, but there's typically sustained flow coming from either groundwater or snowmelt. Ephemeral streams are streams that only flow in direct response to precipitation and typically only for a few days or weeks. The protocols that we use to collect aquatic invertebrates do not work in ephemeral streams. So there were no ephemeral streams used to design the CSEI, and we've never used the CSEI in an ephemeral stream. When we look at sites from San Diego and other parts of Southern California, we gathered data from reference sites where we knew which ones were perennial and which ones were intermittent, and we compared the scores. And what we found was that the scores are basically indistinguishable in these two groups. So you see, these box plots showing the two scores. They're both well above that 0.79 number. So we really didn't see any basis for an alternative threshold in Southern California. Next slide. Perhaps the bigger question is, what about modified channels? Now, there's a lot of different kinds of modified channels in California, and we've been coalescing around a definition of classification system of modified channels that focuses on bed and bank material. We have hard bottom channels like you see in that photo on the top right. Typically, the banks are also hardened, but not always. When it comes to soft bottom channels, there's quite a diversity of types we have. Some of them look like that one you see in the bottom right. This has no hardening whatsoever, but it is extensively modified. It's been straightened and the banks have been recontoured to a trapezoidal shape. That's one kind. Sometimes you have hardening on one bank, and this is something we typically see in the mountains where you might have like a road on one side and there's some riprap that will protect that road, but the other side of that valley, the stream is free to migrate. So it's a little different from all the other modified types, which are more often in urban or agricultural settings. Those ones are more often in undeveloped settings. Finally, you might have them soft bottom with hardening on both banks, and that's fairly common in all urban parts of the state. Next slide. When we look at the ranges of CSCI scores in modified channels, the first thing we note is that most of them do in fact have poor CSCI scores. They have low biointegrity. And this is what you'd expect given that there's been extensive habitat alteration and they're often occurring in areas that have changes to water quality and flow. But there is some variation among types. Now, we did observe high scores in all channel types. And those are those sort of blue dots at the top of that plot there on the right. But I do want to point out, high scores were very rare for some channel types. With hard bottom channels, it was 1% of them. We have a ton of data from hard bottom channels. They're very rare. The soft bottom channels, they're somewhat more common. Those one-sided channels where it's primarily undeveloped landscapes, 40%, so it's actually fairly high. So I think the question is, what does the index tell us about water quality versus habitat? How do these two factors influence the scores? And like I said, the index score does reflect both, and it can be difficult to distinguish these two. It can be difficult to figure out which of these two is maybe having the bigger influence. And there's kind of two explanations as to why you might have this challenge. One understanding is that habitat alteration may be so severe that it overwhelms the impact of any kind of water quality. So if you had pristine, clean water running through a concrete channel, that explanation would say you would not see a good score. The other explanation is that numerous stressors are co-occurring. So even if you're looking only at one stressor at a time, or you're not measuring every possible chemical contaminant out there, there may be factors associated with channel engineering, but not the channel engineering itself, that can degrade scores. So if you go to the next slide, I'll show you sort of some data that kind of speaks to these two explanations. This is the same graph I showed you where you have specific conductivity on the x-axis and CSCI scores on the y-axis, and we see that decline, X score. Here I've broken it out where you're looking at the relationships for different channel types. Now, natural channels is that big blue line, and that's almost the same lines that you saw before. That green line are the one-sided soft bottom channels, and it's pretty much the same relationship. And this kind of makes sense with what we've seen where you have, these are behaving very similar to natural channels. It's the other modified channel types where you actually start to see something different. That orange line are the soft bottom channels with no hardening. That purple line is where you have hardening on two sides. And then that red line, which is nearly flat, is that hard bottom line. So what you're seeing here is that certain channel types you'll have more muted relationships with water quality, and that sort of where it hits at that left end is quite a bit lower. And so you can, and so you can interpret this sort of light of those two explanations I showed you. Either like on that left side, is it that channel hardening that's keeping that like red line up all the way down, or is it the fact that there's so many things other than specific conductivity that's sort of keeping those scores down? So next, I just want to show you that we have some understanding that the landscape context matters quite a bit. I've mentioned those one-sided channels a little bit to you earlier, how they're all in undeveloped areas, but we're starting to see this in other types of streams too. I mentioned we have one hard bottom channel with a high score. I just want to show it's the exception that kind of really can tell you a lot. It is unlike most hard bottom channels in that it also occurs in an undeveloped area. It's up in the San Gabriel Mountains, and you can see that it's hardened there, but there's almost no development nearby. It's a very unusual type spot. It's close associated with a reservoir. Overall, we see that a similar relationship with landscape development where there's a strong relationship in the unmodified channels, and it's a progressively weaker relationship with different classes of modified channel. So I think in Southern California, we've been doing a lot of research on engineered channels for quite a while now, and I think we have a very good understanding of the ranges of conditions that we see in these channels. And I think the questions are starting to turn to what do we know about ways to improve the scores? And we're actually, at the early stages of this research. And we're really interested in looking at the impact of restorations where modified channels are given a sort of more natural form. And I'm just highlighting one example in this Arroyo Calabasas, where it's still managed for flood control purposes, but has been converted from fully hardened to this sort of more naturalistic form. And we're also trying to develop our causal assessment toolkit to give us an understanding of when you reduce a stress, is that likely to have an impact on scores, even if the modification remains in place? So I would say stay tuned in the next couple of years for some more information on these two areas. So the big takeaways I'd like you to get from this is that California has tools that can measure biological integrity in most of the stream types. This is true for perennial or intermittent, and this is true for modified as well as unmodified channels. And that we have reference thresholds that can determine if those conditions are similar to natural. However, the relationships between water quality and habit and biointegrity is affected by channel modification. With that, I'd like to entertain any questions you guys may have.
Thank you, Dr. Mazur. Looking to colleagues if they have anything at this point. Board Member McGuire.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here, first of all, and thank you for all your work and research over the last, I'm sure, decade plus in developing this really critical tool for measuring biointegrity. I mean, there's so much we wouldn't understand and couldn't do if we didn't have tools like this to understand how our ecosystems are functioning. So thank you immensely for that work and the future work that you're committing to do. And I'm not an expert in this, but I'm someone who's been trying to understand it as well as I can, and really focusing on the modified channels. As you know, that's kind of the key area. And I was reflecting on one of the slides where you had kind of you're breaking down how the CSCI score is developed. About you have a statistical model or something that outlines the expected distribution of insects and macroinvertebrates that you would find in the water system. And so it's that expected that kind of resonated with me. And I guess my question to you is, in these modified channels, in different habitat areas and urban settings, and constructed channels that we know have been significantly altered, is the expected different? Should it be different? Essentially, should the reference condition in terms of what's attainable, should that give us pause? And should that be something we should think about a little bit more carefully? And that's really, and I'm kind of cutting to the chase a little bit because you're here on the panel, and I'm very interested to hear your thoughts on that.
Okay, so you're asking me about how this tool that we have it's based on expectations, and how are those expectations set for urban and modified channels? That's
right.
Okay.
I think that's right. Yeah.
So the expectations are based strictly on natural factors. So if you have two more or less identical streams, one's been channelized and hardened, the other unchannelized, but they have the same elevation, same watershed area, same geology, same climate, they're going to have pretty much the same expectations. So the expectations aren't different for streams based on any kind of anthropogenic factors. And that's kind of how these indices work. You're trying to figure out how would the stream look in the absence of anthropogenic influence. Now, you had said, you used the word attainable.
Right.
And these expectations are not necessarily, I kind of want to avoid saying that I know what attainable necessarily is, because that's based on factors like, can you effectively improve the water quality through treatment plant upgrades or add shading or anything like that? And that's often a site-specific determination. Reference conditions may or may not be attainable at every stream, and that's something you'd have to figure out on a case-by-case basis. So I guess, did that answer your question?
It did, but yeah, thank you for that. It helps. And I think there was going to be more discussion about this, I'm sure, as we go. But I think I was also just looking at some of the charts that you had with the relationship between water quality factors, because that's what I mean, that's our primary area of oversight, or water quality conditions, and the kind of lower level of relationship in terms of water quality factors as it relates to the CSCI score. And so again, it's attainability. Are there things that we can do from a water quality perspective? And I know in some streams there certainly are.
Yeah. Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But is that, when we're thinking about these modified channels, is that the right target? Is that the right grouping, if you will? And I think it comes down to the reference, and at least that's in my understanding. So if you have some thoughts, again, you're here, so I
guess I'd say we have the ability, the reference, this tool is based on expectations that are derived from reference sites, and they help us anchor sort of the natural communities, what they should look like in all these different settings, and deciding sort of how close to that natural expectation. That's something you can decide by where you set that threshold for the CSA. It should be a 1 if everything's perfect, but there's natural variability. Maybe there's some attainability concerns that would make you lower that. But yeah, I think you can't, the reference condition approach is always defined as trying to identify natural undisturbed conditions. You don't have a reference modified channel. So that's not an approach that's consistent with how we designed that index. Now, you could look at lots of other modified channels and say, well, the best of them get a score like this, and say that's maybe an appropriate target. That we do actually have that science at this point, especially for hard bottom channels and some classes of soft bottom channels.
Okay, so you've been looking at different ways to approach problems like this.
Yes, yeah, and we would call that like the best observed approach, and you can define the best as the very highest score, or maybe the 75th percentile or something. It's sort of complementary to using the lower end of the reference, but we do have those numbers.
Okay. Appreciate your input. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board Member Vice Chair.
Well, again, I also want to thank you. I've been spending probably more time on this than what I would have liked, just because it's difficult. And repetitive briefings, looking at the same memo 2 or 3 times. And so you have done a really good job, maybe not fully explaining it for me, but getting me a little bit more on the way. So thank you for that. In follow-up to Board Member McGuire's question, so it sounds like you have additional information on modified channels and what you would expect in these modified channels with either hard bottom or soft bottom under, and I'm not remembering exactly what your terminology was, but what the best condition when you line them up against other similar channels.
So we have expectations that are what would these modified channels, what kind of bugs would we find, what kind of metrics would we observe if those channels were in natural condition, which means if they were unmodified. And we also have information on what kind of scores they get when they're modified. We have a range of scores, and we see that the tar bottom channels, I think they top out at around 0.65. I don't quote me on that number. We have that in a report that, I don't know if that's part of the record at this point. Yeah.
It is. One of the new documents for the record was a report that you were a lead author on that comes out of associated with some modified channels, particularly in the Central Valley, but there's data that's relevant to the whole state in there.
Yeah, that was a statewide analysis where we looked at the ranges of CSCI scores in different classes of modified channels. So we do have a range. We do understand what do they typically get, what's the highest end that they get.
Okay, that's helpful. And I know we're going to hear from the region on this, but in a meeting that I had with them last week, I was interested to hear some of the goals for the region where perhaps the scores could be improved. And so if we could look at slide 17. This is a slide where new projects focusing on ways to improve scores. And so hearkening back to, what you just said, if you line up all these different streams and look at the range of scores, if we were to maybe we collectively or a region wanted to focus on, improving conditions, what tools could be used, and specifically, could the CSEI be used for that, or would you be using different tools in order to achieve some targeted improvements?
So you're asking what kind of tools could you use to evaluate the effects of restorations and other activities that are intended to improve conditions?
Yes, effects of restoration or an evaluation of various actions that could be taken and whether or not it could adjust those scores.
So I think we have a variety of assessment tools, including the California Stream Condition Index. We have an algal index. We have more habitat-focused assessment tools like the California Rapid Assessment Method that, if you're asking me what I would prefer to use, I'd say use a wide range of tools to assess the impacts of these restorations, particularly if you're working in an area where you expect the restoration to address some but not all of the stressors affecting that site. So you can see a broader range of what's being improved and what's not. I think a broader assessment toolkit is always better than a narrowly focused one.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Doctor. Looking to see if there's anything further from colleagues at this point. Much thanks. Really appreciate your expertise and work. And again, really just at a critical time. So thank you. I believe next, Ms. Fitzgerald, are you ready for the next panel? Or
Yep, bear with us
for
a
the-
moment. We'll
Yeah.
we'll switch places and you can hear from the Regional Water Board next.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. Great to see the leadership here. Chair Strawn, Vice Chair Cantu, Executive Officer Gibson, others, thank you.
And Chair Esquivel, Vice Chair D'Amato, excuse me, members of the board, friends. I'll start off by apologizing. I didn't get the coat and tie memo, but being from San Diego, at least I didn't wear shorts and flip-flops, right? I came up here today because I strongly believe in the efficacy of biological assessment and as a measure of the true health of our streams, and the importance of this amendment adding biological objectives to our basin plan. Excuse me. Biological assessments and objectives are keystones in our Region 9 practical vision. My fellow board members and I have done outreach throughout our region since 2012, explaining our practical vision and the importance of biological objectives in an outcomes-based approach to our tasks. Personally, I've volunteered thousands of hours over more than 20 years performing bioassessments with citizen monitoring teams and restoring streams in our local, urban, and headwater streams and High Sierra wilderness meadows. I know from firsthand experience how important living, healthy streams are to the public and how valuable it is to measure the biological health of a stream. Traditional monitoring of stream chemistry and indirect measures like toxicity are good tools for locating point source industrial pollution, but that's not the whole story. They don't tell us whether the stream is alive or dead, or in between. Ironically, focusing on traditional monitoring parameters can lead to extremely high costs of compliance to achieve lower levels of metals or nutrients without understanding if those BMPs will be effective in restoring or protecting a living stream. That's why it's so important to add biology to our regulatory efforts. California's SWAMP program and our CSCI database have advanced tremendously in the 20 years I've been working with them. Thanks to people like Rafi. We need to take advantage of these amazing tools as we shepherd our water resources. I understand that many of you, state board, are stakeholders, respected stakeholders, have serious concerns about the costs or unintended consequences of implementing this amendment to our basic plan. I strongly encourage you to direct your staff to work with ours after this workshop, update the resolution to address your concerns, and then adopt the objectives as soon as possible, hopefully while I'm still here. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. I've been on the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board since 2018, not 1918, 2018. Updating the basin plan has been, with the best science available, has been one of my priorities for a variety of reasons that I think you all understand. The Basin Plan Amendment for biological objectives that we adopted in 2020 was crafted to be both reasonable and protective, and to achieve the objective of the Clean Water Act in our region to restore and maintain chemical, physical, and biological integrity of our waters. Our staff has spent literally 30 years bringing that science to our work as regulators. As regulators, we are all obligated to seek out the best available science, being aware of what the costs are and trying to accomplish our goals, which are very hard, as you well know, within a cost that we can all live with. We believe the biological objectives moves us closer to that goal than what currently is being done. So how do we restore or protect biological integrity without a quantitative direct measurement of the attainment of the warm or cold beneficial uses? Our policy decision was to add biological objectives using the CSCI to achieve that objective and to inform the prioritization of the most important water quality and beneficial use issues in our region. The CSCI is the best science in the nation for that analysis, and it is time that we add the latest best science to our basin plan to fully support restoration and the protection of biological integrity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could we advance one more slide, please? Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, executive director, and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this workshop today. As complicated as it may seem, it is in heart and parcel with the regional board's practical vision to engage in dialogue and discussion to really fully understand important policy decisions. The board engaged in over 10 years of progressive outreach on its own behalf, board members, to elected officials, agency heads, organizations, and NGOs. And in each of those meetings, biological objectives as the flagship of the practical vision, chapter 1, strategizing for healthy waters, where we identify environmental outcomes to achieve in the key beneficial uses in key areas and focus our regulatory actions on those, was a top topic of each of those meetings. The warm and cold beneficial uses are among the top tier of the key beneficial uses approved by the regional board to prioritize our work. And the biological objectives the board adopted to add to the basin plan are focused on restoring and maintaining the cold and warm beneficial use using a direct measure of the attainment of those beneficial uses rather than an indirect measure like toxicity. Much like recreation is evaluated in terms of bacterial indicators to determine whether or not it's safe for human contact, having a CSEI determines whether or not a stream is attaining the cold and warm beneficial use. And in doing so, the board chose to follow the latest science and choose the 10th percentile, not the 30th percentile, or a higher value for pristine conditions in order to set that threshold so that it could be protective, yes, but also reasonable. I've been personally involved with the science of bringing biological assessment and the regulatory use of that to our efforts since 1991. I'm old. And I was an early member of the California Aquatic Bioassessment Work Group, which was formed by the State Water Board, Fish and Wildlife, and US EPA to really advance and develop the science with stakeholder input in order to evaluate it and determine if it could be used in California as it had been in other states and among some of the tribes. In 1998, I founded the San Diego Stream Team, a volunteer organization to do bioassessments to bring monitoring to the public. And one of the reasons we did that was there was a lot of passion and interest in water quality, but the average lay citizen and high school student didn't understand what 5 parts per million of nitrate nitrogen mean. How do we use that information in terms of informing a regional board or an agency what actions to take? On the other hand, understanding stream condition and whether or not the stream is healthy, as those terms have been used, is much more attainable and understandable to the public and something that can be translated into recommendations for action by a regional board or others. At the regional board, we have innovated and supported the science in the development of standardized procedures and tools like the San Diego Index of Biotic Integrity, or IBI, which became the Southern California IBI, and then finally the California Stream Condition Index. And along the way, we've incorporated them into our previous and existing permits and water quality certifications as monitoring and assessment tools, but also evaluation for BMP implementation. For example, the general information that we collected from 1996 to 2018 on urban stream condition in the city of San Diego made possible my approval of the city of San Diego's programmatic water quality certification, providing critical flood control capacity work for 65 stormwater conveyances of 17.64 miles in length and over 60.52 acres of impacts. It's the largest certification we've ever issued, and it was issued for several years to allow the city of San Diego to have a predictable schedule in understanding what the baseline mitigation requirements would be. It's really important to emphasize here that that certification would not be changed now if the board were to adopt biological objectives. We use a habitat approach with Fish and Wildlife and Army Corps of Engineers. The Stream Condition Index would not be assigned some new value to it to be attained in those modified channels for flood control. Rather, we would be justified in relying on the biological objectives to continue those types of permits and even expand upon them, because now that we've described what the warm beneficial use is, we can now actually ascertain what it should attain and then to make decisions about priorities about how to apply management measures like permits. Indeed, in approving the city's plan, we also relied upon their water quality control plan and their watershed water quality improvement plan under stormwater to address those chemical impairments that are not related to the physical condition of the channel. With the CSCI, like the sediment quality objectives that you adopted for marine waters in 2018, we now have the best science in the nation to directly assess the attainment of the warm and cold beneficial uses, to prioritize our actions and achieve the outcomes that the community needs, including flood control. With biological objectives, we can do that more cost effectively than we have with traditional regulatory tools like TMDLs. Rather than chase the chemical constituents down an asymptotic curve of ever diminishing concentrations to try to ensure that we can protect the beneficial use, and rather than rely upon chemistry measurements like LCs and AC50s that may or may not be indicative of actual landscapes in the biological condition, we can actually apply this now and in turn ascertain a certainty of impacts to aquatic life, and that one that is more intuitively understood by the public that wants healthy streams, also recreation and flood control needs. For example, in this case in point, if we had placed biology at the front end of our regulatory workload in the city of San Diego on Choice Creek, we would have evaluated the need for a metals TMDL and calibrated it to the actual concentrations that would be protective of aquatic life. And unfortunately, we did not do that. I was junior staff at the time. Instead, we developed a metals TMDL, which has cost the city of San Diego hundreds of thousands of dollars. They may be able to tell you exactly how many, to work with us after the fact to evaluate and apply a water effects ratio to change that copper concentration and elevate it to one that was actually biologically protective. This is just one of many cases where I always say put the biology first. Having biological objectives in the basin plan puts that rubric up front, puts that lens up front rather than applying it after the fact. Calibrating on those types of regulatory measures is worthwhile, but calibrating our measures through the lens of biological objectives is where we realize the best results, especially when we look at a watershed scale with multiple stressors in multiple program areas that we regulate, like ag and stormwater or land discharge, particularly when we're looking at non-point source pollution. Really hard to regulate as a point source pollution. As much as we've accomplished analytically, as I've reiterated, until we complete the Basin Plan Amendment process, we're not truly able to attain the objective of the Clean Water Act to restore and maintain the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's waters. Having the warm and cold beneficial uses completed provide direct measurements of those waters under changing conditions, and that includes climate change. One of the weaknesses of the previous tools we developed, like IBIs, was it didn't actually address lowering flow levels because of changing climate. CSCI is actually calibrated to increasing aridity, punctuated by wild and crazy atmospheric rivers. So it's already pre-designed to accommodate changes in flow regime that occur across often several years, from ephemeral to perennial, depending on the rain years. The CSCI is far more robust and resilient and doesn't overestimate impacts just as a result of long period drought, which is not unusual in Southern California. There's a lot more that we could say, and my staff and colleagues will be happy to do that. And we're going to be listening today for the colleagues and concerns of our colleagues in the community in terms of how we calibrate this further for your consideration. We intend to bring you language to add to the findings, to the implementation that will be very clear how we'll apply this to flood control channels, so that in the effort of trying to raise some of those up to attainment, we don't preclude actual flood control work that's necessary to protect homes, properties, and lives. We will provide you language that will explain how we'll use it through our current regulatory approach using watershed water quality improvement plans, which include self-determination by the co-permittees to identify their top priority pollutant of concern, not address 100 all at once everywhere in the watershed, because there are unfortunately many listings in the watersheds on our integrated report. So we look forward to the dialogue today and your feedback, and we'll look forward to working with your staff to provide you that language at the soonest opportunity with ample time for public review and comment on it. So thank you very much for hearing us out for today, and I now refer to my colleague, Chad Laughlin.
Many thanks. All right, next slide, please. All right, good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. My name is Chad Laughlin. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the San Diego Water Board, or Region 9, as we also call it. Kind of use those interchangeably, so apologies there. A quick outline on my presentation today. First, I'm going to talk about new data that supports the Basin Plan Amendment. We were one of 3 entities that submitted new data during that new data open period that Rebecca talked about. The 2 other entities are here today presenting, so I expect you'll probably hear from them about their data submittals. I'm going to talk about the biological objective and how it will prioritize stormwater permit actions for the San Diego Water Board. I'm going to talk about how the biological objective will not prevent flood control maintenance activities from occurring. And just an undercurrent theme throughout my portion of the presentation is really that the biological objective is going to enable our board to effectively preserve and restore biological integrity of stream habitats, both through our regulatory and non-regulatory actions. Next slide, please. So I know you've gotten a little background on the CSCI and biological objective. I'll give you some more. So you've heard from our board members, our EO, on the why and the importance of biological objectives in general. We started with a biological objective for wadable streams using the CSCI, and there was a reason for that. The CSCI is arguably the best biotic index in the United States. And do not take my word for it. This was stated by your own water board, state water board, independent science panel that was involved in the development of the CSCI, which was funded by you, the state board, and US EPA. But Region 9 went beyond that. We actually spent over 5 years validating the use of the CSCI in our region. We looked at intermittent streams. I know Dr. Mazur talked about that a little bit. We specifically targeted intermittent streams within our region to make sure the CSCI accurately worked in intermittent streams, like the one in the lower left here. This is Blue Water Canyon Creek, and the CSCI works in intermittent streams. We also looked at region-wide variability. We've got a wide variety of rivers and streams in our region. We have some pretty big shallow rivers. We have some really small rivers and streams that you can barely sample, like the one on the right. This is Canada Verde This is not a reference site, it's a grazed site, and it meets the standards for monitoring, and we find that the CSCI works in a variety of our streams in our region. And I'll mention that this work was funded pretty much exclusively by swamp regional funds and also discretionary contract funds. Next slide, please. As it's been mentioned already, our board found the CSCI threshold to be reasonable. I'm not going to, for the sake of time, I won't re-explain this because Dr. Mazur had this in his presentation, but our board picked a 10th percentile threshold for our biological objective. That's not a pristine or a perfect score. That's a possibly altered or better score. And our board found that to be reasonable. It's also consistent with recent work that State Board has been doing on the sediment quality objectives, the biological component for that especially, and also the toxicity provisions. Not a pristine or perfect score is used for those. Our objective, we also included language in our objective about the application. Dr. Mazur touched on this a little bit. Obviously, we put in specific exclusions. So obviously it doesn't apply to things like ponds or reservoirs that aren't streams, right? But we also include language making sure it wasn't confusing for people in terms of where it's not suitable to use the CSCI. So things like tidal channels at the top of estuaries that some people might think are streams, deep water that you can't actually wade and do the CSCI collection methods, and also ephemeral streams. And we define those as streams that really only flow for short durations in response to precipitation events. Then finally, I want to make sure to bring up that the CSCI method and the Region 9 application itself were both approved by separate scientific peer review processes. Next slide. Take a drink of water and slow down. So now I'm going to shift on to the recent data that Region 9 submitted. And our finding is that the recent data confirms that modified streams do achieve good CSCI scores when water quality is good. Again, a little bit of a repeat from Dr. Mazur's presentation. This is the figure that he had, and this figure shows CSCI scores that are currently present in a variety of modified streams. And the three box plots on the right side of the figure represent the modified streams covered under the Region 9 biological objectives. And these are soft bottom streams with some sort of modifications to the sides, and the projected modification. This comes out of the 2024 SWRCB Central Valley Report, which assessed current CSCI scores. And you can see here, it found that a lot of current CSCI scores for soft bottom modified streams are above the 0.79 threshold, which is shown by the red dashed line. Importantly, this report did not assess water quality in these categories, but Region 9 also submitted additional evidence, over 30 samples from additional modified streams in Southern California, showing that good CSCI scores are possible and do occur in streams with good water quality. Next slide. So here's an example of a site and score that we submitted that wasn't included in the SWRCB report. This is Cottonwood Creek in the San Diego region. This site was specifically selected and monitored to assess if the CSCI is impacted by channel alteration without impacts associated with urban runoff discharges. It's not a reference site. There's a few roadways here, and there are some small levels of discharges that come into the site, but it has good water quality. It also is extensively lined with riprap on both banks, but has a soft bottom. And we get a good CSCI score at this site, 0.7 or 0.95, excuse me. Next slide, please. So going back to this figure, obviously there's a big concern about all the red dots that are otherwise present in these other sites that have been sampled that are modified with a soft bottom. And how do we get those red dots up to blue? Next slide, please. So Region 9 also submitted more recent water quality information in the form of the 2024 integrated report. And we did that with implementation in mind. And really, we want to use biological objectives and goals in general to help inform water quality management decisions we make. We want to make sure we're working on the right things in the right places. And one of the findings from the 2024 integrated report is that when you have low CSEI scores, you have pollutants associated with them. And so for toxicity, for example, it was associated with poor CSEI scores 79% of the time, nutrients over 90% of the time, pesticides over 70% of the time, and on and on. Obviously, you can see that some of these pollutants are co-occurring. And to be frank, it shows that we still have a lot of work to do. But we do want to use low CSEI scores in these modified streams to guide what we do in terms of water quality management practices. By my count from the 2024 integrated report, we have 111 303D listed streams, unfortunately, and most of them are unfortunately listed for multiple pollutants. Now, going pollutant by pollutant, water body by water body really is not feasible or reasonable. I would say it's unreasonable. It also ignores any pollutants that might be there that just didn't happen to be monitored in the first place. So it's really an ineffective approach for us to use for our regulatory and non-regulatory programs. Next slide, please. So as an example here of our intention in terms of using biological goals and a biological objective to inform water quality actions, here's a modified stream within our region. This is Forester Creek. And really, we want to use a CSEI score as a regulatory benchmark for documenting success. In this case, Forester Creek is a big restoration site. It is a modified stream, soft bottom. It's undergone extensive restoration for a large portion, involving local municipalities and even Caltrans. But unfortunately, it has water quality issues. This 0.74 CSEI is actually the best CSEI score we've gotten post-restoration for this site. Forester Creek still has issues, and those include excess nutrients, toxicity, and pesticides. And so, we get the question about, well, why an objective? Why not just use assessment in this case? And to be frank, an objective makes it real and not a suggestion. And it also doesn't allow it to be construed as underground regulation. It allows Region 9 to prioritize our permit implementation work and document success. We have, for example, in our Phase 1 NPDES stormwater permit, there's a lot of flexibility in terms of implementation. There's a water quality improvement plan, planning process, and implementation process. We have alternative compliance as an option. And unless we have a water quality standard, there is no backstop, right? It's just a suggestion. We can't use it to prioritize and identify and prioritize the specific pollutants causing the problem, and then document success and say, hey, the water chemistry is now good enough, right? Because we know water quality objectives individually on their own have a lot of assumptions there, like Dave mentioned earlier. Yeah, you can jump in.
Thank you for letting me jump in, Chad. First of all, you made my day. I didn't know that the stream in my neighborhood that I helped get restored to that condition's 0.74. That makes me feel good. But I wanted to answer Vice Chair Adamo's question from a few moments ago. You were asking about slide 17 on Dr. Mazur's slides, where he was talking about potential restoration and also causal assessment. And well, the example I wanted to share with you is not in Santee, but rather our stormwater permit includes an alternative compliance option for new development and significant redevelopment, such that the builder has conditions on site that don't allow for post-construction stormwater BMPs optimally. They can invest in off-site investments to improve general conditions in the watershed. In the case of the city of Chula Vista, they chose to develop an alternative compliance project pursuant to the permits. An alternative is not required. That allows builders to invest in what they called natural system management practices, stream rehab or restoration, if you will. Moreover, if they did bioassessment as part of the implementation plan, if the CSCI scores stayed the same, great. If they increased, they actually got more credits. Post-investment, more credits if the CSCI scores improved. So if we took this example and went back in time when we had that option for the city of Santee, not only was it self-mitigating as a flood control program, it actually created green space for the community, but they could actually really claim significant more credits than they would have been given at the time of the development. So the Water Board's approach incentivizes restoration. Some of the ways to bring those red dots up above the line is through those types of alternative compliance. But also even more to the point, for the water board to make a policy decision on which of those red dots not to focus on, it needs to be in the basin plan so that Coastkeeper and others can see that there's a rational decision that's been vetted, has been a subject of rulemaking, so that the investments can be made where they can get best results in streams that are going to be in extremely poor condition that are not completely concrete. The water board has the discretion to manage those that way transparently. But I really wanted to emphasize that opportunity for alternative compliance as a way of achieving improvement in stream scores over time.
Vice Chair.
Well, thank you for that. And I think, this really gets to the heart of the matter. Where there's a stream, and that's why I asked the question about slide 17, it sounds like you're intending on using these objectives to assist with prioritization.
Indeed.
So the question then becomes, and I do appreciate it, Mr. Laughlin, that you brought up why not a benchmark, why not a target? But on the one hand, it seems that it's being utilized as a target or a benchmark. And then in other instances, like if you have a stream that looks like slide 17, should be an objective because it's telling us, and based upon the conditions of the stream, other pollutants, and your assessment using a factored approach, that the objective is achievable. So I guess the question becomes when it's really in the category of those, the other colored dots where it's going to be a challenge and you're actually treating it like a benchmark, you're treating it like targets or goals. And this is where Mr. Lawfer, I'd like to get your comments on this. What about subjecting these other areas to potential, third-party litigation? And if that's not, your intention, if your intention really is to assist with prioritization, keep things targeted, use it as a backstop where you can really put pressure in certain areas to see improvement where it's quite possible. But then in those other areas where it's sort of being treated more like a benchmark, how does it differ then? It's still an objective.
So I'd certainly like to hear the San Diego Region supplement in terms of their view. But as I read the program of implementation language, I think is in Chapter 4 of the proposed Basin Plan Amendment, it provides a mechanism and a stepwise mechanism for how the objective and the criteria will be used to then trigger actions within the NPDES permits that are issued by the Water Board. And it's essentially those subsequent actions that apply to the larger suite of dischargers that become the enforceable permit requirements. And down the road, they have the ability to modify the permit or modify the implementation program or modify the basin plan if they feel that they can take it to the next level and reduce the objectives into a separately enforceable permit requirement and a separately enforceable requirement that they expect to be included in all permits moving forward.
I believe he's covered the question better than I could, but one thing I would add to it is, again, it gives the board the option to prioritize in, the triangular review for where we'll do TMDLs and where we won't, but it also gives the board the opportunity to pursue a site attainability assessment for constituents of concern, or a use attainability analysis, rather, to remove, say, the warm beneficial use from a segment of stream that's so low on that curve that it's just never going to support it. Having biological objectives, again, on the front end of that question rather than the back end, helps ensure that the public understands the context for that decision by the board, and it helps inform the board's progress on that going forward.
And I don't want to take up too much time on this because I know we have more panels, but just wanting to better understand the practicability of that. In the meantime, are the objectives the default until further studies and analysis is done? And back to the question about, subjecting these, say, flood control channels. I know we're going to hear from the folks that have these concerns, but being subject to potential third-party suit.
I believe besides what you've already heard from us and from council, you may very well also ask that question of Coastkeeper. They certainly have a point of view on that. In most of those cases, it's really a water chemistry exceedance rather than physical habitat exceedance, as I think we'll show you on some of the slides. But where it's both, that's where the Water Board, I think, needs to look at Chapter 4 as we've currently drafted it in terms of how we engage under our existing permits and programs to address those and prioritize those sites for follow-up.
And
Thank
I
you,
think
Vice Chair.
just, oh, go ahead.
No, just thanking the Vice Chair, please.
So I think just on follow-up on this slide, I would, put it conversely. How do you know you've done enough on chemistry to actually be meeting the beneficial use in the stream without the biological objective as a regulatory benchmark? We don't have the ability to have that flexibility in our permitting processes to say it's good enough. Things are looking good. All right, next slide, please. All right, so now I'm going to shift a little bit to talk about flood control and implementation. So I want to make it very clear here, the biological objective and CSEI measurements will not be used to prevent flood control maintenance. Region 9 fully acknowledges the importance of maintaining flood control capacities in streams to protect property and critical infrastructure. And so today I'm going to talk about two areas of flood control maintenance in regards to the biological objective and CSEI measurements. I'm going to talk about emergency activities, and an example of that is the 401 certification for emergency activities on the left. And these emergency flood control, repair, and protection activities are pre-certified and do not require any pre-project CSEI monitoring. And then I'm going to talk about we call regular flood control maintenance activities. And I want to be clear that CSEI scores in modified streams do not need to be improved by the flood control maintenance activity itself. What we do is we follow the state wetland policy of looking at avoidance, minimization, and then finally mitigation for impacts associated with the maintenance activity itself. And our intention, as we outline in Chapter 4, is to use the CSEI, to inform mitigation for unavoidable impacts. And if you look at the stream in the lower right, this is Alvarado Creek channel in the city of San Diego. This is basically dominated by invasive species. We have arundo, we have fan palms, among others. And our 401 program considers flood control maintenance that is really just dominated by invasive plant species to be self-mitigating. Obviously, we want BMPs to prevent erosion impacts from impacting the stream, but we look at this on a holistic perspective under the state wetland policy. Next slide, please. So first, I want to talk about emergency flood control activity work, right? This is important work. And I want to be clear, poor CSEI scores will not prevent emergency flood control maintenance from occurring. There are two existing water quality orders, one for waters that are waters of the United States and state, and then one for waters of the state only that State Board has that pre-authorizes these emergency flood control, repair, and protection activities. And so if you have a water of the U.S. like San Juan Creek here on the right that needs an emergency repair, what happens is the entity doing the repair issues a notice to the Army Corps of Engineers under their regional general permit, and then files a notice of intent with the water board 48 hours prior to conducting that activity. This is an example of a more recent emergency activity that was undertaken in the County of Orange on San Juan Creek. It just happens to have a poor CSEI score there of 0.52. It's not caused by the emergency activity. We did not use that at the present or plan to use it in the future to prevent any of this maintenance from happening. This specific location, it's a soft bottom channel with concrete lined sides, and there was some damage to the concrete lining that needed repairs under emergency actions. Next slide, please. Now, for regular flood control maintenance activities, say it again, poor CSEI scores will not prevent regular flood control maintenance from occurring. Here's an example of a modified stream segment that's covered under the City of San Diego's jurisdiction-wide 401 certification that Dave talked about a few minutes ago. This is a physically modified stream that has some substantial water quality issues. We just happen to have a CSEI score here for the flood control maintenance section, which is in blue on this map with the flow direction there. And it's a poor CSEI score of 0.46. There's a lot of chemistry impairments on this creek. There's toxicity. There's listings for, I believe, 7 pesticides, nutrients, dissolved oxygen, also trash. Now, the poor CSEI score does not prevent maintenance, and Region 9 does not expect that the maintenance activity to somehow magically address all of these upstream water quality problems flowing into this site. And so what we do in cases like this is, through the 401 program, is look to see, is there avoidance? Are there minimization measures? And then what should the mitigation be? In the case for most of the flood control projects, avoidance really is not a feasible alternative. So we look to see what kind of minimization measures can take place, like doing it outside the rainy season, implementing BMPs to prevent issues, and then based on the quality of the habitat, what mitigation is required for those impacts. And mitigation for stuff like this is typically done through off-site enhancement at a 1-to-1 ratio. I believe that's the ratio in the city of San Diego's jurisdiction-wide 401. Now, we say that the CSEI itself, while it's not required, we could use it to assess the success of mitigation offsite, because we want to know that the mitigation is actually having a net benefit. And we know mitigation sites are often impacted by water chemistry problems, which are often no fault of the person doing the mitigation itself. So we want mitigation sites to actually be living up to their full potential. All right, next slide.
One second, we have a question from the Vice Chair.
That was really helpful for you to walk through the 401 and the process and the potential use of CSEI in evaluating effectiveness. Let's take a different scenario, though. Could you see a situation in which adoption of these objectives could change the analysis and potential mitigation under avoid, minimize, and I can't remember what third one is?
Mitigate.
Mitigate, yes.
Thank you for the question, Vice Chair. No. The short answer to that is simply no. The way we regulate those types of activities with the Army Corps of Engineers under Section 401 and 404 and Fish and Wildlife under the streambed alteration is by habitat. And we do not propose and will provide clarifying language to make it clear that we're now not qualifying certain types of habitat based on CSCI score for flood control 401 certification type projects.
I mean, I will say I don't think we'd be opposed if someone is proposing to do pre and post CSEI monitoring to show the scope of their impacts.
And indeed, not to belabor the point, that's exactly what we did with the city of San Marcos. They had previously asked to do flood control work in San Marcos Creek to make it a concrete trapezoidal channel. My predecessor denied it twice with prejudice. When they came back, we worked with them, Army Corps of Engineers, Fish and Wildlife, to develop a larger channel design that was vegetated, that they could maintain as a vegetated flood control channel so that the flood flows would not move down Restaurant Row on Grand Avenue. And in lieu of that, to help attain what was then called Index of Biotic Integrity scores, the city committed to installing new stormwater BMPs on city block by city block as they built a downtown district next to that flood control channel. They don't have a downtown, they have a Restaurant Row. So they would be treating run on as well as run off and expected to see concomitant improvements in water quality in San Marcos Creek downstream. So there was a win-win there. I will point out that US EPA was not in favor of this project and threatened to step in over Army Corps of Engineers because 8 acres of impact at that time were unprecedented. And they were very concerned about the potential loss of habitat and impacts to water quality from that. Having been reassured about the habitat quality, regulating them as we proposed to do and as we have done on a basis of habitat, it was our argument that chemistry would be improved by the stormwater approach the city proposed, being both stormwater and flood control agency, that convinced EPA to not step in over Army Corps of Engineers and prevent the project from being executed. That would provide flood control for San Marcos. So there are opportunities to do this. To come back to a question you asked earlier, I'll be really more blunt. As we do these decisions, the more and more of these we make without it in the basin plan as a touchstone, a milepost, the greater the chance eventually of being challenged as an unfunded mandate or rather a backdoor regulation. So really having in the basin plan is an exercise in policy, in transparency, and consistency. While some have been concerned that one approach today might be different now without it being in the basin plan, I think that becomes even more likely. And it could be either more progressive or more regressive in terms of what that threshold is set at, but rather than the 10th percentile. A future executive officer may decide that a 30th percentile may be the one that we want to apply. But to come back to your question, no, we're not changing how we mitigate or how we regulate flood control channels with bioobjectives.
Okay, finally, I want to touch on CSCI scores in streams with flood control maintenance. And yes, we see a lot of poor CSCI scores, but we do know that good CSCI scores are possible in streams that have flood control maintenance activities occurring. including in developed areas. And these are two examples of that scenario in highly developed areas. The stream on the left is Rose Creek. This is in the city of San Diego. This stream is armored on two sides with concrete. It's there to protect a rail line, a trolley line, also critical infrastructure, sewage and water lines, and it has scored a 0.79. And the stream on the right is Agua Hedionda Creek. This has been sampled quite a bit. It's gotten CSCI scores ranging from 0.79 all the way up to 0.89. This stream is a soft bottom modified stream. It's been diked on one side and berms built up on the other along both sides. And this stream has a channel that's actively mowed to prevent vegetation from growing. And we know that, you know, these are just two examples of streams that have active flood control maintenance in Southern California that get good CSCI scores, but you really need good water quality to get good CSCI scores. Next slide, please. All right, so to summarize, the San Diego Water Board directed the development of a biological objective and has done so using the best available science, which has been vetted through peer review and multiple public comment periods. The Water Board also determined the objective to be reasonable and protective. The biological objective will not be used to prevent flood control maintenance from occurring, and we are available today to help clarify any implementation intentions and questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, just really appreciate what I know has been a lot of work and a number of folks' careers to perfect this, and this created a critical tool that, to your point, lets us really be more tailored and specific ultimately when it comes to how we approach our water quality regulations, knowing that there's a ton of need and a lot of exceedances, and using biological indicators here to best inform how we prioritize, I think is really important. And so just thank you for the work on the tool. You know, the elevation of this to a workshop, I think was really important because we see similar work in other regions. And so this is really an opportunity to understand the work that's going on in the San Diego Regional Water Quality Control Board, but inform the board as we pursue this tool in a more statewide fashion, as well as other regions take this up. And certainly this has been a discussion in our integrated report and how the biological scores, CSCI, are used there and are used to track what are important trends and hopefully in the right direction when it comes to the quality of our watersheds and waters. So first and foremost, just thank you. A lot of appreciation. And certainly we're hearing concern. And I think a lot of that is on the implementation side, obviously, and what it means. And so appreciate that we'll be seeing language here from you all on how we can address some of the concerns. We'll continue to hear here in a moment from the panel. But importantly, hoping that this workshop helps bridge all of our common understanding, and hopefully we're hearing one another across both the concerns, but also what the clear intentions are from the regional board as to how this will be applied. So a tremendous amount of thanks. Looking to fellow board colleagues if there's additional questions. Board Member Morgan.
And thank you. I'm not sure if I have quite a question at this point in time, but do have a comment. One, I just want to thank, Region 9 for all of your work and definitely for answering all of my questions. I know I have extensive questions around this. And for, our staff and just spending a lot of time with me, just really walking me through, the biological objectives, understand, the importance of the CSCI score. And as I've said to you all, and it's just, one of the things for me just really is the importance of, what I call within my engineering background of just modeling and anything like this. It's really about the quality of the data that you put into something. Then it turns out it goes to the results of what you get out of it. And so just while we're focusing, here on Region 9, you guys, you spend a lot of time. It's just really, you have your reference sites and you have, from what I'm hearing, adequate reference sites in order to understand what is happening within your region. I'm also I think it's a positive thing that we're hearing that you also have additional reference sites that are for modified channels, to where that is also giving you additional information to let you know what are the current state of your modified channels and potentially what the future state can be. And that's really where a lot of my questions do end up coming in. And I previously from SWRCB, we saw the picture, and that's where you guys know I've been asking a lot of questions about just a lot of times we have a modified channel, whether it has, a modified can mean a lot of different things. It could be just hydro modification, and where you end up with a lot of, sorry, I am lost of words here, but you have a lot of development that has been built up really close to that channel. And so when we're talking about nature-based solutions, you're talking about restoration, there's not a lot of area to do that in. We saw today a picture of here is some of the things that where you've been looking at different types of restoration and different types of work that where you can, perhaps in these tight areas, get a channel back to a more natural state. And I'm just going to say a more natural state. That's not quite the way the channel looked like to begin with, but it is more of a natural state. It is more of a nature-based solution. And so those are the things that I think I've been looking for is what are those solutions? What do those look like? And, so when I'm looking at what is the long term of this look like, it may not be my civil engineer brain goes sometimes to hard infrastructure, even though I'm a civil engineer who's never designed or built a bridge. But, how do we get to where we have some of those lower cost natural solutions to where we can achieve the water quality goal that we're looking for, and we also get more of the habitat back? And so I think, looking in it's good to hear that you are looking at those things. You do have studies. And so my question, I guess I do end up having a question because is that in the end, if you do put in 0.79 and what if it gets to be 0.78? So what if you get so close, but you're just not quite there? And if this is like a water quality objective, is there what then?
Thank you, Board Member Morgan. I think the answer to that question is we would never define it so narrowly. I would be more concerned about a much larger decrease in the CSCI, something like, say, on the order of 25% change in score. And in that case, I think we would then work with the relevant agencies. It could be an agricultural group, for example, in an ag area, or a San Diego stormwater permittee group, like, say, the San Diego River watershed for, say, Forester Creek in my neighborhood, for example. And we would look at tools like causal assessment analysis to see if there was something new being discharged to Forester Creek that we didn't see before. There's a large industrial park in El Cajon. Industries change, practices change, ownership behaviors change. So we would look to diagnostic tools before we would look to some sort of regulatory threshold action like enforcement, or I would hope for coastkeeper litigation. There's usually a reason for those kinds of departures from the norms. The scores don't change that much from year to year, especially with the CSCI, far more resilient to low flow conditions than the IBIs were. So I would look to a causal assessment or other diagnostic approach to see what the source is and how to identify and abate it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. To see if there's any more discussion here for the Regional Board panel. Seeing none for now. Thank you. Really appreciate it again. And thank you for coming up here and being here personally. It means a lot. So thank you. Next, call up our panel of stormwater folks, regulated entities. So I'll give a moment for the panels to change out. All right, thank you all. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Karen Cowan. I'm CASCO's Executive Director. So I'm going to be really brief because I want to reserve the balance of the time for the local folks here to address you. I just wanted to start with a note of thanks for you all and everybody who's made the time to come here today. Based upon the discussion you started engaging in on the 303D list, I think it's very obvious that the board is really paying attention and learning and coming with the best of intention to really understand and struggle with what is a tough policy call, right? And this is an important policy discussion. So I just wanted to start with a thank you. I think this is what good public process is. And it's nice to see it happening here in our lovely state of California. So thank you to everyone for your time. I think what we heard so far is, I just want to, I guess, summarize it. And we've heard a lot about tool versus water quality objective. And I think that's what the local folks are going to really try to talk to you a little. I think it's the question for the first of its time use and what public policy decisions look like.
And we've all been very engaged in this issue going back 10 years since the Regional Water Board has been working on this. And a lot of the kind of perspectives and comments that we'll provide today, we've been providing all along the way. So this is definitely not new. Next slide, please. So first of all, let me just start off with kind of echoing Karen's point. We come here today definitely committed to biological integrity and definitely understanding the power and the importance of this tool as a holistic measure of water quality in our streams. We want to be clear about that. We support biological improvement in all of our water bodies. Where we have concerns is the use of this tool as an objective in all of the water bodies, particularly concerned about the application to the soft bottom modified channels. And the reason for that, we'll get into a lot of the details, but they're actively managed as flood control channels that provide critical protection for our residents and our businesses. As an indication of our commitment to biological integrity, many of us are engaged in a restoration project. We're already using biological integrity in our water quality improvement plans. So we are using this tool. The concern is the application as an objective. Next slide, please. So a slight distinction that we want to provide, obviously modified channels is kind of the term of art used in the policy. We're really concerned about flood control channels. These are the ones that we're actively owning, operating, maintaining as a flood control agency that are critical to continue to maintain, that have modifications, physical or otherwise, to provide that critical flood control protection. So really what we're looking for is a different approach for flood control channels specifically. Next slide. So this slide kind of lays out our key concerns. First of all, the Basin Plan Amendment as it's written does apply absolutely to flood control channels that have soft bottoms. And in applying the proposed numeric objective to a flood control channel, that conflicts with providing flood control protections. So I would agree with what the regional board said in terms of the objective does not prevent us from conducting flood control. However, it puts us in a situation where we have to choose. If we do flood control activities, we're likely, almost certainly, going to be out of compliance with the objective. And so when it comes down to it, one of our key concerns is that this could result in a permit violation. Definitely appreciate Dave Gibson and his staff's flexibility and expression of their intent to focus on the water bodies where there's more potential. However, what's important to us is the language that's in the Basin Plan Amendment itself. You know, Dave might not be here as the EO in 10 years. Third parties may interpret things differently. So the key for us from a legal perspective is the language in the Basin Plan Amendment, even more important than the implementation intentions. We also, as permittees, have the burden of proof to show that water quality is not the cause of impairment. And as I think we heard from SWRCB this morning, there's a lot of uncertainty pulling apart the different causal factors of what's causing an impairment. So we have some concerns that the causal assessment tools really aren't where they need to be for us to take those steps that are called out in the Basin Plan Amendment to be able to say definitively, is water quality the causal factor? Next slide. This gives you some visual representations here Kind of three critical reasons or concerns. Number one, you've heard this several times, very few of the soft bottom modified channels meet the 0.79 CSCI score. And the picture in the middle is a good illustration of why. This is a channel in the city of San Diego, Choyas Creek, that runs through a very urbanized part of our city, one of the more disadvantaged portions of our city. It's a channel that's not sized the way it should be, frankly, in terms of providing flood control protection. So we need to keep this channel clear of any kind of vegetation in order to protect all the homes that you see on the sides of this channel. There will not be shading, there will not be vegetation, because the channel needs to convey the floodwater. So if this objective is adopted, it would apply to a channel like this. And then similarly on the third picture, you see a map. Historically, unfortunately, there's quite a bit of development in some of our 100-year floodplains. This is another downstream portion of Choyas Creek. We've actively looked at restoring, widening the channel. It's not possible. It's not possible to do it without displacing hundreds of people from a very disadvantaged community. So the only sort of tool for flood control we have at our disposal is to keep that channel as clear as we can, as long as we can. So that's some of our concerns specifically about these types of channels. We'd like to see a different approach taken. And with that, I'm going to pass it to Matt Yeager.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. I'm Dr. Matt Yeager, and I work as an environmental project manager for the Riverside County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. In February, the permittees, that's our group, submitted 12 new pieces of evidence comprised of memos, GIS files, and literature showing that modified and flood control channels in the San Diego region only rarely meet the proposed objective of 0.79 CSCI score. These materials were prepared by the permittee work group with strong support from Larry Walker Associates and Rick Engineering. And we do have Ashley Desai from Larry Walker Associates here with us to answer questions. We submitted evidence under three main categories. One is channel engineering and CSCI data for modified channels in the San Diego region. All of our information is about the San Diego region. The importance of flood control channel maintenance is a category. And then there were three recent scientific journal articles which were relevant to biological conditions in modified channel systems. So today's presentation focuses on three of our new evidence submittals. I'm going to talk about the findings from an analysis of CSCI data in modified channels in the San Diego region. And we believe our analysis provides the most complete analysis of these data that we're aware of to date. And then Amanda is going to talk about a detailed description of the characteristics of flood control channels, the requirements for maintaining flood control infrastructure, and impacts to communities and to biological integrity in the channels. Next slide. Thank you. So for our analysis, we compiled all available data and evaluated both the number of samples and the number of soft bottom channel sites. So the number of samples and the number of sites with CSCI scores that met the proposed objective from the San Diego region. However, for this table, to be consistent with the analyses in the Central Valley report that was talked about earlier and submitted by others as new evidence, we show only the number of sites, and we selected only the maximum CSCI score from each site rather than an average or mean or median. Our analysis shows that less than 5% of the soft bottom flood control channel sites met the proposed objective, and that's 1 out of 27 sites. So for comparison, the Central Valley report concluded that if less than 10% of CSCI scores from modified channel sites, if less than 10% met the objective, then there is no evidence of high score attainability for these channels. And although we do have concerns about the 10% threshold suggested in the Central Valley report, and we're not sure about the methodology used to develop the 10% threshold, our evidence shows that flood control channel sites in the San Diego region that met the proposed objective, the percentage is much lower than 10%. And we believe this demonstrates that flood control channels in the San Diego region are very unlikely to attain the proposed objective. Next slide. A little more detail on the data here. While our analysis used only the maximum score from each site, we thought it was important to show the complete data set for the sites that met the objectives. So all of these met the objectives at some point. Only one flood control channel, again, only one flood control channel met the proposed objective. And when there were more than 2 sample results for a particular site, only one of the scores met the proposed objective, and most of those samples were collected over 10 years ago, and the average being well below the proposed objective. Next slide, please. So to put the previous tables in perspective, we have provided a few photos here to show the differences in the typical characteristics of channels that met the proposed objectives and those that did not meet the proposed objective. On the left is a picture, an example of a type of site that met the proposed objective. And then on the right are 2 examples of sites, typical examples where sites did not meet the objective. And the overall thought here is that sites that met the proposed objective generally look a lot more like natural channels with minimal modifications, while sites not meeting the objective have more significant and extensive modifications. So next slide. So we did review the other evidence submittals here. The San Diego Water Board and the Coastkeeper Alliance submitted new evidence. Both of them included the Central Valley Report, and the San Diego Water Board, as mentioned before, submitted new CSCI data and references to the integrated reporting process. The permittees believe that these new evidence submittals do not provide substantial evidence to demonstrate that modified soft bottom channels in the San Diego region can meet the proposed objective for a number of reasons. First, as these pictures show, most sites in the new evidence with scores that met the proposed objective are located in water bodies with minimal modifications, which is the top photo, as compared to flood control channels of concern to the permittees, which is the bottom photo. Conclusions drawn from this new evidence also rely on an evaluation that groups together the CSCI data from modified channels with all types and extent of modifications. This is a key point because the evaluation here actually considers the 2 water bodies shown in these pictures to be equivalent in terms of their modifications. They're just modified channels, soft bottom modified channels. Second, the Central Valley Report and the additional CSCI data provided by the San Diego Water Board draw their conclusions based primarily on data collected outside of the San Diego region. And finally, we do not believe the new evidence demonstrates that water quality improvements alone would result in meeting the proposed objectives in modified soft bottom channels or in flood control channels. So based on our evaluation, the new evidence submittals do not address the concerns we've identified. I'm now going to turn this over to Amanda, who's going to talk about flood control channels, flood control agency requirements, and impacts to communities.
Good afternoon. My name is Amanda Carr. I'm Deputy Director for OC Environmental Resources, and I'm representing the County of Orange and the Orange County Flood Control District, which are served by the same board and the same Department of Public Works. So as both Todd and Matt have mentioned, I'd like to give you a little perspective on when I'm wearing my flood control hat, and I'm focused on our flood control protection responsibilities, how we look at things. These are in addition to my stormwater responsibilities and my water quality responsibilities. But when I'm serving my flood control masters, I am looking at protecting life and property and managing flood control, a network of flood control systems that include channels, basins, dams, and pump stations, And I'm doing that in accordance with requirements from the Army Corps of Engineers and the Federal Emergency Management Association. I'm doing this not only to protect people from flooding. I mean, obviously, that is flood control's reason for being, but I'm also doing it to enable my constituents to participate in the the National Flood Insurance Program, enabling them to, number one, be able to purchase flood control or flood insurance at all, or better yet, to be able to purchase flood insurance at a reduced rate. I think we all can appreciate in the state of California the need for insurance and property insurance and the challenges that we're facing on a variety of fronts. And so this is also a very crucial role that we play, not only protecting in emergencies, but also helping people financially protect their investments and their homes. So we are concerned, so all of these responsibilities are predicated on our ability to comply with Public Law 8499, which is the federal law that enables the Army Corps of Engineers to come in after a catastrophic event and help local municipalities rebuild flood control facilities. In order to be eligible for that, we have to meet Army Corps maintenance requirements and also FEMA maintenance requirements. So we're concerned in a lot of the discussion that we've heard today, these things are not being taken into consideration when we're talking about, is there ability to meet biological objectives? Is there the ability to restore channels? You've not heard in the conversation, are we considering what is the capacity of that flood control channel? Is it sized appropriately for the level of development that is now? Todd provided the example of they were looking to expand Choyas Creek to provide additional protections, but the only way to do that would be to displace residents to take on more flood control, more space by the flood control channel. And that just wasn't a viable pathway. So likewise, putting restoration into channels, which is going to decrease capacity, needs to be considered if that's the only pathway to move forward on biological objectives, which I think we have seen from the information that SWRCB has presented is very, very difficult to tease out if we're looking at a water quality impact or if we're looking at when you have a severely modified channel, being able to meet those biological objectives due to the channel modification. So if you could go on to the next slide, please. Similarly, with climate change, these challenges are becoming only more severe. We have submitted document F5 as new evidence showing the significant impacts flooding can have on communities and the implications of that flooding on disadvantaged communities in particular. And Todd has already mentioned the situation in Choyas Creek and the flooding that the San Diego region experienced in 2024. The pictures here are from recent public outcry in San Diego demanding that more be done to address flooding that has become more and more frequent due to the impacts of climate change. And there's no doubt that we're seeing an intensification of storms and severe atmospheric rivers, just making this all the more challenging. With climate change already affecting our communities, it's more important than ever that we're able to maintain our flood control capacity and infrastructure to protect life and property and our residents' ability to insure their properties and investments. So these are the concerns that we're really trying to address today. So if you can go on to the next slide. Going back to Public Law 8499, when either, in general, how flood control facilities are either built by the Army Corps and then turned over to the local sponsor for ownership, operation, and maintenance, according to the maintenance manuals that are developed when those facilities are built. Or they're built and designed by local flood managers to Army Corps standards, and we develop maintenance plans that again are approved by the Army Corps to show that we will maintain those channels to the capacity that is needed to protect the area surrounding those flood control channels. So there is then an inspection program that the Army Corps does to make sure that we're holding up our inspection maintenance requirements. And they issue guidance with pictures telling you what is acceptable maintenance, what is unacceptable maintenance. And these are some figures from these maintenance guidance documents. And as you can see, in areas like the picture on the, okay, I'm going to get my right and left wrong. So figure 2.69, where it says unacceptable vegetation in channel and sediment shoaling. You know, this is what a natural channel looks like. This is what a natural creek looks like. This is what supports biological objectives. This is considered unacceptable maintenance for flood control channels. So if you go on to the next slide, I have, this is San Diego Creek, San Diego Creek. This is San Juan Creek, as was also depicted in some of the slides that the regional board used. This is how, if you look, the picture in the bottom corner with the men working on the sides, repairing the paneling there, this is how we maintain San Juan Creek. There's no vegetation in it. There's no shading on the sides. We don't allow for vegetative material to accumulate within the channel. And even maintained to this level, which is an acceptable standard for PL 8499, we have had events as the ones depicted surrounding in 2005. And the picture at night is, believe it or not, Christmas Eve 2010. This is just how you want to be spending your Christmas Eve when you are about to lose a levee and you are dumping riprap into that void to make sure that we do not flood out the community. So this is the level of maintenance that we have to maintain in order to be as protective as possible. And even when we do that, we have catastrophic events like those pictured here. If we don't meet those maintenance requirements, we have to fund that repair 100% ourselves because we will be out of compliance with our Army Corps requirements. FEMA will not come in and provide emergency assistance. So this is what's on the line for us. And what we're concerned about is if biological objectives apply to soft bottom flood control channels, that we are eventually going to be forced to decide which requirements to be out of compliance with, either our maintenance requirements or our biological requirements, because we cannot allow for biological activity to the level that is required by the biological objectives that are proposed.
I appreciate that point. And I think, you know, just trying to reiterate what I'm hearing from the Regional Water Quality Control Board, which is, you know, in a situation where those two are in conflict, it's your requirements for maintenance and, you know, ongoing even emergency work here that takes precedent, I think. But I don't want to speak for the regional board either, but trying to see if what I'm hearing from the regional board is essentially saying, you know, in that circumstance here, that your maintenance activities are what you need to be doing, and that, you know, the objective won't necessarily preclude you from doing those.
But I think the point that I'm trying to make is when we maintain our channels to the level that the Army Corps requires us to, it will not meet 0.79. That bare channel bottom will not meet 0.79 ever, no matter what the water quality is because the modification is so severe in order to provide the flood control capacity that we won't be able to meet that objective. So I agree, I will do the maintenance that I need to do to provide the flood control protection that my community requires. But it's going to set me on the path of being out of compliance with my biological objective in my flood control channel. So,
And that, I mean, so this picture of San Diego,
San Juan.
sorry.
That I said
sorry,
San Diego
it was-
first. San Juan.
It
Creek.
was, yeah.
Yes.
San Juan Creek is striking, of course, because it's one example, and I'm seeing a whole range of examples of modified channels in all different kinds of conditions. And so I think I can see where this is getting tricky to
Right.
parse out. But just real quick, so for some of the other channels that haven't been maintained as well, and they actually have habitat and they exhibit probably higher CSCI scores, and you're saying that even in those, you may have to go back in because of Army Corps requirements and actually clean them out
Yes.
of some of those features that are providing that habitat value. And so you're in a conflict there
Yes.
as well.
I would not want to make judgments on another entity's maintenance of their channel and whether or not they're in compliance with, say, 8499 requirements. But if you look at the guidance that's provided by the Army Corps, they say that having vegetation within soft bottom channels is an unacceptable maintenance situation. But we are hoping, and I will also say, not all of San Juan Creek looks like this. Only the lower 1 mile of San Juan Creek looks like this. Only the lower 1 mile of San Juan Creek is a managed flood control channel. The upper portions of San Juan Creek are not managed flood control channels. And the biological objectives should apply there. I have no problem with that.
That's where I was going.
Yes,
Is there
yes.
I mean, have you offered a map or a list of segments and streams that would?
Actually, so if we go to the next slide. And actually we can just quickly, the points that we have said is we believe that attaining the biological objective is going to have significant implications for flood control maintenance activities and create conflicts with other requirements related to flood control. And we believe that the evidence that we have submitted shows that managed flood control channels that are soft bottom will not meet the biological objectives as proposed. If you can go on to the next slide. So what we are proposing is that we remove soft bottom flood control channels from the water bodies which the Basin Plan Amendment applies to. So what we propose is that we modify Chapter 3 to include a definition of flood control channels, and that we add those to the category with fully hardened channels that the biological objectives do not apply. We're not just going to walk away from these areas. We do propose to continue monitoring and looking at biological integrity, and also in flood control channels where there is capacity available for restoration, that these are things that we would be taking into account in our water quality improvement plans, and we're not taking those things off the table. But in the discussions with how the biological objectives are proposed to apply now, flood control capacity is not considered in whether or not restoration is feasible and required. So we are hoping that this more narrowed exemption of what we're asking for, because initially when these biological objectives did come to the regional board, we were looking at soft bottom modified channels as a whole. We have tried to narrow and refine our ask down to soft bottom managed flood control facilities. And we have a definition for that and an application process. So not just a straight up listing, these are off the table. We would come to the board, we would apply to say this should be designated as a soft bottom flood control channel, and these objectives would not apply. So we're trying to make this as targeted as possible to ensure the flood control protections that we need to provide, while also respecting and frankly striving for meeting the biological objectives where they can be met. I believe that is our last slide. So if you have any questions, we'd all be happy to answer them. I also have my colleague from the County of San Diego, who, in an effort to not have multiple talking heads, is here for questions if need be, and Ashley Desai with LWA.
Thank you, Ms. Carr, and the panelists. It's appreciated. Vice Chair.
Thank you. This was very helpful. I didn't hear much from Region 9, though, that they would be intending on exercising of these types of channels as a priority. So I think our job here is to kind of parse out, make sure that the region has the flexibility in those channels where there is potential. And I'm just, going back to SWRCB and the high scores are very rare, and really looking at how can we distinguish. And so I appreciate the proposal. Modified or soft bottom flood control channels that are maintained. But isn't it true that not all flood control channels that are maintained are required to meet PL 8499? Because we're just talking about, in those situations, those are Army Corps of Engineers projects in which you've received federal funding and you've met these requirements. But there's other flood control channels that wouldn't necessarily be required to meet those higher standards.
I don't believe so. I mean, I'm going to let...
Just speaking on behalf of the city of San Diego, I would say a majority of the flood control channels that we have are not subject to that public law, but are also protective of communities that are built right up to the edges of the channels and are sometimes not sized to convey a 100-year storm, let's say, where maintenance is absolutely critical and happens and needs to happen. But in that particular case, yeah, the public law stuff would not apply. That's just for the city of San Diego.
Right. I'm just trying to kind of tease out the gray area here where I've done some work on this in the past, and the pictures you show, the Corps won't even let you plant trees, and I understand that. But then there are other channels where there is also tension on restoration activities and a need to maintain the channels, whether or not you can do hand clearing versus mechanical clearing. And so, we don't have the time to get into all these details today, but I'm just suggesting that you consider kind of these different categories. The pictures that you've shown, that seems pretty obvious. I'm not hearing anything that the region said that they'd want to be exercising, priority in those areas. But in the areas where maybe PL 8499 and the more stringent requirements don't apply, maybe where the CSEI scores aren't met, but are higher, just maybe wanting to better understand what factors should be considered, under what scenarios could additional restoration not necessarily inhibit your goals and your mission, which are really important. And I'm sure I can say we all absolutely agree with climate change, we're going to be seeing more and more atmospheric rivers. And so you all need to be ready at a moment's notice. So we don't want to encourage anything that would get in the way there, but also want to better understand sort of those more nuanced stream conditions where you are maintaining, but there's some remaining natural features.
We do factor that into, we have a whole group in our infrastructure programs team that focuses on regulatory compliance and what we're looking to do, and regulatory compliance from the Army Corps perspective and from a habitat perspective, not a water quality perspective. And so we are looking at a lot more nature-based solutions, natural restorations, avoidance of impacting habitat. So those are very much things that are currently in our wheelhouse, but again, apply on a sort of a channel by channel, capacity by capacity situation, which is also why rather than proposing a list of water bodies that it just wouldn't apply to, what we're proposing is a process to apply for an exemption. We're looking at a case by case proposal sort of situation where we would make the case that this channel needs to be exempted for these reasons. Also, we're not saying, if I have high CSCI scores, I'm not going to propose that those objectives not apply. That's the process that we're talking about, and specifically for soft bottom flood control. So meaning they're owned by a flood agency, that they were constructed for flood control protection. We're trying to narrow the scope of the types of areas that we're talking about and having it be a considered process.
Just wondering, when this was before the Regional Water Quality Control Board, I imagine you proposed that a very similar approach and a process, or is this now then kind of maybe the first time that folks in the region are hearing this willingness to kind of have this?
This is a more narrowed and crafted, we didn't feel that it should apply to modified channels as a category.
Writ large, yeah.
Writ large. This is a more nuanced ask, being, respectful and recognizing. I mean, we have worked with Region 9 on this topic for years. We know the passion and we know the goals of the regional board, and we support those goals of the regional board. We're trying to craft where the pain point is the most dire, a way forward where we can support both needs.
Yeah, that's appreciated. Thank you, Ms. Carr. Board Member Firestone.
Yeah, thank you for all of those efforts to try and really narrow in and also make this very clear and tangible on where the pain points are. Second, everything that the vice chair said on, I think where this comes down for me is really in the program of implementation and maybe the chapters that that Mr. Laffer was mentioning, but it seems to me appropriate to be establishing the objective in the basin plan, but then looking at how that objective is then implemented within the water quality permitting programs that we have. And so I know that that's something that Region 9 has been working through. And so I'm really interested to hear if there's, something that could build on this more specific, narrower, and kind of, and not just a narrower scope, but also an application process of how do we incorporate that into a program of implementation, which seems consistent with the intention of what we were hearing from Region 9 in general. I'm sure there's some areas of disconnect there, but I'm interested to hear more about it. And I just also want to appreciate the thought and work that's gone into this. And also just say I really resonate with the need to have, obviously we need to have flood control. This is, more vital than ever. And it's really helpful to have more objective biological outcomes so that we can be more thoughtful about what we're trying to achieve rather than a single constituent, and all of the reasons that I think Region 9 has been working on this. So I like the concept, and I think this is an opportunity for us all to flesh out and really understand this kind of implementation points further.
Thank you, Board Member. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. I just want to, thank you guys for thank you all for the presentation and really taking that step back and looking at the, how can you define your ask and really, highlighting that most of the channel can meet the objective and, what the region is looking for, and it's that last mile. And so, and I want to say the last mile that may not, because who knows, if the rest of it was all restored, then maybe that last mile will. I don't know. We don't know that answer. It's and really looking, and so that's part of the question that I have had is, how large is this ask, or, the flood control components? And I think that's something that you're narrowing in on, which is a good thing, and really looking at, where are these areas? I think, well, I agree with you that these areas are critical. We want to make sure that they can convey the flows, that you can maintain them, and that that the full capacity is there when it is needed. And so I don't believe that I'm hearing from the region that they want to stop you from being able to manage those areas. And so that is wanted. When I've asked a question, it really is more about the restoration of the upstream portions. And so not being from the region, and being, knowing the streams very well. I don't know, again, is it the last mile of this stream? Is it how large of areas are we speaking to? And so I think, for my mind, that's what ends up getting somewhat lost. So I think really narrowing down what those segments that you're looking for, what really is that? And where is that real concern? And then I agree with the vice chair's comments really to the, are there other areas where perhaps it's not quite the same, where there is some vegetation. And so maybe it's not, and this kind of somewhat goes to my earlier comment and question of, maybe it's not going to get to that 0.79, maybe it's going to get to 0.6. And what I'm hearing from the region, they're not going to be looking at that tight of a, number, or they're really looking at the bigger picture and those areas that really need more. And so with it being a flood control area, they're really looking at that, and this goes to the implementation of it. How does it get implemented, and that Pacific area? And so I hesitate of, is it just a blanket of that Pacific area where it's not quite the same, and we just say it's completely out? Or is it where it's something a little different? Yes, it is a managed area, however, it does have trees, planted along the side. So, are there some, is there a category A and a category B area? And so, I mean, the region can decide how to deal with that. In my mind, I don't know the answer to these questions, and that's where I somewhat hesitate. So that's where I just want to bring it up to, just as I'm thinking it through and where my thought process is going. So I hear you, I understand, I want to make sure that there is the flood control, and I believe the region is also thinking about that. I just don't have that full scope in that picture in my mind, and I appreciate the conversation so far, and the narrowing of the specific asks. I believe the region has planned to come back with some additional language, and they're really looking at describing how this will be implemented, so that it is clear that they're not looking at taking away capacity or doing restoration, or none of that is expected in managed flood control areas. That will not be their ask in implementation.
So, Board Member Morgan, thank you for articulating that. I think I support everything you said, and I think the way you laid it out is much more supportive of in these types of channels, looking at the CSCI as a tool and looking at a best attainable type standard, type objective, as opposed to a 0.79 applies everywhere. And I think that's what we're trying to get to, is the best attainable objective for these types of channels, because it's the way you articulate it is much more as a tool as opposed to a numeric objective. That's really the crux of our concern.
But as it's currently proposed, while we are hearing that that's the intention of how it would be implemented, that's not what the basin plan objective or the basin plan amendment says. The biological objective is 0.79. So 0.6 is not going to meet it. And that also leaves us open. I mean, the regional board is not the only enforcing entity of these standards. You know, citizen suits can enforce this as well. So I fully appreciate the intention, but that's when the rubber hits the road, that's not what is evaluated. What is evaluated is what's in the Basin Plan Amendment, what the standard is, and are we meeting it or not?
Yes.
And then just also to give you perspective, Orange County is the smallest portion of Region 9, and southern Orange County is very hilly, very ravine-y, and not as developed as North Orange County. So from an Orange County perspective, these are smaller sections of channels. Like I mentioned, it's the lower 1 mile of San Juan Creek. San Juan Creek goes way up deep into the watershed, up into the national forest ahead. So there are large sections of the creek that are in natural condition. The majority of creeks in North Orange or in northern Region 9 in southern Orange County are in more natural condition. So these would be limited areas and that we would want to do on a proposed basis to say, this is owned by the Orange County Flood Control District. These are actively managed for flood control purposes. These are the types of, this is the level of maintenance. This is the level of capacity that we have. Here's where we're constrained by capacity. Here's where restoration is not possible. This is why we don't think this objective should apply. So I think, and then I would say, I believe for my partner agencies, not everyone has this mapped down to a T. And we really do want to talk this through with, you know, if this is an acceptable proposal, you know, talking through and nailing down how it would be implemented.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. And I think this might be a question for staff, because I've been asked a whole lot of questions because I've been kind of going around on this and trying to really get a better understanding myself. And this goes back to me and my really simplified understanding, so bear with me. So my understand is, so now when we have a large stream like San Juan Creek, would my very simplified understanding still be true here? Now we have this last mile of it, that is the flood control mile. And so its reference site would be a similar site within the San Diego region that we're doing the 0.79 to, that we're referring. So it wouldn't, okay, and let's back up for everyone else. So how I'm coming to my understanding and getting more comfortable with this is that we have site A and B. Site A is a headwater site. Site B is a site that is down in, I'm just going to say the valley floor. I know we're not in the valley, but this is just easier for my brain at this moment in time. So two very different sites. The 0.79 is 0.79 of the headwater or 0.79 of the valley floor. It's not the same 0.79. It goes back to that Pacific reference.
No, your CSCI score is an index. So you take transect samples in your creek, you run it through the CSCI process, and you come out with a score.
Right.
And if it's above 0.79 or below 0.79, that's how, you know, but The
that's
way
where
that
I
they,
want
but the way they developed the 0.79 was they looked at all of the reference sites and they looked at all of the range of scores and they chose the 10th percentile of the natural variation amongst all types of reference sites, all types of undeveloped, unimpacted sites. Although, Rafi, I'm,
Board Member Morgan, can I help? I think I understand what you're asking. You want to know if a stream that has, maybe I should step back. As Dr. Mazur mentioned, the 0.79 is based on a comparison of a stream to other reference streams that are very similar to it.
Right.
So your upstream headwater site is not going to be compared to a low elevation site that is in the valley floor.
Yeah, just for simplicity.
Right. So it would be compared to a pool of streams that are similar in elevation, gradient, precipitation, climate, all of those
To that, it's compared to,
no.
Not that one Pacific site, but it's compared to two other sites that are similar to that one.
To the one that is your test site,
Right.
yes. Would,
But it's compared to similar sites to the site A.
Site A being
the upstream.
No. So if we're talking about the valley floor stream, it's not compared
No,
to an upstream.
I'm not talking about that one. I'm
Oh,
talking about that one. I'm talking about the site A. So, okay, fine. Talk about this valley floor site is compared to the similar valley floor sites.
Correct.
Okay, so we just flip-flop it. So, yeah.
And the other site that you're mentioning up in the upstream area would be compared to similar sites, similar
Right.
reference sites that have the same gradient,
Right.
climate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yes.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Saying it with different words. So that's where I'm getting more comfort with it, is that it would be assuming on that, we have a long stream, like San Juan Channel, it's the lower portion of that creek. It's going to be compared to similar sites as that lower portion of it. And so, yes, it's more sites, but it's in, whether there's 10 that's put in there, 20 that's put in there, it is that lower portion. It's not going to take into account those higher quality upstream sites. It's the lower sites that are a similar elevation. And I'm talking about elevation wise and temperature, so all the things that Chief Deputy Director Mogis just mentioned, it's taken into account those. And so it does kind of take out some of the, it does balance out some.
But it's not taking into account how it's maintained.
Correct.
So
I'm with you on that piece. Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. But the same physical characteristics, temperature, location,
Yes.
climate, elevation, yes, those are held the same. But what we're saying, the difference is the substrates have been modified, the straightness of the channel has been modified, and we actively remove vegetation.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Can I?
Yes. Board Member Firestone, please.
I'm eager to also hear the next panel because I think they'll also be, talking about this issue. But I guess I just wanted to get clarification maybe from Chief Counsel again. But my understanding is that what's been adopted by the regional board is not just because there's a flood control district that a stream is not meeting the CSI scores, the objective. It's not an automatic violation. What matters is how that objective is brought into the permit documents itself or the permit actions itself. But could you clarify that a little bit more?
Yeah, generally that's true, especially in the context of these types of permits. Again, in light of some of the comments we've heard, and keep in mind that the written comment period for this will close in a couple of weeks, and we'll take a closer look at it. But in general, the program of implementation here, it's chapter 4, and that I think at different times it may be referred to as an action plan, includes very specific steps that will be incorporated into different classes of permits for the biological objective. And so that's what's ultimately will control the compliance. And I think that point has been brought to an even more significant head by some of the language from the recent U.S. Supreme Court decision.
Right, exactly. That's
Yes.
what, yeah. So I guess just to reiterate, I feel like that's the area that we really need to narrow in on is understanding that. And I look forward to hearing more thoughts on it. Appreciate it.
Thank you, board member. Appreciate it. Looking to see Vice Chair, please.
Well, just because to follow up on that thread, I think it would be helpful also to hear, is there anything in that chapter 4 that would preclude the region from implementing a program like what this panel is suggesting? Because what they're suggesting is for us to remand, send it back. But is this something that the region could do on their own without it being, sort of an underground reg? Because they are talking about prioritizing anyway, and they feel that they have that flexibility.
Yeah, and that's something we'll look at in light of the comments from the panel today, and then once we get the written comments in.
Great. Really appreciate this discourse and discussion. Feel like we're narrowing a bit. Really appreciate the panel. Thank you. We have one more panel still, and like to call up our last panel here with Coast Keepers. We'll give a moment for folks to swap out. Thank you again. Really appreciative. Thank you. I know it's been a long day, so just really appreciative of you all hanging on and here and contributing to this discussion. It's really appreciated, so thank you.
Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Thank you so much for hearing us today and for allowing us to engage in this discussion. My name is Marty Farrell, and I'm the policy analyst for California Coastkeeper Alliance. I'm here today along with my colleagues from San Diego Coastkeeper and Orange County Coastkeeper to provide our perspective on the San Diego Water Board's proposed biological objective. To start, I think it's helpful to look at the big picture here. The very purpose of the Clean Water Act aims to restore and maintain the chemical, physical, and biological integrity of our waters. The Porter Cologne Act allows for designation of beneficial uses for purposes such as preservation and enhancement of fish, wildlife, and other aquatic resources. At least 10 such beneficial uses are identified in the San Diego Basin Plan. Yet despite these clear statements of statutory purpose to protect the biological integrity of our waters, water quality objectives in California have predominantly focused almost exclusively on chemical parameters. While these are useful, chemical water quality objectives provide an incomplete metric for assessing the health of a water body because they provide only a mere snapshot of a water body's chemical properties and thus fail to provide comprehensive indicators of biological and ecological integrity. As a result, 55 years after the enactment of Porter Cologne, regional bioassessment data shows that the vast majority of the waterways in the San Diego region scored poor or very poor. Hence, the adoption of this biological objective is long overdue. Region 9 adopted this resolution in December of 2020. Since that time, so for almost 4.5 years, Region 9 has been waiting on State Board approval so it can actually amend the plan and implement the objective. An initial public comment period before the State Board was extended to September 2021, and responses to those comments were released in 2024. An adoption meeting was scheduled for later in 2024, but then canceled. The administrative record was then reopened to accept new evidence relevant to the use of the proposed biological objective in modified soft bottom streams. During this reopening, permittees submitted about 770 pages of evidence into the record. Of those 770 pages, about 350 pages were news articles and news video transcripts broadly covering stories of flooding in San Diego, which we saw earlier today. As the San Diego Regional Board just explained in detail earlier, the biological objective does not prohibit any maintenance activities within flood control channels. Additionally, the Regional Board will continue to issue permits for routine flood control and maintenance activities. Going back to this new evidence submitted by the permittees, data that the submitted RIC memo draws upon was available during the initial process and open comment period prior to the approval by the Region 9 Board. To illustrate at the San Diego level, the deadline for submission of evidence was in September of 2020. Before the State Board, comments were due in September of 2021. Despite this, the RIC memo submitted by the permittees references information from reports published in 2014, 2017, and 2018, information that was available prior to the September 2020 and September 2021 deadlines. Therefore, this board should not consider any of this new evidence that is either irrelevant to modified soft bottom channels or untimely submitted. And finally, I want to touch on the issue of statewide application. As we've heard today, CSCI is an extremely robust tool for assessing the efficacy of our programs. As a tool, it can help us assess whether TMDLs are working collectively to achieve biological health. State policy is simply saying that CSCI can be used as an assessment tool, a tool for assessing the efficacy of our programs, and a robust one at that. Region 9's adoption of the biological objective does not create a statewide precedent. Each regional board should be able to make its own decision, just as Region 9 has done here. Thank you for your time. I'll now turn it over to my colleague, Ray, from Orange County Coastkeeper.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. What?
I think we're a slide behind.
Oh, I'm gonna have them change it. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. I guess next slide. And let's go one more. So you're right. Okay. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Ray Heimster, and I'm the Associate Director at Orange County Coastkeeper. I'm here to provide our perspective on the adopted biological objectives from the San Diego Water Board. Adopting biological objectives has been a goal of our organization for decades. When I started with Coastkeeper over 25 years ago, my mentor, Dr. Rich Horner from the University of Washington, told me that the real indicator of water quality was biological integrity of the water body and that chemical constituents are secondary. It's long past time that we focus on this goal. This slide is a map of the San Juan Creek watershed in southern Orange County, which is located in Region 9. It's a very diverse watershed with relatively undisturbed areas in the Cleveland National Forest, leading down to highly developed areas in the lower watershed. It's important to note that this watershed, along with the San Mateo Creek watershed in San Diego County, are designated as steelhead trout habitat, and that significant restorations are underway to support that species. These include completed removal of dams on Trabuco Creek and plans to install fish ladders on San Juan Creek. To support water quality in general and this species, we need to ensure the biological integrity of the entire reach of these streams. Next slide, please. There's no question as to whether biological objectives are the best option. I've even heard this in the past from some of the folks who now question the use of these objectives. The recent study by the Southern California Coastal Water Research Group confirms this. The study specifically states that the California Stream Condition Index is appropriately calibrated for Southern California. The data set demonstrates applicability in Region 9, and that there is evidence that high CSCI scores are attainable in all classes of soft bottom channels. There's no indication of bias in the CSCI scores from Southern California. Orange County Coastkeeper strongly supports the use of the best available science in all of our work, and the SWRCB study is clear in its conclusions. It's long past time that the proposed biological objectives are adopted. It's sad but not surprising to see Orange County and others opposing their adoption, but it fits a pattern of delaying regulatory efforts that will require them to take actions beyond further study. The fact is that they want to quit before they even start trying. That's not what our community wants, and it's not what the law requires.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. Well, thank you, guys. Good afternoon to the chair, vice chair, members of the board. Thank you for bearing with us late into the afternoon. My name is Patrick McDonough. I'm the senior attorney for San Diego Coastkeeper. Our mission is to protect and restore swimmable, drinkable, and fishable waters in San Diego County. And the word fishable in that mission is very intentional because the actual biological health of our water bodies, as many folks have mentioned, is essential for every ecosystem throughout the region and really the state. And you may not be aware of this, but San Diego County is actually the most biologically diverse county in the entire United States. And as such, this issue is extremely important to San Diego Coastkeeper, and it's something that we've been working on for about a decade. And we thank the San Diego Regional Board for its leadership on the development of these scientifically sound biological objectives and the Basin Plan Amendment. Sorry, we can go to the next slide. Cool, we're staying on. We need to work on that part of our presentation skills. Okay, so the permittees today have conveyed significant concerns about flooding issues in the region. And while several of these, notably Choice Creek, what happened there is tragic and deeply troubling, those were not the result of regulatory red tape, but rather stems from a severe deferred maintenance and a stormwater budgetary crisis at the city of San Diego. Now, to be fair, the officials, including Mr. Snyder here today, inherited this crisis. This has been a decades-long underfunding that I'll get into in a moment. But that deficit at the stormwater department has been ballooning out of control for the past several years. And I just recently read that it is now $3.5 billion over the next 5 years. By comparison, the city of San Diego's stormwater fee is 95 cents per household, which has remained unchanged since 1996. And that generates only about approximately $5 to $7 million for the stormwater department per year. Again, compared to 3.5 billion with a B. And that figure is not from me. That's the city's own internal budget analyst that is coming up with that figure that has gone from 750 million to close to $1 billion to 1.2 billion to over 2 billion and now 3.5 billion just in the past handful of years. So this is a crisis. And I want to emphasize that this has been a top priority for San Diego Coastkeeper for years as well. We are working with city officials regularly to try and get a sustainable funding source dedicated to the stormwater department. We've worked with Mr. Snyder, his department, city council, even the mayor's office on this issue. And we understand that the city of San Diego is in a tough position. However, I want to emphasize that that situation is very different from trying to blame regulatory drivers, such as what the regional board is allowing the city to do regarding their flood channel maintenance. And it has nothing to do with this specific biological objectives basin plan amendment. As Region 9 explained, there are really no legal or regulatory barriers for the city to perform their channel maintenance activities, whether routine or emergency. However, San Diego Coastkeeper has observed, unfortunately, a lot of deferred maintenance because of this chronic underfunding of the stormwater department for decades. You know, if you only have a certain amount of money and you have numerous flood control channels that you need to perform maintenance in, you prioritize them on an emergency basis, and then you don't get to some that then continue to build up more and more sediment invasives like palms and arundo that we've seen in some of the other photos. And that causes and contributes to some of these flooding crises. So I just want to underscore that specifically in Choice Creek, since it's been brought up a lot today, the city was aware of some overdue flood channel maintenance in that area. I and San Diego Coastkeeper does a lot of work down there. We take students down there to conduct water quality sampling. It is a very, unfortunately, polluted and troubled water body. And we try and educate and engage the public about everything that is going on in that complex hydrological sub area. However, the before and after was pretty stark in the times that San Diego Coastkeeper, and myself included, was down there before that catastrophic flood that happened, a little over a year ago now, that destroyed a lot of homes and displaced a lot of people. Okay, moving on to the other elephant in the room, and it seems like there's been a lot of anticipation about what some Coastkeeper and NGO representatives would have to say about citizen suit enforcement. So, first off, I want to emphasize that, unfortunately, I don't think there's a single permittee in Region 9 that is in full compliance with our MS4 permit in the region right now, and that's just looking at the chemical parameters. That said, you don't see all of the permittees drowning in citizen suits or even board enforcement actions. Why is that? We prefer to come to more collaborative, broader, longer-lasting solutions. So, for example, like I mentioned, San Diego Coastkeeper has been working with the city of San Diego to address their stormwater budgetary crisis for many, many years. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to achieve that. We haven't gotten the votes, so there's different political realities. But we're trying to get $3.5 billion. Citizen suit enforcement is never going to get to $3.5 billion. And yes, we have used that as a tool in the past. It is a reality, but the solutions that come through litigation are always piecemeal and smaller than if we can come to a collaborative solution that all parties agree upon or that provides year-over-year funding to tackle some of these complicated, difficult problems. I also want to emphasize that groups like ours constantly engage in public outreach and education about all of these issues: biological objectives, flood control, green infrastructure, water quality, health in general, as well as engaging in the policy and administrative advocacy to protect and restore water quality, like our presence here today. It's just but one example. And the second facet that I wanted to touch on regarding citizen suits specifically is that the failure to meet biological objectives in itself, if this were to be adopted, is not or would not be an immediately actionable violation. So as discussed by the regional board, there needs to be a causal assessment. And this was also touched on by, the County of San Francisco versus EPA Supreme Court decision, which we don't need to get into that entire situation or ruling today. But there basically needs to be a causal assessment in order to pursue the type of citizen suit litigation that has been contemplated during today's workshop. That's a huge undertaking to do that causal assessment. And NGOs like San Diego Coastkeeper just simply don't have the means to engage in such complex determinations of causation. Our annual budget is about $1.5 million per year. We're a staff of 10 or 11 with a few interns. Like we don't have the wherewithal or technical expertise to do something like that. Moreover, as I previously mentioned, it's completely unnecessary because in order to initiate an enforcement action, the chemical parameters are what they are already, and there are rampant violations, just clear numeric exceedances that come from the permittee's own data. So why would any NGO who's contemplating citizen suit enforcement go through this biological objectives process and have to go through causation determination when we could just look at the available data and initiate or send a notice letter tomorrow, which isn't going to happen, by the way. Just saying, that's practically speaking, that's how this calculus would work. Hence, this biological objective is extremely unlikely to result in any additional citizen suit litigation. Next slide. Just want to run down a few of these conclusions and really emphasize the perspective of this panel today. First of all, biological objectives are needed under the Clean Water Act and Port of Cologne. The CSCI is extremely scientifically robust. That's been clear for a number of years now. Clear scientific research shows that 0.79 CSCI score is achievable in soft bottom modified channels. And I did want to flag that the permittee's presentation, there was slide 8, which had a number of flood control maintenance channels and then the second tier of other channels. I forget exactly how that was cataloged. But I would like to, dig into those specific numbers, and I would ask the board members to look at that with a critical eye, and we will, of course, be submitting written comments on this as well. Moving to the next point, this is a Region 9 only water quality objective. It is not applicable across the state, just in Region 9, and other regions can certainly look to Region 9 if they want to make their own determinations, whether they want to pursue a similar CSCI biological objective or not. And then flood control maintenance is not incompatible with meeting this biological objective. Nothing, again, the regional board covered this in more detail, but nothing is stopping the permittees from performing their flood control maintenance duties, and that has long been clear. And again, we would need, or in order to find liability or violations of this new objective, you need a causal analysis and a procedure to figure out where it's actually not feasible. And the regional board has, long ago released its implementation plans. It's like a 40-plus page implementation plan, and I strongly encourage staff and the board members to dig into that implementation plan because there's a lot of useful and good information in there. And then finally, as I've just discussed, citizen suits are a red herring in this issue. Actually, sorry, that's not finally. My final point is this process has dragged on for far too long. We've dotted our I's, we've crossed our T's here. In fact, everyone has been given multiple bites of the apple, and in light of the science, the evidence, the Region 9 implementation plan, we request that this board move to approve this basin plan amendment as soon as possible with that clarifying language that Mr. Gibson described earlier today. Thank you for your time and for your patience today. And, let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you for yours. Importantly, the three of you, really appreciative of your expertise here, your advocacy and engagement in all of this. It is very much appreciated. So thank you. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have questions for this panel. Vice Chair. Oh, you don't. Oh, you said thank you. I thought you said I do. Sorry. Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciative. We do have, I think, a few individual commenters that are still with us. So let's try to get through them. I think we have two that are still released. I don't see Ms. Dunham, but the two names that I have here are Benjamin Harris and Tess Dunham.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Great, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Escobar, members of the board. My name is Benjamin Harris. I'm the senior staff attorney for Los Angeles Waterkeeper. Thank you all for your patience in a long meeting today. I'm here to comment on behalf of my organization, Los Angeles Waterkeeper, and Heal the Bay to express our strong support for the San Diego Basin Plan Biological Objectives Amendment. As we heard earlier from the San Diego Regional Board staff, biological objectives are necessary and they're long overdue. It's been many years that we've been talking about getting these objectives in place in San Diego. Water quality objectives in California have focused almost exclusively on chemical parameters, in effect regulating what quantities of bad stuff should be allowed in the water to prevent impacts to beneficial uses. But as we heard earlier, these chemical objectives, while they're critical to achieving water quality objectives, they're only a snapshot of the water body's properties. They're not a true metric for assessing the biological and ecological integrity of a waterway, which depends on many other factors. As the staff report showed in the San Diego Regional Board, relying only on these water chemistry parameters does not adequately protect waterways. And we need to move forward. We need to move into the next generation of water quality regulation. And I think the biological objectives really allow for us to do that. That we have enough information right now with the California Stream Conditions Index that has been used many times, tested many times, validated many times. We're ready to go. The biological objectives using CSCI are the way to directly measure the whether we're meeting the biological and ecological beneficial uses of our waters. It allows for setting clear targets for what a biologically healthy waterway looks like. By integrating all the different considerations beyond just chemical parameters, CSCI offers that comprehensive score to reflect the conditions in the environment of the waterway itself. And we're just not going to get there unless we have a holistic tool like biological objectives to make those determinations. And again, CSCI scores have been already proven to be an accurate assessment of the biological integrity of the waterways. So the science is ripe for integration into our water quality protections. The regional data, bioassessment data already shows that the vast majority of waterways in San Diego score poorly in terms of ecological health. So we need something to try to address that issue. These biological objectives are the way to do that. It will allow decision makers to understand what's driving these poor scores and implement more effective management over a long period of time. LA Waterkeeper and Heal the Bay have worked closely with San Diego Coastkeeper and numerous other nonprofits to show our support for these objectives in the San Diego region, and we've continued those efforts in the Los Angeles region, where our regional board has recently made biological objectives a priority in its last triennial review. We now believe biological objectives based on CSCI scores would be appropriate applied to all waterways, including hardened stream beds, but we understand the need to make a compromise here, given the novel application of water quality objectives based on biological integrity. So we're really eager to see how the San Diego region's objectives will be implemented over time. And I want to stress that implementing these objectives is not expected to be instantaneous or to affect important things like flood control management actions, because as we heard earlier, the San Diego Regional Board has discretion to identify both through diagnostic tools where the problem's coming from, and then come up with compliance actions on an appropriate timeline to address what is really causing the decrease in these CSCI scores. As a result, we expect the objectives to lead to long-term biological health rather than short-term overhauls of modified streams or any short-term impacts to necessary actions to maintain flood protections in our urban regions. So with all that being said, thank you for moving this conversation forward today, and I hope it continues to move forward. Please consider adopting this Basin Plan amendment to support the goals of the Clean Water Act and the Porter Cologne Act in the San Diego region. And I commend the regional board staff down in San Diego for developing and approving these biological objectives back in 2020. Really excited to see where it goes. Thank you so much for the time, and I'm excited to see how this will help support some of our disadvantaged communities and local economies that would benefit the most from improved stream quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well, Mr. Harris. Appreciate those comments and engagement here with the work. Much appreciated. Next, I'd like to call up Tess Dunham.
And Chair Esquivel, Ms. Dunham has indicated she does not need to speak.
Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Loffer. And thank you, Ms. Dunham. All right. We are not at a decision point, thankfully. This is just a workshop, and so just a discussion, but I just have to express my appreciation again for everyone. I know it's been a long day, but this has been a very important discussion and hope what we can do is advance us all collectively here. I know we're waiting, one, for the formal written comment period to end, but also the Regional Water Quality Control Board has indicated some language that they would be proposing as well. I feel there is something of a narrowing that we've been able to at least accomplish in today's discussion, and just appreciative of that. But I think, for this next turn of the page, if you will, getting to see language, getting that back out, getting comments, and finding ourselves in at a final moment for potential adoption, I think would be great, or confirmation of the regional board's adoption. Looking to fellow board colleagues, though, if there's anything further that folks want to explore, question, or comment at this moment. Vice Chair.
Well, I just feel like I need to add my thoughts here. That would be my preference, but I am anxious to hear from OCC about the program of implementation and how that could be where either what's the language that's already in there could nest the flexibility for the resolution that would accomplish a similar purpose that was outlined by some of the flood control agencies.
Appreciate that, Vice Chair. And I'll just voice, my openness to considering that, but I'm going to need further discussion and really understanding in order to feel comfortable. But looking forward to at least having language out there and clarification from OCC to at least consider. Board Member McGuire.
I certainly recognize we're in the comment period here, so I want to see what the written comments have to say. And I have an open mind in terms of the solution and the resolution to this. But I will say that not to be a Debbie Downer, but I have ongoing concerns about attainability in modified channels and the significance of this decision as it sends a signal. We heard from LA Waterkeeper just a minute ago that the Los Angeles Regional Board is considering this as a priority as well. So the fact that this decision will send a strong signal to the 8 other regional boards, whatever this conclusion is, just adds weight to this process and where we land. So for me, because I walked into this with some attainability concerns for modified channels, I'm walking out of this meeting, I think, with some of the same concerns still lingering, but a better understanding of where this has gone and the process and the science that is involved. And like I said, I think this is a really valuable and important tool to be using regardless. So it's not a no for me. It's I have an open mind, but I still have a little ways to go with this. And I just thought I need to be straightforward about that. So you all know where I am, because this is our opportunity at a workshop to talk a little bit.
It definitely is, Board Member McGuire. Appreciate that. Other members? All right, hearing nothing further from the dais. Thank you again, everyone. Really appreciate the productive workshop, and more to come for sure. So thank you. All right, that wraps up item number 5, brings us to item number 6, coming close to the end of the meeting here, board member reports. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have off the top of their head any reports, and then otherwise quickly glancing at my calendar.
I can start. So I was so excited about going to Needles. I forgot that when I was in Southern California last, I joined Region 9 on a tour of Multi-Nichols OASIS project. It stands for Optimized, Adaptive, Sustainable, Integrated Supply. It's actually a direct potable use project. It's actually on a small scale. It's exciting. It's in the early planning stages, but they just went over, did a PowerPoint of just what that project would look like. It was pretty cool because it really does take a look at just public education, integrated water use, and the environment. And so that was really interesting to learn about. And that was on April 9th. Then on April 19th, I was in Floriston for their groundbreaking of their water water treatment project. And so Floriston is between Truckee and Reno. You actually pass the agricultural check station. And before you get to the state line, there is Floriston. And so they have aging infrastructure and also have problems meeting the total coliform rule. And so that was a really interesting town. I actually got lost going there, even though there's only one way to go to the town. So yeah, I ended up driving in circles. And when I finally got there, they said, "Oh yeah, we saw you driving around down there." So I did find my way there and did make it to the groundbreaking. Really great town. It was an old paper mill town, and so not a lot of homes there. There's only 100 residents, and they're really excited about getting new transmission lines put in, distribution system, and also a new tank and a small treatment system. And then on April 24th, I was down in Fresno in the area and went on a tour of the Tulare Lake Compost Facility. It's a 175-acre composting facility located near Kettleman City, and was surprised that it's the first time I've actually been to a compost facility. So yeah, not sure how I've missed that in my career. So that was really cool to go to. It's a eco-friendly facility. They use a combination of agricultural and green waste from the Central Valley, and they combine that with biosolids from Los Angeles County to create a mixture for compost. And then they have a farm that's there on site that they use the compost on. So that was really interesting just to go to see how they make the compost, utilizing the biosolids and the waste from the area and on the farm there. So that's it.
Fantastic. Thank you, board member. From Vice Chair, quickly from myself, on April 16th, I was part of a PPIC research convening. I was on a panel with Secretary Karen Ross from the Department of Food and Agriculture and Nusha Ajami as well. So really appreciated that opportunity to just, have a bit of a free-form discussion around research priorities, and certainly a lot going on. So appreciative of the PPIC convening folks there. From April 22nd to the 25th, I was in Lincoln, Nebraska for the Western States Water Council convening. That was a great meeting of the Western States folks. Did some great tours with folks in Nebraska. Learned a lot about their nitrate work. They also have been testing domestic wells for nitrates and providing replacement water here in the form of reverse osmosis systems. That all came from their legislature, and actually they're in the middle of their governor convening a task force around water quality and nitrates, beginning to address the inputs around nitrates and ag. So very familiar conversations. It was really great actually to be able to discuss that. Also, there was a groundwater workshop with our Western state counterparts who are all dealing with very similar issues that we are, and good to be able to strategize, to be able to share, to learn together as well about the different policy approaches that other states are taking to, again, what are very similar issues that we're all dealing with. So always a pleasure to be able to convene with Western states colleagues. And then on May 1st and 2nd last week, we had our Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting, and just want to thank all the regional water board members that made it out here. Thank the state board members as well for what I thought was a good 2 days of discussion and engagement with our colleagues across the state. So that's all I have on my side.
No report.
I don't have anything. Thanks.
Thank you all. All right, that wraps up board member reports and brings up to item number 7, which is our executive director's report. Stroppenheimer.
I do not have any updates.
Okay, very well. Then that brings us to the end of our agendized meeting. We will have closed session. We will have closed session on the Delta Conveyance Project and sites. Mr. Lawford, do you know what room we're going into?
Yes, the board members will be meeting in 2510. And I've alerted staff for 5 o'clock start time. If that gives time for board members to reassemble.
Yes, 10 minutes enough for everyone? Okay. We can keep hopefully, we'll see how long we're in closed session. And we'll close out officially once we're done. Well, thank you, everyone. Appreciate what I know has been a long board meeting day here. Our next board meeting will actually be our Salton workshop on May 21st. And so that will be held actually in the Coachella Valley. So we will all be traveling there for that. So until then, we'll see you all. Be safe, be well. Thank you for a good board meeting, and we'll adjourn after closed session.